Solutions. Chase Delauter got off to a hot start, 4 homers, first 3 games with the Guardians. However, he's got a history of injuries, so folks holding their breath when the young outfielder left the game last night against the Dodgers after fouling a ball off his foot in the top of the first last night. Skipper Stephen Vogt, how things seem okay.
Chase obviously sore, but negative on the x-rays, so foot contusion. Tomorrow was a planned off day for Chase anyway, so this will give him 2 days off. He wasn't going to be in the lineup tomorrow anyway.
The foot Delauter fouled the ball off was the same foot he's had 2 operations on already. Guardians and Dodgers going to close out their 3-game set tonight in Los Angeles. Rubber match of the series. Dodgers beat the Guardians last night 4-1. Guardians managed only 1 base hit against Shohei Ohtani, only 2 hits for the entire game. Gavin Williams going to start for the Guardians. Yoshi Yamamoto on the hill for Los Angeles. Delauter suffered the bruised left foot when he fouled the ball off his foot during last night's game, so he's hopefully going to be back in a couple of days because of the home opener coming up on Friday at Progressive Field. Now, the Guardians play the Dodgers tonight, the Cavaliers off this evening. They're going to wrap up their 3-game road trip tomorrow night in San Francisco, taking on the Golden State Warriors. Cavs looking to bounce back after losing last night to the Lakers, 127-113. Jared Allen led the Cavs. He had 18 points. According to reports, Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson going to have a visit with the Browns as well as the Cardinals and Dolphins in the near future. Last season, Simpson played in 15 games for the Crimson Tide, had 3,500 yards passing, 28 touchdowns, and just 5 interceptions. Many expecting Simpson to be the second QB taken in the draft following Indiana's Fernando Mendoza. Mendoza gets a show off today as it's Indiana's Pro Day. NFL annual meetings coming to a close day in Phoenix. This week, Browns owner Jimmy Haslam and GM Andrew Berry stressing that Myles Garrett not getting traded. Meanwhile, head coach Todd Monken plans to have a quarterback competition but doesn't plan to divide reps equally. NFL draft begins 3 weeks from tomorrow night in Pittsburgh. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. The best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
Kenny was upset, audibly upset. Post-game, called the team out over their defense or lack thereof.
If we're going to play defense like this, we're going to have a short playoff stint. Right now, we have a mentality that we're just going to outscore people. And we all know when it comes playoff time, it's not going to be that easy offensively.
Man, Kenny's been getting tight with them lately, and I like it. I like speeding it up. But my issue is that I've been a pretty big excuse maker for this basketball team. I'll admit it here over the last couple of months. They traded for James Harden. I will full on admit, and I think this is the problem. I just can't believe how many people are not liking this Cavs team with James Harden on.
Well, I'm loving them offensively. Offensively, they are at another level that I think they could have got to with Darius come playoff time. I just think that part of it I'm excited about.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
It's April Fool's Day. So here we are, Baskin and Phelps.
Hey!
Speaking of your fools.
The fool stayed up late to watch 2 games last night. Oh.
This fool tried to. I'll be honest. I had to get up real early yesterday for a dentist appointment, and I had the game on. I'm ready to go, and next thing I knew, it was 11 o'clock. I woke up, and I thought, wait a minute, and then all of a sudden it was 12:15, and I was out. However, I'd like to thank Major League Baseball and MLB.com for their outstanding game recaps that they put together.
They do, yes.
It was about 11 minutes worth of video last night. And you get all the good stuff where you see that the Guardians actually hit the ball hard against Shohei Ohtani early on, but not hard enough to go over the fence.
It's like every other day, expect no runs.
Yep. We will be talking about the Guardians coming up a little bit later on in the show. Chris Rose is going to join us. Chris will talk some baseball with us. And we're going to talk to Mary Kay Cabot, who is at the owners' meetings and all the breakfasts and everything else. And same thing with Jacob Infante from Pro Football and Sports Network. He's going to talk draft with us coming up at noon. 2 teams were in Los Angeles last night.
Yes.
Our Cleveland Guardians and our Cleveland Cavaliers. And I'm not going to go, could LeBron James help the Cavaliers next year if he wants to come back and play one more year of basketball? At least we're not going to go there yet.
No.
But the answer to that is yes, he certainly could. And last night, Andy, if we want to just look at it this way, let me throw out the excuses, okay?
Okay, go ahead.
Road trip, middle of a road trip, second night back-to-back. You guys were tired. They got in late the night before, 1 a.m. local time into Los Angeles.
Didn't play any defense on Luka.
Didn't play any let me give you all those excuses, okay? And guess what? They're all valid.
Yeah.
However, last night, that type of a performance, I think, is the reason why there may be doubt about the Cavaliers' ability in the postseason. Let's take all the excuses and give them some credibility. Okay, fine. However, how do you give up 45 points in the third quarter?
You don't play defense.
How are you down by 27 going into the fourth quarter?
You don't play defense.
That's the type of game that should scare you. How does Evan Mobley score 6 points the day after scoring 34 points and getting 17 rebounds?
Oh, they watched film. They knew it. They saw all of his flaws.
That's the type of game that gives you pause about what this team might be able to do in the postseason.
Here's the inherent problem I have, okay? Like, you watch the Cavs play the Lakers here back in end of January, right? They win that game. I think they won by like 30. And they look great against the Lakers here. Now you go to L.A., and you don't look good against them there. What is the truth? What is the truth? Where is it? Somewhere in the middle? I'm not saying they're having a 7-game series against the Lakers anytime soon, but where is the truth between the two games? And I don't know, because I thought when the Lakers were here, I thought we looked really, really good. And then you go there and you put all the elements that you put forth to let us talk about the game, and you're right. And so then you start wondering, you're out west, it's late, you got in late, you played Utah the night before, you put 122 on the board the night before.
Andy, you gave up, in counting through quarters, 32, 33, 45 points. And then in the fourth quarter, the Lakers just phoned it in until the Cavs cut it to about 14. And then Luka comes back on the floor, and they brought their starters back into the game and made sure they won it.
It was interesting to hear Luka after the game say, they're a good team. So that to me,
but we know that.
Yeah, but he didn't have, especially with the night he had last night. I'm just thinking of the 1 3-point shot he took where I don't think there was anyone on the floor at that point. He was so uncovered. And I'm like, so I kind of, the fact that he said that after the game made me feel a little bit better. I can't believe that that words make me feel better than actions. But then I started thinking about, okay, well, they were here. We looked okay. We looked good. And we go there. And
LeBron James guarded Evan Mobley for good portions of the game. Evan took 4 shots. 4 shots. That I see that and I think, well, now wait a minute. That's obviously, and he only played 22 minutes because Kenny Atkinson, went to the bench, and the bench guys did a great job in the fourth quarter getting them back into the game after being down by 27. But and nobody played a ton of minutes. But I just think that to me is an issue that absolutely screams for the playoffs. It's like, okay, wait a minute. You have a guy who is capable of dominating a game. You need proof. Look, 2 days ago, 34 points and 17 rebounds against Utah. And then you come out the next day in your hometown and you score 6 points and you take 4 shots. And I think, well, that's clearly on Evan, but it's also clearly on the team. Get him the ball. Get him the ball where he can do something with it. Free him up. And that's an issue that screams playoff trouble, because you can't have one of your best players completely disappear on a given night. That just can't happen. And Evan disappeared last night. Insert your own reason why. And there are a variety of reasons. But that can't happen. And again, the game got away from them. It got away from them fast. Kenny Atkinson went to different guys. I get all that. But if you can find 10 shots for Donovan and 13 for Harden and 11 for Jared Allen, who, by the way, was 9 of 11 from the field, that guy, man, anybody who thinks he couldn't play offense, and he had 18 points in 19 minutes. But 4 shots for one of your most important players. That's an issue that you think, okay, file that one away. This guy has to have consistent productivity in the postseason. Has to. And it's on him, and it's on his teammates, and in the coaching staff. It's on everybody to put him in position where he can really help the team.
I'm going to ask you this because you did this more often than I did, and I'm trying to remember how the wear and tear goes, especially on a West Coast trip for the Cavaliers, okay? You get Utah one night, now you're flying down to L.A., you play the next night. You get a day off, and then you get to play Golden State. Does that day off make a difference?
As far as what? Wear and tear?
Rest, coming back a little bit more, fatigue.
Sure.
I'm just saying that when you do these West Coast trips, they're and I'm not trying to make excuses because I'd love to make one for last night.
The excuse is valid. It really is.
And the Lakers are a better team than the Warriors are right now.
Well, and a much better team than the Utah Jazz. And keep that in mind here too. You know, the Cavs beat up on the team that's second worst in the Western Conference that's really not trying to win games this year.
Right.
Last night they were playing a team that was trying to win a basketball game, and they got smoked. Down by 27 after 3 quarters.
It's another reason to think about how good Luka was last night as I was watching.
He's tremendous.
Like, man, he is really, really good, especially when you're paying attention to the entire game, or at least trying to.
They have a nice all-around team, and LeBron seems to have settled into. I don't want to say it's a complimentary role, but it is to Luka.
Yeah,
and doesn't seem to be having any issues with it, and put up the type of game.
That one dunk last night.
The alley-oop.
It was a backwards alley-oop.
That was
right?
pretty stunning.
What would you call that?
You mean the one on the fast break?
Yeah, it was a break, and then he laid it up, but he put it up in the air backwards.
I'm thinking of a different shot.
Our
buddy John Ireland is the Lakers play-by-play guy, and John went absolutely nuts on this one play where they ran a fast break and threw an alley-oop to LeBron. Called it the highlight of the year.
It's the same one. That's the same play.
Okay.
It was kind of backwards, though. Like, he could have just taken the ball and laid it in, but then he put it up in the air, and LeBron I was like, wow.
Oh, okay.
You want to talk about a poster? Holy
I thought you
moly.
meant LeBron was backwards. No.
No. The pass to him was somewhat backwards.
Luka last night had 12 assists in the game. Some of his passes they're just so sweet, man. He's just so effective as a passer, and that's why you can't count the Lakers out in the playoffs.
No.
And no question, they played the Cavs played a really good team last night.
Yeah.
The Lakers are better than you probably think. They have 3 more wins on the regular season than the Cavaliers.
Yeah, that was our 50th win last night, wasn't it?
Yeah, and they wrapped up playoff spot, so they're good to go. But last night, to me, is the type of game where you watch and you think, and this is how this team could get knocked out in the playoffs. Not just Eastern Conference Finals, not just second round of the playoffs. This is how they could get knocked out in the first round. This is how that could happen.
Oh, you're 100% right.
And they're.
I wish you were wrong, Jeff.
Well,
I really do.
They're going to be playing a competent team in the first round, Andy. You know, whether it be Toronto or Atlanta or maybe even Philadelphia.
And by the way, it's Atlanta today.
They will play a good opponent. And that is how they can get knocked out in the first round. 216-474-0092 is the number to join us. With everything we've laid out in mind, you look at the playoffs and think, okay, who's the difference maker here? Who could be, maybe should be, the most important player for the Cavaliers in the postseason? I have some thoughts on that one. Andy does as well.
Yeah.
Mary Kay Cabot joining us. Owners meetings over in Arizona. Mary Kay joins us at 11. It's Baskin and Phelps on April Fool's Day, right here in Northeast Ohio.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
reps equally. The NFL draft starts 3 weeks from tomorrow night down in Pittsburgh. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Go over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com, joining us at 11 o'clock as we'll talk about the NFL owners' meetings. Todd Monken spoke like crazy yesterday. We're going to break down some of that in the 11 o'clock hour as well. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy's Andy Baskin. Cavaliers getting smoked by the Lakers last night. A lot of reasons they got smoked last night. Okay, second night of a back-to-back. Lakers playing well. Lakers at home. Blah, 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 blah. Bottom line is that's the kind of loss that makes me think, yeah, this team isn't a surefire playoff lock. And by that, I mean to go deep.
Yeah. They're locked to get in, obviously.
They're locked to get in.
Yeah, but
Andy, half the league gets in. 2/3 of the league plays postseason basketball.
I feel good about the first round.
Half the league plays in the playoffs.
It's the second round that
after the play-in.
No matter if it's Detroit or Boston, I mean,
a game like last night should give you pause against Atlanta or Toronto or Philadelphia.
Yeah, man, if you had to play Boston, oh boy.
Sorry, if you had to play Detroit, same thing.
I know. I don't know why, but
Detroit's young and frisky.
Yeah, but I fear Boston more.
Well, you should.
Detroit. Okay.
Number to join us is 216-474-0092. John is in Shaker Heights. John, welcome.
What up, John?
Hi, gentlemen. Enjoyable. Always listening to the show.
Thank you.
Briefly, my predictions for 2026: the Cavaliers, the Guardians, and the Browns are all going to win the championship. Oh, it's April Fool's. I forgot.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah.
Good work. Good work. Good
all
setup.
Right. My teenage son plays basketball, and we went to a game, and he's watching the game, and he says, "Dad, they're playing." I think it's. He wrote this down: Schroeder, Ellis, Porter, Proctor, and Strauss. Some guy named Merrill. All these small guys. And, he's looking at the discrepancies between the heights and the shortness. Do you think it's a good move for the Cavs to continue this way and make it through the playoffs? It's inexplicable to me. I can't explain it to him, but maybe you guys can give me your thoughts on that. Otherwise, I love the show, and go Cavs.
Thank you.
John, thank you very much.
It is April Fool's Day, so maybe he doesn't love the show. No, I'm concerned.
That could be.
Yeah.
I've talked about the Cavs' lack of size for some time, and I just don't think they have enough big guys. And by big guys, I don't just mean like 7-foot guys. I don't think they have enough big guys on the wing. The NBA seems to be dominated now by guys who are 6'6", 6'7", 6'8", 6'9", who can do a lot of things. The age of the big guy being just tall and plays a center type of role is over. Cavs have Jared Allen, who obviously has shown what he can do when he's had somebody who can get him the ball. Evan Mobley, last night was not good, but the night before really was. We got to get some consistency out of Evan, but clearly terrific player. Dean Wade is a big guy who can play a little D on the wing and hit that shot. And you have Thomas Bryant, Naquin Tomlin. But that's about, to me, other than that, you're going to be in some situations where the size differential might really work against the Cavs. Might. And it'll depend on the matchup and it'll depend on the team, but might work against the Cavs.
I'm just looking at what we had last night for the starting five. 6'9", Jared. So what, 6'9", 6'11", 6, and 3 guys. Strus is 6'5". Yeah, I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The NBA is not. There are a lot of guys 6'5" and under on this team. A lot of guys. And that there's nothing wrong with that. But if you have to go up against a team that, might have some real size and guys who are skilled who can do some things, I to this day, and Donovan Mitchell is tremendous. There's no question. And I'm not going to say you shouldn't have made the deal. My point has always been they gave up too much. Mm-hmm. But I loved it when J.B. Bickerstaff rolled out Jared Allen, Evan Mobley, and Lauri Markkanen, because you were doing something other teams weren't doing. And it's like, okay, you guys try and beat this. And it didn't last long. But I thought that was a that was a fun lineup. Ken is in Brooklyn. Hello, Ken.
Mayor.
Oh, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
It would take me a half an hour to talk about everything I want to talk about. But here, look, first of all, I want to put this out there. I am not a Luka fan. I think the guy's a punk.
Hang on. I got to tell everyone in Northeast Ohio. In case you were wondering and you had trouble sleeping last night, Ken in Brooklyn is not a Luka fan. Okay, now it's official. Go ahead.
I mean, the guy's a punk. He complains all the time. He just, his whole aura, I can't stand. Okay.
Okay.
Now let's get to the team. First of all, there's a couple of things that I've said all year long. Okay, and the one thing that I've said is that I want to see this team healthy. And Jeff, you know what the other one was. What is that?
Ken, I'm drawing a blank.
What did Coach Luke say?
Oh, bigs.
Got to have the bigs.
Yeah, and Ken, they don't have enough of them, I don't think.
No, and you brought up a point about the guards. There's a couple guys that won't be here next year because they're going to go out and get that 6'7" guy. We thought we had that in Hunter, and that turned into a disaster.
Yeah.
Okay? So they've tried, and the whole thing is here is I want this team healthy. Last night you had no Merrill, you had no Wade, no Tyson. They didn't make the trip. I mean, and I heard Kenny this morning talk about, we got to break this thing up. You know what? That's what they said in Boston too, and look what happened. They kept Tatum and Brown. You don't trade bigs.
No,
okay?
you don't.
That's the bottom line.
No, because Ken, good luck replacing them.
Yeah, and here's the other thing. What I'm trying to figure out, I'm watching this last night, and I don't give a darn if LeBron is guarding Evan or what. I don't care. Okay, and I don't want him back. I don't want that mess coming back here, okay? I don't care what anybody says. What I'm trying to figure out, like you just said, how does a guy score 34 points and 15 rebounds or whatever he had
17.
last night?
2 nights ago.
But I will tell you one other thing. That team that they played the other night, the other night, Monday night, that team, this is the last year that they're going to be bad.
Oh, they've got some players that are going to come along, and they have picks.
You talk about size, Jeff. They've got only 2 or 3 guys that are under 6'5" or 6'4". You look at that roster,
and they had Walker Kessler out all year, who's a talented big.
That team is. You know what? Golden State, goodbye with your old team. They're going to replace Golden State. There's going to be a lot of different things going on in the West. But I'm just saying, I want this team healthy. But they do have to address that situation, and they've got to draft a big.
There you go, Ken. Thank you, buddy.
Draft a big,
talented
Jeff.
big guys especially guys who can play on the wing a little bit. They help you big time. Kevin's in Cuyahoga Falls. Kevin.
Kev.
Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
Wonderfully well.
Yeah, I get a little frustrated, and Jeff, I'm sharing, I guess, you're waving a little bit of the yellow caution flag with the Cavs when they play games like this. And to me, it comes down to 3 things: rebounding, points in the paint, and turnovers. And we lost those battles. And every time we lose those battles, we lose the games, shockingly. And when we win those battles, we win the games. And it just drives me crazy when we do have both our big guys in and we don't focus on points in the paint. And it's so blatantly obvious.
Especially after the day before against Utah when their points in the paint were off the charts.
Exactly. We out-rebounded them. We scored more points in the paint and we had less turnovers. We won the game. And that's a common theme for this team. When we focus on Mobley and Allen, which can happen, we've seen it happen, we win a lot of games because we're scoring a lot of points in the paint. Easy points. Guys are shooting 89% because they're basically dunking it all over the place. So it drives me insane when we get away from it. And then Andy's favorite thing, jacking up threes. Love seeing Larry Nance and Evan Mobley shooting 3-pointers. That just, wow, that makes my day when I see that happening. So.
Kevin, thank you, buddy. That's pretty funny. Look, the 3-point shot is wonderful. I love it being shot by guys who know how to shoot threes. I'll just leave it at that.
If you make it, I have no problem with it. It's the constant missing.
The Cavs have some guys who can really shoot threes.
Yeah,
Andy.
but it's
James Harden.
It's when 2 guys
Max
go
Strus.
ice cold at the end of the game, and you were only losing by 6 points with 6 minutes to go.
Donovan can shoot threes. Heck, Thomas Bryant can shoot threes, even though it might scare you when you see him out there. Jeff's in North Olmsted. Hello, Jeff.
Jeffrey.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are we guys doing?
Wonderfully well.
So I have a question for you guys. Is this really about size or is it about consistency from the bigs? Because
there aren't enough of them, first of all, Jeff. I think they could use another 2 big guys.
I don't disagree with that, but we can't change where we're at this season,
Correct.
right? We're playing with the team we have.
Right.
Last night, rebounds were 37-35, Lakers to Cavs, and points in the paint were 56-54, Cavs over the Lakers. So it's not about us not being able to be productive. It's just about being consistent on a night in, night out basis with guys like Evan Mobley. The guy, previous caller brought it up. How do we go from 34 points to 6 points the next game? We can't have guys that are lacking a consistent production like this. Hence why we got the reports that Milwaukee, the one player they were interested in was Evan Mobley, right? And now hearing that and thinking about that now, that kind of changes what we can potentially do in the offseason, right? But at this point, I'm not panicking over the 75th game, a West Coast game with 6 to go at the end of the season. I honestly believe this, and I said this a week ago when I talked to you guys.
Jeff, can I stop you? I agree with you. Like, that's how I kind of feel about last night's game, too. That's why I keep trying to judge it based on the game against the Lakers here. So that's a good point.
I appreciate hearing that because I just think that we're overreacting in that sense, right? Like, we know what our deficiencies are, but we can't change that right now. What is more important to me and what I feel like I'm seeing is, and it does play sense because they're even talking about it on SportsCenter now, is the 3rd and the 4th seed with the Knicks and the Cavs, right? Like, do we really want to play Boston? Like, this is a control thing, and we know this now. I just want this team to be healthy. God, get everybody on the floor come playoff time and see what happens. And one final point, and I know you guys are going to agree with me on this. It has nothing to do with basketball. Can we please tell Major League Baseball not to have us schedule 7 games in a row at 10 o'clock at night to start our season as fans? Have a
Jeff,
great week,
thank you
guys.
very much,
it's just
Jeff.
so annoying.
And yes, I agree with you on that. Yes, I agree.
So here's the problem. I have no issue with the Guardians starting the season on the West Coast, somewhere warm, somewhere with a roof.
I don't disagree with that.
I agree with you on that. Like they could have pushed some of these
Mix
game
in a
times
couple
up.
of day games so we can see them at 7.
Well, so maybe they do a 4:00 start.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't have a problem. It was the original game, the season opener against Seattle that bothered me more than anything. I was like, why couldn't they play this game a little bit earlier? It's not. How about the kids back east that actually follow this team that might want to, have school the next day and be able to, get a little bit of sleep before the game. But I personally think that the Guardians should never see a home game before April 15th. So,
why tax day? Just make sure we have money we can go.
I was just middle of April. That's what I was more thinking about.
Yeah, I know.
Good looking out for the accountants, Jeff.
I certainly am, Andy. It's all about the people who handle the money.
Anybody who I know who's accountant, I really haven't seen for the last couple of weeks. They're kind of like
they go undercover.
I feel bad for them.
Yeah, they certainly do go undercover at this time of the year.
Yeah, their work done.
No, but that's okay. Playoffs are coming up. Who might be the most important Cavalier come playoff time? We'll have some thoughts on that next on Baskin and Phelps.
There's a
goes home. The Charge in the playoffs for the first time in 3 years. Listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows. You can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Mary Kay Cabot's back from the owners' meetings in Arizona with the NFL, and she's going to join us coming up at 11 o'clock. And I look forward to talking to Mary Kay and hearing some of the things Todd Monken had to say out there. That's coming up in the 11 o'clock hour. I'm Jeff Phelps. My partner's Andy Baskin. Dan Mennigan behind the glass. Meredith taking your phone calls. 216-474-0092. We're chatting about the Cavs and what happened last night and just kind of how they're rounding into form or not rounding into form or however you want to put it for the playoffs. We had somebody last segment kind of say they want to stay at 4. Well, be careful what you... I don't know that that's the case. It might be, the case. Don't try and arrange that because be careful what you wish for,
True.
You never know what happens there. A great basketball fan joins us now, William in Pepper Pike. William, good to hear from you.
Hey, William.
How you been?
I've been adequate. I've learned how to use a telephone again.
Congratulations. It's good to have you back.
I read about it, and I'm using the old-fashioned telephone here at my residence. But
really?
Rotary? Speaking with you, gentlemen, you're fine, wonderful, amusing fellows. I listen to your show every single day, and I enjoy it very much.
Well, William, thank you. I miss hearing from you.
Well, I hope that Kenny Atkinson, with his obsession for small players, isn't trying to obtain Muggsy Bogues and Spud Webb and Earl Boykins. Maybe they might be available.
Hey, now Boykins
put
from here,
man. Little fellas in the lineup and call the team the Cleveland Atoms with a molecule, change the name. But I have an ideal lineup for the playoffs, and this will eliminate all those little lineups. No Schroeder and Ellis. Those fellas looked at one time to be depth, but now they're clutter. Playing guards as forwards. That's never a good idea. That's not small ball. That's just basically not utilizing players correctly, putting them out of position. Larry Nance was in exile, but I did see him in the game last night.
Yes.
He came back from the dead.
Here's what I would suggest. I would use the starting lineup of obviously Harden, Mitchell, Mobley, Allen, and Strus, not Wade, because I want to bring a taller guy off the bench. Tyson, Merrill, Wade, and Bryant off the bench. Now, in my lineup, I have broken it down into 6-minute segments. There's 8 of those. So I have a lineup for all the minutes of the game from 0 to 48. And in that lineup, I have 24 minutes where the starting lineup plays together, and then 12 minutes where there's a pairing of Harden and Allen and Mitchell and Mobley. That covers the entire 48 minutes. So there is never a period in that 48 minutes where Harden and Mitchell are not on the court, one of the two, and Mobley and Allen are not on the court. They're always on the court, and there's never a lineup where they have these little lineouts where they started Craig Porter Jr. once as small forward, and they're using Keon Ellis as part of it. That cannot happen in the playoffs. So a typical lineup, a second-string lineup would be Harden, Merrill, Tyson, Wade, and Allen, or Mitchell, Merrill, Tyson, Wade, Mobley. I have it. I could send it to you by electronic mail or any method you suggest, but this would be a perfect lineup. And I've got Bryant, Wade, Merrill, Tyson in the combination of 9, the 9 rotation players. I got rid of the smaller players that clutter the court, and I think they can be used now, but during the playoffs they have to eliminate that. And
William?
I think it would work marvelously, and it would allow them to reach the finals because they have excellent personnel. But I don't like that trade for Hunter, for those 2 little fellas. I think it damages the structure of the team.
William? Well put together.
Oh, I was going to. It's somewhere along the line. Did you hear a little Boston accent?
Yes, I did.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
He had to have been a coach somewhere in the Northeast. Had to have been.
Well,
There's just
William,
no way
we haven't heard from him in a while, but he knows his basketball.
Harden.
Yes.
Harden.
He knows his basketball. And his idea,
I think
make sure 2 of the 4 key players are on the floor at all times. I'm sure Kenny Atkinson does that, tries to do that, and should do that.
Jeff, I think sometime we're going to find out that he was either a scout or a coach somewhere in the Celtics organization or somewhere there. We're going to find out that's maybe some undercover name that's calling into our show, and one day we're going to be like, wait a minute, that was...
His name William Heinsohn? Is that what you're saying, Andy?
I have no idea, Jeff. But
Thank you, Dana. Mike is in Euclid, home of the Panthers. What's up, Mike?
Hey, guys. How you doing this
That's
morning?
a tough act to follow, Mike. I'll let you know.
Listen. Yeah, I know, but two things right quick.
Yes.
Jeff, you mentioned the height on the guards. I mean, you just traded Okoro. Well, not just traded him, Okoro, and then Hunter. So you lose the height and the defense. The guys play pretty good defense.
Although, Mike, they were hoping that Lonzo Ball would come in and be something, and Lonzo didn't work here when they traded Isaac.
I don't know.
Forgot about Lonzo.
Who's the GM? Is it Kobe now or the other guy?
It's Kobe Altman.
Yeah, still Kobe.
Yeah, I mean, you keep bringing this talent in here. Sometimes these guys got to mesh. You just don't start throwing a coach a bunch of good players and say, he's got to figure that out. You got to figure out if this guy fit with our scheme. You just can't bring all them guys in here. And after all this time they've been playing, you got to figure out what's your starting lineup and who's coming off the bench. It just seems like he's just playing guys just to, play them, keep them happy or something.
Mike, thank you very much. The team has a lot of talent. I wonder about the depth, and I wonder about how they use the depth, and I say that because I think most of the depth is a little undersized. Keon Ellis is a really good wing defender, but if you're playing Keon at forward, all right, let's just say, Andy, you get the death series that you're talking about. Let's say you end up with Boston. You're going to play Keon on Jason Tatum? Jason's like 6'8", Keon's... Though Keon's a good defender, but he's like 6'5".
Yeah, it's the height of it.
And that makes a little bit of a difference. But Keon's scrappy. I mean, a lot of guys, a lot of teams want a Keon Ellis at the trade deadline.
I get it. But
I love the idea of Keon Ellis defending a guard and not a forward.
Well, I think the call was right. I mean, suddenly guards don't become forwards unless they went through some kind of growth spurt throughout the season.
You can go with 3 guards or even more. I mean, there are times you might want to do that, but sorry, basketball is a game that is dominated by bigger guys. That's just flat out the case. Most critical Cav for the playoffs. I've mentioned this a couple of times.
Yes.
Who do you think it is?
So I went back and forth when he asked me the question this morning. Since the All-Star break, since the trade deadline, I'm gonna say it's James Harden. I think it's easy to say Donovan Mitchell. It's easy to say Jared Allen right now.
It's easy to say Evan Mobley.
It's easy to say Evan Mobley,
who is my second most important guy for the playoffs.
So when I started thinking about it, there's something about Harden that's different than the other guys, and I just think Harden sets the tone for everything that they're doing, especially when he's dishing the ball and then able to come back and hit big shots. That's why to me, the most important player, and he's got a lot to play for too, knowing what his future is. So to me, when we hit the playoffs, the most important player is going to be, and James Harden wants to break away from all the people that go, well, he comes into a new team and you have a honeymoon period, it's great, and can't win in the playoffs. He's got pressure on him. He's got the ability to control the tempo of the game. He's got the ability to set the pace and just the mental mindset of this team on the floor, I think, more than anybody else. And that's saying a lot compared to Don, because I think Mitchell's right there too. But for some reason, it's the experience factor, the little bit more of experience for Harden that makes me think it's Harden.
I think it's James Harden as well.
Oh, really? I thought you were going to go with somebody else.
No, I think it's James Harden. And let me tell you why. They brought him in here because the other thing didn't work. So your move was, the Schroeder trade and bringing in Keon and Dennis for DeAndre Hunter. That's all well and good, but the trade you made because it wasn't working was trading Darius for James Harden. So he has to make it work, and the other guys around him have to make it work. And he comes in, getting ready to feed Dan Mennigan. You ready, Andy? He comes
Don't feed the animals.
He comes in with incredible playoff experience. He's played in 173 playoff games, and he's put up really good numbers. Hold on, Dano. 22.5 points, 5.5 rebounds, 6.5 assists in his playoff career. Dan will tell you this about James Harden and the playoffs?
In games 1, 2, 3, and 4, pretty good. Games 5, 6, and 7, shrinking violet.
And when I put this thought together, I thought of Dan Mennigan. So I looked it up.
Oh.
In Game 7 against Denver last year.
You're about to get researched. There we go.
No, he's about to
hear it.
He's about to get backed up.
Oh, Jeff, I was hoping you were going to go
in Game 7 against Denver last year. So, here, it's Game 7.
Mm-hmm.
James was 2 of 8 shooting, 1 of 4 on threes, had 7 points, 5 rebounds, did have 13 assists, but he did not shoot the ball well, and his team did not win. In 2024, against the Dallas Mavericks in a playoff series, it went only 6 games, and they lost. And in the last game, he was pretty good. The numbers look good. He was 16 points, 7 rebounds, 13 assists, but he was 5 of 16 shooting the basketball. And Dan, you ready? Here's your victory lap. In the last 2 games of that series against Dallas, he was 7 of 28. 7 of 28 shooting the ball, and 1 of 13 on threes. And they went from tied at 2 to losing in 6. They lost both of those games. And then the year before, in 2023 against Boston, when he was with Philly, 9 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists. In Game 7 against Boston, he was 3 of 11 shooting the basketball. And 7 in the last 2 games of the series, here it is again. The year before, he was 7 of 28. In 2023, he was 7 of 27. And he was 1 of 11 on threes. And they lost both of the last 2 games to lose the series.
So we're saying he's the most important. He's got to overcome those.
He's got to shake what Mennigan has been telling us about, because Mennigan was right, at least in the last several years.
You can look back even farther. You can go all the way back to the Houston days. It's always there. I mean, for some reason, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the ref swallowing the whistle so he can't just run into the paint and play bumper cars.
And get to the free throw line like he's really good at.
Yeah, and he's really good at that during the regular season. I don't know if it's ref swallowing whistles and going, we're not giving you the James Harden hogwash that you get away with in the regular season. I don't know if it's the pressure itself, maybe getting into his head. I don't know if it's any of those kind of things, but that's the James Harden MO. He'll get you there.
Well,
but if you try to throw the weight on his shoulders, you're best off winning these series in 5 before he can become a shrinking violet.
Let me quickly add it up. The last 3 playoff series against Denver, Dallas, and Boston, when they had some really critical games that they had to get done in 5 games. Game 7 against Denver and the last 2 games against Dallas and Boston, James shooting threes was 3 of 28. Dano, would you like to take your victory lap, or should we just pat you on the back? What should we do?
I don't want a victory lap. I don't want any of these things. I want him to conquer this so that he can lead the Cavaliers to a playoff victory and, frankly, to the finals. I don't want to be right. I just know this is his MO.
In shooting the ball in those games, not just the threes, where he was, 3 of 27? Is that what I just said? 3 of 27? 3 of 28. Just shooting the ball. He was 16 of 63. So the shot hasn't been there. I think he's the most important Cavalier for the postseason because he has to be. They made the move for him because the other team didn't work. And James needs to step it up when the Cavs get to those games that are really going to matter in the postseason. I hope he does. But the track record, as I point out the last 3 years, as Dan says, you can look it up even more historically than that. It's an issue. We'll talk more Cavs later on. We always do.
Yeah.
Mary Kay Cabot, PlainDealerCleveland.com, all over the coverage of the owners' meetings in Arizona. She's going to join us next right here on Baskin and Phelps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
I give Tiger Woods a ton of credit for stepping away from the game of golf and stepping out of the public eye.
If Burke Lakefront Airport goes away, what are you going to put there?
Oh, I want a ritzy country club for the elites and for the biggest tournaments in the world.
All that, and what's my IQ score? Find out on the emerging podcast scene presented by Extend Technologies on 923thefan.com.
It's Baskin and Phelps right here on The Fan. I'm Jeff Phelps. My partner's Andy Baskin. Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com usually joins us every Tuesday at 11 o'clock. But yesterday, she was hanging out at the Todd Monken breakfast.
Oh, yes.
Which is I'm assuming a good thing.
Oh.
She joins us right now on Wednesday at 11 o'clock on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hello, Mary Kay.
Hi, Mary Kay. How was the breakfast?
It was great. We had so much good access in Phoenix, not just with Todd yesterday, which was fantastic, to be able to sit there with him for a half an hour and ask him every single thing that we wanted to. But we spent some time, some of us got to spend some time chit-chatting with him at the bash, the soiree the night before.
Oh.
And that's a unique opportunity, a very unique opportunity. I also saw Kevin Stefanski there for a few minutes and caught up with him. But then we had the Haslams for a half an hour session, and the Haslams also for a 45-minute, just little kind of an off the record social hour kind of thing, which was really, really nice of them to do that. And then, of course, we hit Andrew Berry on the first day that we got out there for about a half an hour. And when I say we, I'm talking about a small group of Browns beat writers that were out there covering the meetings. That there were probably about 8 of us, 7 or 8 of us. And that included Browns media, their own in-house media. But it was really great to be able to spend that kind of time and, just get everything accomplished that we wanted to.
Very nice. When I heard everything that came out of there, I'm hard pressed to think anything other than Jimmy Haslam saying big swinging and a miss might not have been the right thing to say. That might be the biggest thing to come out of it. Do you think that's the case? Because all of a sudden, Deshaun seems front and center in all this.
Yeah, I don't know if him saying that might not have been the right thing to say was the biggest thing to come out of it. But I think one of the biggest things to come out of it was just how effusive Jimmy was in his praise of Deshaun Watson and how excited this organization is to see what he can do and to see if perhaps they can salvage something from that blockbuster trade. And you never know. I mean, give him the opportunity and see where it can take you. Having said that, however, I left there not having a great handle on whether the lean is towards Deshaun or Shedeur right now. I think they're really going to take a look at it and let the best man win. And that is providing that they don't also bring in another quarterback, which they very well might do. So it's still up in the air, and there's still plenty of time before the opener.
I'm just, what's your feeling on then the quarterback situation based on what Jimmy said, regardless of it's open competition? I just think there were a lot of people that wrote Deshaun Watson 100% off a year ago, and now we sit here and maybe it's 50-50, maybe he's got a 40%, maybe he's got a 60% chance. Do you have a different vibe about the quarterback situation after the meetings?
Well, I had been saying all along and writing for a long time that Deshaun was very much in the mix. So it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me at all to hear that he is very much in the mix to win the starting job. Now, to handicap it and to put a percentage on it, I can't really do that because after we talked to Jimmy Haslam, I think most of us in that room thought, wow, they're really high on Deshaun Watson, and it seems like it could be going that way. And then we talked to Todd Monken at the breakfast, and the pendulum swung back a little bit towards Shedeur. And I think, maybe that was by design. Maybe that's how they want it to be heading into this open competition, which starts on Tuesday when the offseason program kicks off. Maybe they just want these guys to come in and know that they have the opportunity to win the starting job, and they want to see how that brings out the best in everybody involved.
If the name Dylan Gabriel came up, did Andrew Berry or Todd Monken or Jimmy Haslam say anything other than who?
No, they all said basically the same thing, that Dylan's on the roster, and if you're on the roster, you also have a chance to compete at for the starting job of your position. So at least in terms of rhetoric, they are saying that Dylan has an opportunity to come in and also compete for the starting job. And I think they kind of probably don't love the fact that maybe, we have kind of written Dylan off, basically. So they're trying to say, no, that's premature. He's still on the roster, and he's got a chance to go out there and prove what he can do as well. And I think the important part about that is, if you look to last year, Shedeur came in as the number 4 quarterback and ended up starting the last 7 games of the season. So you can never say never about anything. You don't know how things are going to go with health and roster moves and other things. So he has to have his head in the game, and I'm sure he will, just like the others.
Mary Kay, what was your take on the Dylan Gabriel's not here quote, and that, Shedeur is here? And I don't know. I'm concerned that maybe that gets lost in translation. So, you were there. What do you think?
Well, I think it's a note. I don't think it's a headline. I don't think it's a big, huge thing. I did write a story basically outlining the contact that Todd Monken has had with each of these guys so far, because I do think it informs something about where their minds are at and what the players are thinking. I think that it's not customary for a player to be coming in the offseason unless you are coming off of an injury and you need to be here for treatment and rehab and those kinds of things. It's really not something that they do as a matter of course until the offseason program gets underway on Tuesday. So there's nothing wrong with Dylan not being here, but I do think that there was a bit of contrast between, Monken not meeting Dylan Gabriel yet and Shedeur spending a bunch of time this offseason in Cleveland, getting to know Todd, buying him a horse's head for his birthday. And Jimmy pointed out, and I thought this was significant, Jimmy pointed out that that Shedeur got an education in what it takes to be an NFL quarterback last year, and that's part of the reason why he's sticking around this offseason. I think he's studying. I think he's putting in the time. And he said, he's working out. His body looks better. And so I do think, as Todd mentioned also at the breakfast, that it's good to know where you're at and where you need to go and what you need to do about that.
Mary Kay Cabot joining us, and you can read her work covering the Browns at the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com. Let me go to our favorite topic, Mary Kay. At this point, it would seem that any real top-notch free agent wide receiver is already spoken for. Does it feel to you that this is going to be somebody they draft and maybe somebody who falls through the cracks, or are they satisfied enough with what they have that they'll add somebody in the draft and call it a day?
Well, things can always change after the draft, too. If teams draft receivers, sometimes veteran guys shake free. But right now, I think the focus is on the draft, and I think that they will come out of this draft with 2 new, really good pass catchers of some sort, whether that is a tight end and a wide receiver, 2 wide receivers, something like that. I think that they're going to come out with at least 2 new weapons out of the 9 picks, and then they'll probably add even a few more when they start signing the undrafted guys. But I think that they're probably going to skew young on adding to the receiver room right now. I don't really see them going after a big name receiver or trying to make any kind of a trade at this point. Now, of course, that could all change because sometimes these things do change on a dime, depending on, again, what happens in the draft and whatnot. But right now, I'm guessing it will be 1 or 2 really good weapons coming in the draft.
All right, your feelings on Myles Garrett right now, because obviously there were people thinking, wow, look at this trade proposal and look at the contract, how they changed that. Where do you stand on Myles Garrett and his future?
Well, once again, and I tried to write this the very day that the contract revisions came out, that they were not going to be trading Myles Garrett, just like they were not going to be trading him last year. And I think Jimmy spelled it out very clearly. Andrew did as well. But Jimmy was point blank saying, we do think we're going to be a contender within the next 5 years, and we want the best player in the NFL. He believes he's that. At least he's the best defender in the NFL to be part of this and to lead that defense. And why would we give up on arguably the best defender in the NFL when we think we're on the cusp of contending again. And that actually makes sense to me, because even if you could get 2 first-round picks for him, are those 2 first-round picks, unless you were able to parlay them into your absolute franchise quarterback of the future, chances are those 2 picks are not going to add up to Myles Garrett, who is a generational talent. It is hard to find a guy like that. And when you have one, you try to keep him.
Mary Kay, I want to go back to what you said about spending time with Todd Monken. Your chance to get to know him a little bit more and get a feel for what he's thinking. What is he thinking about this opportunity here in Cleveland?
I think that he believes that this is a team that's ready to take off. He was here before in 2019, and he felt that that the team had the roster and the players back then to do some really good things. And obviously for a number of reasons, Freddie Kitchens was the head coach, and they were just dysfunctional basically. But they had the players, they had the horses to do it. And I think he sort of feels that way again. One of the main reasons he took this job was because of the championship caliber defense. He knows what that means to have something like that. And now they just have to get the offense up to speed, but he feels capable of helping out with that and doing that. Like everyone else, I think he recognizes that they have to answer the quarterback problem. And until they do that, you're really not going to completely take off. But I think his feeling on it is, let's get as many pieces as we can. If we can get the quarterback and figure out who the quarterback is this year, great. If not, keep adding to the pile, keep adding to this roster, and then we will have a quarterback at some point.
Who is making is it Todd ultimately making the decision on the quarterback? Is this groupthink? Like, who makes the decision?
Well, until you get to who is going to actually play and start, it's more of a, personnel with coaching input decision in terms of, should we draft Ty Simpson? Should we not? Should we draft Drew Aller? Those things would be the personnel department with Andrew having final say on that, with input from Todd Monken and whoever else that they wanted to, talk to about that. But then when it comes to who is actually going to start, that's all Todd. They are not going to put him in a position to dictate who's going to start at quarterback. So I think that's important to note.
Last question. Do you think Drew Aller's on the map for them? I've heard that a couple times the last couple of days from different people.
I think a number of those guys are on the map, on the radar in the mid rounds. And Andrew keeps talking about that it's wholly realistic for them to add a young quarterback. So I think a lot of those guys are on the radar. Now, if you're talking about somebody like that as opposed to a Ty Simpson, who would be more so, I would think, replacing a Shedeur Sanders if you went that route. Mm-hmm. If you're going with a Drew Aller or one of those guys, then I think you'd be looking at a developmental quarterback who would probably more so make Dylan Gabriel expendable in that situation. So it still has to play out. A lot can happen over these next 3 weeks. But I really wouldn't be surprised if another young quarterback lands here.
Mary Kay, thank you very much. Great coverage. We enjoyed following along with everything you were doing out in Arizona, so well done.
Thank you, Mary Kay.
Oh, thanks a lot. Thanks, guys.
Mary Kay Cabot, Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com. She sat there and had a chance to talk to Todd Monken for an extended period of time. Todd had some things to say about his team, his opportunity, his quarterbacks. And we're going to hear some of those things, discuss some of those things next right here on Baskin and Phelps.
Hey, everybody.
competition, but doesn't plan to divide reps equally. The NFL Draft starts 3 weeks from tomorrow night down in Pittsburgh. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
What did Todd Monken say in Arizona?
Oh, it's like a game show, isn't it?
And can it be interpreted? Well, by golly, we sure hope so, because we're going to try next on Basket of Phelps.
You know, Mary Kay forgot to tell us what she ate for the breakfast. She said
you didn't
breakfast.
Ask her. She said you asked her about the breakfast, and she said it was great access and blah blah blah, and she kept going because I was going to interrupt and say, Mary Kay,
you realize we only care about
this
the
was
food.
Andy.
Yes,
He didn't care about the content. He cared about the food.
It was like pancakes, waffles.
Well, you were wondering if it was powdered eggs yesterday.
Well, it's true. I mean, like, especially if you're going to pay that
the
much
Arizona
to stay at a hotel.
Biltmore is not going to serve powdered eggs.
Jeff, you never know. If it was buffet style, good chance they were. Just saying.
Don't think so.
Just doesn't matter. You know, you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app, or by telling your smart speaker to simply play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Yeah, YouTube. Including the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. That's from 6 to 10. Our show from 10 to 2. And then Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7. That's live each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free, good word, free, and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand now.
And a lot of folks do watch us on YouTube, and we appreciate that.
And some people do watch us on YouTube and maybe don't appreciate us.
I said we appreciate that.
Yeah, I know. I don't know if they appreciate
I really couldn't care less about the comments that might be made.
Oh, okay.
You keep looking at them, and then you want to go out and like slit your wrist.
Since you asked me.
No, I didn't ask you.
I did.
Yeah, he did. Since you asked me to not look at the comments.
Oh, okay.
That's where I'm going with this.
Yeah, good.
That, I quit looking. It's been weeks.
I mean, people want to really, interact with us. 216-474-0092.
That's true.
I mean, how you want to just make a snide comment? You can do that on YouTube too. You're welcome to. That would be great.
That's awesome.
But you're very welcome to call us and debate us.
Although
Actually, right here live on the show.
I mean, there are some pretty good folks on YouTube. I've read some
That's wonderful.
nice comments on there too. So,
well, I thought you weren't reading comments.
That was back when I was reading comments. Dan, help me, man. It's been a rough week.
I still can't figure out. Are we on the wagon, off the wagon? Which one's the good wagon?
I'm taking an ARC to work tomorrow. I'm so tired of the. What is wrong with me? I can't stand
Hello,
the weather.
everyone. My name is Andy. Hello, Andy.
Hi. I live in Cleveland.
All right,
and I took an ARC to work this morning after all the rain over the last 24 hours.
Well,
and
since
the wind.
we've gone down this wormhole, can we just stay here for like 3 minutes?
Yes.
To go rocking chairs on the front porch on this?
You tell them, Hammerschlagen. There you go, go, go.
Is it just me, or are we getting way more rain in the spring than usual and in bigger, bursts? It feels like this weather has been far worse than anything else we've dealt with in Cleveland in a good period of time.
Yesterday was bad.
That was bad.
I was trying to drive.
Yesterday was rough.
The amount of tornado warnings, holy smokes.
I was trying to drive on 91 on the east side, between Mayfield Heights and Solon. And if you looked off on the side of the road, there were trees that had been there for a long time, uprooted. Some of them made it out on the street, and you couldn't drive. So you were going down roads, coming back up roads, going back down. They were driving like crazy, like a puzzle. It was bad yesterday, really, really bad.
Happy to say I didn't lose any trees yesterday, but
good for you.
Unhappy to say I did lose 2 big trees, a month ago when we had all that really high wind? One of which fell on the swing in the backyard that I bought my wife for Mother's Day about 10 years ago.
And now we know what she's getting for Mother's Day this year.
She had told me, why don't you put that away for the winter? I said, yeah, I'll get to it.
Oh, Jeff.
So you're right. Guess what she's getting?
Swing.
Oops.
Swing.
Yeah. So there's that.
All right. I'll get off the rocking chair and finish my lemonade.
Thank you very much. Todd Monken spoke at the owners' festivities. It's called the owners' meetings, but the coaches are all there, and they hang out and They take a big picture together, except Todd wasn't there because he was getting a haircut to get ready for it. Oops.
Yeah, well, how do you miss that?
Oops.
Are you guys, seriously, anybody, like, you missed it for a haircut?
Well, how do you leave your phone on the top of your car?
Well, if you have a cup of coffee and you put the cup of coffee there and you have two hands, you're trying to grab your bag, and you want to make sure that you're fully prepared to come into work, and you put the coffee up high, and then all of a sudden you realize the phone is on the roof.
I love the reconfiguration of our studio because
back in the rocking chair?
Where I used to sit, I couldn't see Dan.
Oh,
and
yeah.
now I just throw things out to see if I can get Dan to react, and he liked that last comment, so that was good. Todd Monken.
You've never done that. You've never left your phone on the top of your car, or the phone, fell out of your car. Nothing? Never. That never happens to you.
I've never left my phone on the roof of my car.
Dan?
In the car, yes. On the roof of the car, no.
Yeah.
There is no way I'm the first person to leave my phone on the roof of my car.
I'm sure you're not. But
you guys make me feel like I'm on this isolated island.
You know what you are, Andy?
Oh, I'm an airhead. I'll be the first to admit it.
Yeah.
You know what you are?
Oh, here we go.
You're Andy. But you're our Andy.
Thanks, Jeff.
Todd
if you
Monken
could do that
spoke.
in the Fred Rogers voice, we'd have a real nice time.
You're our
hello,
Andy. Hello.
You're not just Andy. You're our Andy.
Let me put my sweater on.
Todd Monken spoke. He immediately, of course, Todd's the offensive guru. We keep hearing that as, and kind of the same stuff we heard when Kevin Stefanski was hired. Anyway, he was asked about quarterback like crazy, talked about it, and he made a comment that was like, well, kind of nice to hear you maybe say that, because it was talking about quarterbacks and the work that they get in practices and training camp and everything else.
I wouldn't say they're going to be evenly dispersed, but we'll definitely disperse them to give ourselves a chance to at least evaluate who we have on the roster, whoever that might be. What we've seen in the past and where the year ended last year.
So does that mean Shore gets the bulk of the reps?
I'm not ready to say that yet. I just said the reps can't be divided up evenly. There's no chance it can be divided up evenly, at least on a daily basis.
Go ahead, Dan.
I think that's smart.
Let Dan do it.
Reps. Hello, boys. How are you? Reps.
I think that's the way this should be looked at. And Todd just says it. Kevin caught hell for it. But Todd says it and everybody's like, oh, yeah, sure.
Oh, yeah. That's because no one knows who's getting those reps right now. That's why. That's why it doesn't matter.
Well, that might be the case. But I would think it's this. Somebody's going to get more reps than somebody else. And if they don't look good, guess what?
Someone else is going to get more reps.
Somebody else will get more reps, which is
find
okay.
a synonym for that word.
Reps?
Yes.
Turns?
Opportunities.
I like turns and opportunities. Maybe we got to get like a cycle of 5 of them. Snaps. There we go.
Snaps.
There we go.
Chances?
Well, why can't snaps, reps, opportunities be divided evenly? Here's some deep thinking from Todd.
Well, I think there's always competition, irrespective of the number of reps a player gets. The number of reps a player gets doesn't eliminate competition. It's just in a given day, let's say, for instance, you want to see a quarterback with the first group, a second group, a third group. Well, are you going to divide those reps up evenly? Are you going to divide up the reps everywhere evenly? I don't see it that way. I don't see it. That doesn't mean there's not competition. I just see it as in a given day, and it'll be daily in terms of who gets what reps and when. Because we certainly want to allocate our reps to the players we feel like are going to give us the best chance to win.
How honest and fair was that? We want to give the most reps to the guy we think might give us the best chance to win. Thank you.
It just makes sense.
Yeah, it's just common sense.
But if you like Shedeur Sanders and he's not getting those reps,
well, then you're going to be steamed.
You're going to be called. You're going to be like 216-474-0092. Hey, Jeff and Andy, they're not giving him a chance. Why aren't they giving him a chance?
They don't
He's
like
not
him.
getting more reps. It's constant. It's Jeff. How many times did we hear that call? Now, Monken says it. Okay. Well, he's a new coach. You want to see what he's got. It's okay. Until it's not okay. And we all know that day is coming.
Yeah.
And we're going to be sitting here taking phone calls. I don't understand why Monken's not giving, if it's Shedeur, I don't understand why he's not giving him the reps. Well, remember back in April when you heard it on the show, or March when he said it out in Arizona? Do you remember? Oh, it doesn't matter what he said. I don't understand. Why isn't Shedeur getting more snaps? If Kevin was still here and said the same thing.
Oh, my God, he'd be getting crucified.
Yeah, the phone lines would be going nuts.
Yeah, he'd be getting crucified. But Todd's new, and he has his own thoughts on these quarterbacks. And I have said, ideally, I would think you want to know who your starting quarterback is, or at least who your number one guy is, who that guy is before you even get to training camp, which, if you're an offensive whiz and you've coached quarterbacks your whole life, maybe that's what you're looking for. Here's Todd Monken on the depth chart coming out of spring, all the practices.
You'd love to be able to come out of the spring with a depth chart. That doesn't mean there's still not competition. But I do think you have to narrow the reps, or at least balance up the reps of who you anticipate has come out of the spring, certainly in a position to be a starter.
And again, this guy makes sense, and he says stuff, and that was an honest answer.
Sure was.
You want to come out of spring knowing maybe who your guy is, and he gets the most reps, But I also like he threw in, he covered himself, but doesn't mean there isn't still competition.
Hey, Jeff, in the first OTA or the first practice session they're going to have a first snap at one of those practice sessions.
And if it doesn't go to fill in the blank, people are going to be mad.
Oh, did you hear that so-and-so had the first snap at OTAs? That must mean they're the starter. Or maybe is he supposed to do it alphabetical?
Of course, that's what we're going to think.
Oh, no. In a fair competition, it would be alphabetical, Jeff. There are no fair competitions, kids. Money talks. Sorry. And this is the way it's going to end up going down. And I don't know that it's necessarily good for any of us. And who knows who's going to be the quarterback when this thing all starts. I'm not trying to be Debbie Downer there, but I truly think that when this thing starts, it'll probably be this is what I think. Deshaun Watson will get the majority of the reps. The other guys will try to fight their way through it to get more reps. And then eventually, I think if Deshaun goes back to the last version of Deshaun, then Shedeur is going to start getting all the reps. So he'll have the opportunity to
I can
snap.
see that. I would think and I would think it's Deshaun. Gets the first look. It's like, okay, you're getting the majority of these things. Show us you're the guy.
Yeah.
And then if he shows you're the guy, he's the starter. And if he shows, this doesn't look like it used to look. 2, you're in. And then Shedeur gets his chance.
Oh, I thought Tim Couch was going to be standing on the sidelines for some reason.
Well, it could have been Jerry Corrick.
Yeah, I was going Tim Couch. Little more recent.
I'd rather
reference.
have Tim Couch than Jerry Corrick.
That's not a bad, unless you were going to kick.
Unless you were going to kick. I loved Jerry Corrick. He was fun.
And I'm sure he knew who you were.
Well, at the time he did.
Of course. Enjoyed your company.
I'm sure he did.
Oh, here comes that young go-getter from Channel 43. He's asking me these powerful questions.
Jerry was kind of a nutty kid.
I didn't know him to.
Well, that's okay. That's okay.
So.
One of the many guys, although it's not a terribly long list, who wore number 2 for the Cleveland Browns, now worn by Shedeur Sanders. So that's what Todd Monken had to say. That's some fun stuff. Coming up at noon, we'll talk more football. Jacob Infante, Pro Football and Sports Network. He was out at the meetings as well, covers the NFL draft, knows his stuff. He's going to join us at noon. Coming up next, headlines, until we come up with a better name for the bit.
This winter might not.
Tonight's game is single elimination. The winner moves on to the conference semifinals. The loser goes home, charging the playoffs for the first time in 3 years. Listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
As we close in on the upcoming NFL draft, check out The Fan off-season special every Tuesday night, like last night, from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, and Darryl Ryder. They recap all the latest Browns news and moves this offseason in free agency and the draft ahead. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app and watch every episode live on YouTube. That is The Fan off-season special each and every Tuesday night right here on 92.3 The Fan from 7 to 9.
That's Andy Baskin. I'm Jeff Phelps. And this is Headlines. Until we come up with a better name.
From the
What was that?
I don't know. Live from the 37-second newsroom, he is Dan Menigan.
I'm not sure if I like any part of this bit other than the content.
So, do you want me to stop doing the beginning?
I don't know if I like the music.
A, the music is overly dramatic, which is what it should be.
Yeah.
B, the intro is so over the top, which is exactly what it needs to be.
Thank you.
There are no downsides to any of this.
I do like. I think I like
Jeff,
the fact
you don't like
that,
me doing the open. Just say it.
No, you're fabulous. I kind of like the fact that we're calling it Headlines until we come up with a better name. I mean, that could be actually just the name of the bit.
Quite literally the bit.
Yeah.
We'll never actually come up with a better name.
All right, well, we'll just keep rolling along with this mediocrity and see where it goes.
Let's see if we can do another 15 years of this. Let's go.
That's what we're trying for. All right, gentlemen, let's start with the sad stuff and we'll end happier. So last night, about 6:40 p.m., Tiger Woods on all of his social media pages sent out a message. I know and understand the seriousness of the situation I find myself in today. I am stepping away for a period of time to seek treatment and focus on my health. This is necessary in order for me to prioritize my well-being and work toward lasting recovery. I am committed to taking the time needed to return in a healthier, stronger, and more focused place, both personally and professionally. I appreciate your understanding and support and ask for privacy for my family, loved ones, and myself at this time. Signed, Tiger Woods.
I think we can all understand the need for him to have prescription painkillers throughout the last several decades, right?
Yeah,
clearly he has a problem, and clearly he wants to take care of it.
I mean,
and it's just rough.
In 2001, that's when he rolled his SUV. I mean, I'm just looking back at what that injury was: open fractures to his lower right leg, had a rod placed in his tibia, and had screws and pins inserted to his foot and ankle during emergency surgery. He was hospitalized for 3 weeks following that surgery. Now, that was in 21, so...
Yeah, but he had issues with his back before he ever had the car accident.
Yeah, true.
And so he's been a physical mess. And the fact that he has been able to maintain a level of golf, even to what he's just been able to do. He hasn't played in, a year and a half, something like that?
Yeah, Achilles injury, and then had a replacement disc surgery in his lower back as well. So, in the last 18 months.
Yeah.
There's a Cleveland angle to the story, too.
He's never going to be the player he once was. And he's never, obviously, going to be the player that everybody thought he would become. And I say that only from a legacy standpoint. I mean, we figured he'd win 30 majors, right?
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Instead, that stopped, and to me, it's tragic, and a lot of it brought on by himself.
Yeah.
So I hope he can get the help that he needs now, and can just enjoy the rest of his life. I mean, he's got a lot of years to live, and hopefully he can do it by kicking butt on the senior tour.
Yeah, it sounded like he was getting ready to play the U.S. Senior Open. He was working his way to playing that, according to Kevin Kisner. And I think that's now on the back burner.
Yeah, well, let's hope he can get there. At one point, I hope he can.
So, did you read the whole story? This is just a weird twist, and it says, I want the guy to get help. I totally get it. But could you imagine? Have you ever been in the ER where they have somebody who's under arrest in the ER? Have you ever been in there?
I have not.
Have you?
Nope.
It's a weird.
I hope to continue that trend.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, we've been in the era before where there's been someone and it's just weird because there's like 2 police officers sitting outside the room, and you're like, man, this is weird. I wonder what's going on there. And then think about this. So, and the only reason it caught my eye was because where he was transported to. After Woods was arrested, he was transported to the Cleveland Clinic ER South, but refused medical treatment. Then he was transported to the jail where he was held and released on $1,000 bond later. Could you imagine when they took him into the clinic and he had to be that guy in the room with the police sitting outside?
That was the big thing that came out of this, is that everybody refused medical treatment with it, and the guy who he ran into actually was the one who yanked him out of the car, out of the passenger window.
Wow.
So, yeah, the whole thing is a mess. He also pled not guilty to a DUI. We'll keep you up to date on any other developments when it comes to Tiger Woods in the story.
Yeah, it's weird.
All right, moving along to the NFL, gentlemen. The Monday night doubleheader is no more, according to the media executive vice president Hans Schroeder, realizing that fans were too conflicted between choosing which Monday night doubleheader football game they would look to watch. Andy, what do you think of this development?
I actually think it's kind of ridiculous because they ask us to watch multiple games on any given Sunday. So why is it different on a Monday night? I don't get that. I think what happened was they were taking away from one of the games, and you can't have all the hoop and hysteria over one game, over 2 games. You can only do it over one. Plus, I mean, when you're on Monday Night Football, you want the best announcers. You want to be a part of the show, the magic of Monday night. And when you're the secondary game, you're just playing on Monday night. When you're Monday Night Football, you're the real deal. So,
I hated 2 Monday Night Football games. And again, it kind of goes to the overexposure thought that I've always had about the NFL. Put yourself there. You're front and center with one game. You don't divide your audience. Just go. And I love the fact they've gone back to just one game.
The only time I don't mind the Monday night doubleheader is when they have like a natural
back-to-back, like one starts at 7 and the other one starts at 10.
That's fine too, but the only reason you would do that is because you had a monsoon or a hurricane or some kind of weird occurrence. Normally a natural occurrence. You're hoping that I don't know that you hope for a natural occurrence or not, but for some reason a game had to get pushed back by a day, and that was the alternative to do it. I'm okay with it there. I totally understand it, get it in that scenario, but I don't like 2 games on one night on Monday night.
So the thought that is floating around is that those extra primetime games are going to be moved somewhere else. One of those ideas, gentlemen, Thanksgiving Eve, the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, putting a game then so that the NFL could completely own Thanksgiving weekend. What do we think of this?
Okay. The only issue?
It's the best bar holiday of the year.
Yes.
Well, that'll be on in every bar and everybody will be watching it. So I get that, and I get the exposure aspect here. I don't like football games on Wednesday. So I would think it would have to be 2 teams coming off a bye week. Would it not? And then how do you do that? You can't play on Wednesday and then play on Sunday, can you?
No,
and
it's
you
your
couldn't
week.
play on Sunday and then play on Wednesday. So how do you make that work?
Again, like Europe, this is where you would need 2 games on that night, because that way you could flip the teams on the next rotation for the next week. Otherwise, you've got 2 teams sitting out. Right? Like you'd almost want to have 4 teams playing rather than 2, so you can mix it up.
But at some point there, you're going to have either you're playing on Sunday and then on Wednesday, which is just 3 days later, or you're going to play on Wednesday and then play on Sunday. Either one of those is not good for the human body.
I think what you would do then is you would rotate, like you would have the AFC North around that period of time. There's got to be a formula to make that work. I'll be honest with you. I think it's a great idea to do it the Wednesday before Thanksgiving because there are a lot of people home. It's got that, especially the bar feeling.
I think it's the other direction, too.
What, you say don't do it because of that?
I don't think there's going to be a lot of people home. You got a lot of people who travel that Wednesday. A lot of people do a lot of travel on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving.
Yeah, biggest travel day of the year, isn't it?
Yep.
I don't know, man. It gives you something to do that Wednesday night, too, though.
Rather than just putting your hands in all that wet bread and sausage and celery and making that stuffing.
There you go. Yeah, I actually think it's a great idea. I love it.
I hate it from the idea of...
I love it.
Yeah, I can't.
I love it. Yeah, let's do it.
The last thing I need is more football in my life. I've just learned that more and more.
makes the weekend. Well, I mean, it's Thanksgiving weekend. There's so much stuff going on.
That's why. There's just such an overhaul of everything going on. All right, Andy.
Yes.
Do you want to start high and end low, or do you want to start low and end high? Tell me.
Is it what's it based on?
Two stories about the same thing. Both
All right,
things
let's
you're very passionate
start low and end high.
All right, we will start low and end high. The Athletic is reporting Steelers head coach Mike McCarthy hopes to have another young arm on the roster by the end of the draft weekend.
Oh, Andy.
He's saying we've got to work on some things there, but what that means, if it's Ty Simpson, if it's Drew Aller,
Andy.
Cole Payton, Taylor Green. Andy?
Oh,
Dude,
Andy.
you guys, you're looking at it the wrong way. Again, you guys look at life as half empty. The glass is not half empty, it's half full, because I think some young quarterback will have the chance to develop and learn under Will Howard.
He couldn't even get through that, Dan. Couldn't even get through it.
That was such a pile of BS. I think the shovel broke.
My God.
I think the shovel broke midway through that.
Couldn't even get through it.
All right,
Why?
you want your happy one?
Why? Just let Will play.
All right, here's the happy part.
Brittany.
Mike McCarthy then follow up saying that if he was in the war room when Will Howard was drafted, he would not have been around in the 6th round, meaning that he continuously pumped him up throughout the entire thing, said he would have taken him sooner, and that maybe this is a guy that could help them. He said that he isn't. He's making sure he is rostered as well.
He's rostered.
In other words, he's not getting cut, Andy.
Not getting cut.
Congratulations.
They're working on his footwork, and he thinks Will Howard can help him win from the pocket.
And can I throw one other thing in to make you happy?
I think Will Howard's the best quarterback on their roster right now. He's better than Mason Rudolph. I can't stand this.
That's not a high bar.
Can I throw one more thing in for you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Apparently, the Denver Broncos are showing interest in Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, good. Go to Denver.
Well, that'll
He's
go,
already a mile high.
Bo Nix ankle injury in the playoffs.
That'll go really well.
They're not sure if he's going to be back.
Sean Payton and Aaron Rodgers, yeah, that'll go really well.
Yes, indeedy.
Two giant personalities, yeah, it's going to go great.
Will Howard start a game for the Steelers this year? Yes or no?
Hi, everybody.
Yes.
Welcome to Pittsburgh Radio.
Yes,
I'm Andy
too.
Baskin.
It's Jeff, I don't know if you know this or not, but a lot of people follow the Buckeyes. I know you don't want to believe
that's right,
it.
the Buckeyes.
Will Howard may have been their quarterback. I don't know, in one of the greatest college football seasons of all
awesome,
time.
man.
Oh, here we go.
Bring in the pride of
They
K-State.
were the first team to ever go through the gauntlet of the playoffs and beat like top 10 teams week after week after week. What more do you want?
Loving me some K-State.
Hopefully they keep the school open.
Wrong state.
I thought you just said Kent State.
K-State.
Oh, I thought you said
That'd
Kent
be Kansas State.
Okay. Well, why would you say that? Did he not win at Ohio State? Jeff,
He had
where
a
are
fine
your feet?
season. He did a great job, Andy.
Jeff Phelps, where are your feet? They are here in the great state of Ohio, where the red, white, and blue not only flies for our country, but for our state as well. Look at the counties represent. Oh, I don't even know if they're
The Ohio
counties.
flag is red, white, and blue.
Yeah, I know. No kidding, Jeff.
Even if
Thanks.
it is angular.
Did you hear about the woman in Florida that thought it was like some kind of rebel flag and tried to get the people arrested?
For having an Ohio flag?
Yes. Only in Florida, my friends.
You'll have that.
Only in Florida.
You'll have that.
Salute, Will Howard. Salute. I hope you get your chance.
I hope he comes out and he's gangbusters.
Gee willikers, Jeffrey. That's awesome. It's great. Swell.
I just threw the guy a bone, and that's what I get?
No, you're sarcastic, you're mean, and you don't want
No,
Will
I
Howard.
hope he does great.
You don't want Will Howard to succeed.
I hope he does great.
I know it, and I just
He showed that he's able to drive a high-end sports car. I wonder if he's able to drive a minivan, because that's what he has in Pittsburgh.
I'm boycotting the next 5 seconds.
Jacob Infante works for Pro Football and Sports Network. He was at the owners' meetings. He's all over the NFL draft, and he's on Baskin and Phelps next.
This
first Charge player to win the award. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube.
All right, kids, I know you've been standing by. Here we go. 92.3 The Fan is looking for a winner. Be the third caller right now at 216-474-0092. The third caller at 216-474-0092 to be named the general manager of one of the 32 first-round picks at our 2026 mock draft. Jeff, give me a Ralph Malf.
Give my Ralph Malf?
Yeah. It's the 2026 mock draft.
Mock.
Thank you. On April 16th at Game On, located on Lorraine Road in North Homestead. Plus, you'll get some exclusive Bud Light swag and a buffet dinner at the event. That sounds like fun, doesn't it? Yep. That's
Well, it sure does, Andy.
Game On, located on Lorraine Road in North Homestead. Once we get our third caller here, we will be more than happy to let you know who your team is. Wow. It's going to be fun. I've got all the teams right here at the bowl.
So while you're getting our third caller ready to go, if you happen to have missed a moment in our show, use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Caller number 3 for the big mock draft coming up.
Oh, man.
And don't forget, Jacob Infante from the Pro Football and Sports Network coming up as soon as we're done with the contest. He has a 3-round mock that's out right now.
Yeah.
Speaking of mocks.
Yeah.
And his first 3 picks you'll find interesting.
Really?
Yes, you will.
Anyone? He went. I think it's difficult to go 3 rounds.
I don't know. All right, here we go. Caller number 3 is Sean in Cleveland. Sean.
All right, Sean. Here we go.
You ready?
Yes, sir.
Let's find out who you
All
have
right,
here.
Sean. I have the magic bowl. I'm showing it to everybody on YouTube. I am now sticking my hand in the bowl, and my friend.
The Chicago Bears.
Pick number 25.
Probably don't need offensive linemen, Sean. They've gone heavy there. They have great
right.
skill position guys. You don't need a quarterback.
All right, looking defense then, huh?
I would think you might be going D. Yeah. They have running back talent. They have wide receivers. You might be making a little trade, maybe, Sean.
Oh, that'd be good. You know, Darryl Ryder is a very, very tough commissioner, so you'll have to make sure you get through all of his rules as well. Again, April 6th, we'll see you at Game On, located on Lorraine Road in North Homestead. Thank you.
Sean, thanks.
Hang on the line.
Guys.
Yep, hang on. We'll put you on hold and get all your information. Sean in Cleveland, the winner.
There you go.
Chicago Bears.
Well done. Well
See,
done.
that's a team that can turn things around in a hurry.
There you go.
If they can do it, why can't the Browns?
I don't know. I've been listening
Ben
for a while.
Johnson, Todd Monken.
I got to look. Have the Browns gone yet?
Yes,
I'm
I think
looking in the
they have,
magic
haven't
bowl. Oh, no, because the next one I picked
put
up.
them back in there.
I know they're going back in.
All right, good.
I wonder if they're both in here.
I don't know.
I'm going to keep.
I would think they are. You don't need to look, do you?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I?
Fold it. That way you can reach in and grab it and give it to somebody you like.
No, I'm going to put it in the
You
refrigerator.
can rig the contest.
I'll put it in the freezer.
Let's go to the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. He works for Pro Football and Sports Network. He's all over the NFL draft. He has a 3-round mock that's out right now. A great simulator that's up and rolling on the draft. You're going to love it. He's Jacob Infante. Jacob, good to have you with us today.
Hey, Jacob.
Hey, guys. Appreciate you for having me on for sure.
You got it. First of all, we're intrigued. You have a 3-round mock that you just put out. 3-round mocks are adventurous. Congratulations on doing that. At number
Thank
6,
you.
that can't be an easy thing to do, by the way.
No, it definitely isn't, because the draft is so tough to predict in itself, especially this year when you don't have that much high-end quarterback talent. It can really go in so many different directions, so I appreciate that.
You have, and I've seen this in a lot of mock drafts, and you have the same guy coming to the Browns at number 6.
Yeah.
And it's Carnell Tate, wide receiver from Ohio State, obviously terrific talent. But my question about Carnell Tate is this, and Jacob, our team so clearly needs a top-end wide receiver. But is Carnell Tate a guy who should be taken at 6, Or is he just the top wide receiver in this draft and the Browns desperately need one?
I think it's a little bit of both, honestly. So I think Carnell Tate is a really talented receiver, and I think that specific to the Browns, I think he'd be a really good complement to what they already have in guys like Jerry Jeudy and Isaiah Bond, where, Jeudy being a little bit more of the finesse-oriented route-running separator, Isaiah Bond being more of a speedster type. Carnell Tate is somebody who can win above the rim, somebody with the size and the physicality to get the job done in contested catch situations. I think in a typical draft class, he probably wouldn't go this high, but I do think that there's a lack of premier talent at blue chip positions. So, you're talking, there's some solid talent at edge rusher, but at offensive tackle, the high-end value isn't great. Quarterback, the high-end value isn't great. And receiver, there's solid high-end value. I think Tate being, arguably the top guy in this class of that position. So I think it's a little bit of both. It's just a really weird class where a lot of the top guys, you're looking at a safety in Caleb Downs, 2 off-ball linebackers and both the Ohio State guys, running back in Jeremiah Love. I mean, those are positions that usually don't go that high. So I think it's a little bit of Tate being really good, but also just this class being very bizarre at the top end.
How did it play in that the Browns also had to pick at 24 too? Because you went with Caden Proctor, and I think most people would say if the Browns walk out of this with their first 3 picks with 2 offensive linemen and a wide receiver, job well done. Or even if they went 2 wide receivers and 1 offensive lineman, I don't think Browns fans would be too upset about that. So did that factor into your pick at 24 with Caden Proctor?
Yeah, for sure. And I think that in this class in particular, there's a finite amount of starting caliber tackles, and I think a lot of them are going to go in the first round, with Proctor being one of them. So I looked at that as, look, I still think the Browns could use, multiple early picks along the offensive line, even with some of the moves they made in free agency. And that's exactly what I did. I had Proctor at 24 and then Emmanuel Pregnon in the second round guard out of Oregon. So with Proctor in particular, I looked at that as you're probably not going to be able to get one of the top tackles in the second round, or at least, a couple picks into the second round, because you're looking at some of those fringe guys where, Proctor's a little later in the first round. Someone like Blake Miller out of Clemson will probably be gone by, when the Browns pick in the second round at 39. Max Iheanacho, I still need to figure out that.
It's okay. You're not the only one.
It's a difficult one.
Iheanacho? Is that the Arizona State kid?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, Iheanacho, yes, out of Arizona State. I think a lot of they're probably going to end up in round 1, or if they're not, then probably in those first couple picks of round 2, to where they're not going to be available at 39. So I took that into effect. You could probably get good guard value in the second round or even the third round. But in round 1, I think if, the Browns need a tackle, Proctor has that potential, that very high ceiling with how big, how strong he is, and, moving with good explosiveness for that size. That's what I took into effect is, the positional aspect of it for sure.
Jacob Infante joining us from the Pro Football and Sports Network. I have a scenario for you. And I like the way you have it spread out before the Browns. At number 2, you have David Bailey going to the Jets. At 3, Arvell Reese from Ohio State going to the Cardinals. Reuben Bain, terrific edge rusher from Miami, going to Tennessee at 4, which is interesting. And Sonny Styles from Ohio State going to the Giants at 5. What if one of those 4 guys is sitting there at 6 and the Browns are on the board? Do you think they could go big-time defensive talent there, or do you think they would look to Carnell Tate?
Well, I think if you're going purely best player available, I think the defensive route would probably be the way to go. I mean, I don't think that the Browns would, I don't think they'd take Jeremiah Love. I mean, especially after, he brought in Quinshon Judkins early in last year's draft. But at edge rusher, in my mock, I do have them taking an edge rusher in the third round. Kieran Crawford out of Auburn is the guy that I picked there in the third round for them. But if the value's right, if they like David Bailey, they like Arvell Reese or Reuben Bain, even if they consider Arvell Reese an edge rusher, I think that the possibility of pairing one of those three guys with Myles Garrett would be incredibly enticing. And yes, it's definitely not the biggest need, and the Browns' defense is much further along than the offense at this stage. But at the end of the day, you have to draft the best players available. So when it comes down to, hey, this is a potential Pro Bowl edge rusher or a good starting offensive tackle, you take the more talented player at the end of the day, regardless of need. So I think if you have one of those guys available, you have to at least consider it. I wouldn't blame them one bit if they go receiver or offensive lineman, even with one of those guys on the board. I think that would probably that would address the bigger needs on their roster. But at the same time, I think if you're going best player available, if you have Bailey or Bain or Reese, or even Sonny Styles, I don't think they go a linebacker that high, but any one of those guys, Caleb Downs as well, I think you have to consider any of those guys purely from a value perspective.
5 Buckeyes in the first round, feeling pretty good. Although I looked through your second round, I don't know if I saw any Buckeyes in there too. There's been talk about maybe Igbinosun or Max Clare having a shot up there too. Thoughts on Buckeyes in this draft and knowing that we're going to see 5? I think everyone agrees we're going to see 5 in the first round.
Yeah, they're really, really talented roster this year, and it's going to be reflected in how early these guys go in the draft. You're looking at it definitely, Downs, Styles, Reese, Carnell Tate, and then I feel very strongly Caden McDonald, the defensive tackle, is going to make it in there as well. I have all of them inside my top 25, so I feel pretty comfortably that they're going to end up there. And some of those names you mentioned as well, Max Clare, Davison Igbinosun, I think there's I don't have them as round 2 guys. I do have them both, at least on my board as round three players. But there's certainly a chance where you look at Clare, what he's been able to do as a pass catching tight end, as a receiving tight end, the athleticism, the fluidity that he has, and then Igbinosun, his experience, the fact that he's improved over the course of his collegiate career every year, the physicality, the size, it's certainly possible. It's a really talented group of OSU prospects coming in, as I feel like it is almost every year, with how good that program is. But I feel very comfortably it's going to be 5 guys in the first round, and then those 2, if they don't go in the second, I feel pretty strongly they'll go in the third.
Yeah, I agree.
Jacob Infante joining us, ProFootballNetwork.com, where you can go and read his mock draft and all of his other work. I think you have a fascinating pick in the second round at 44, where you have Ty Simpson, the quarterback from Alabama, going to the New York Jets. Do you think he lasts that deep into the draft, or does some team panic, freak out, or know more than everybody else and trade up into the first round to get him?
I know this is going to sound like a cop-out answer, but I think it's 50-50, honestly, because I keep going back and forth to where I don't think Ty Simpson is a blue-chip quarterback prospect by any means. I think that, the physical upside it's decent, but it's not franchise caliber, in my opinion. His arm is good but not great. His athleticism is good but not great. He's a little undersized for the position. And he's also only a 1-year starter, so there's a smaller sample size to work with, as opposed to some of the other top quarterbacks that have entered the league in the last couple of years. But at the same time, like you said, I think there's a good chance that a team panics. There are a lot of teams that need quarterback upgrades, whether it's in the short term or in the long term. They need to figure out solutions. So I think I had him going to the Jets because I don't think they take him in the first round, but if they go through and they make 3 selections, with their 2 first-round picks and the second rounder they have before that, we'd be like, all right, if Ty Simpson's still available, taking a shot on a quarterback in the second round has much lower stakes than taking a quarterback in the first round. So I had them taking a shot in that regard, but you also have teams like the Cardinals who pick before the Jets, at least with that selection that I had Simpson going at. You have the Steelers. Maybe they take him as Aaron Rodgers' successor. Maybe the Rams. Maybe they trade up. I don't know. They probably wouldn't do it with the first-round pick they got from Atlanta, but, crazier things have happened. So I truly say it's 50-50. I think that as far as a pure first-round undisputed grade, I don't have that on Simpson. but he's, in my opinion, far and away the second best quarterback in the draft, way better than, QB3, QB4, QB5 guys like that. So I think that by default, that's going to bump him up a little bit. So I truly think it's a toss-up whether he ends up falling into the 40s there.
If you're the Browns at 39, do you think about it?
I think about it. I don't think I pull the trigger. I think Cleveland has a roster where, there's talent there, but I think they need to build a little bit more of an infrastructure. And I think at least I was down here in Phoenix for the league meetings, and I had the chance to speak with Todd Monken, and he, it made it sound like it's Shedeur Sanders versus Deshaun Watson for that QB battle with, Dylan Gabriel didn't really seem like he's a serious contender in that regard, but it did seem like they were, content with, having those two battle it out. So I don't think that Simpson is a guy to where it's like, all right, well, this is a difference maker. This is a swinging for the fences sort of move. If they had an opportunity to do that in this draft, I'd certainly consider it. But I don't think this year is the best year to do it just because of the lack of high-end quarterback talent outside of Fernando Mendoza. So I'd certainly consider it. But if I'm the Browns, I'd probably go elsewhere, try with Sanders or, see what Watson can do, coming back from injury. And then if that doesn't work out, then, look to 2027 to make a move.
We talked about Gabriel for a while and maybe what could happen to him if he ends up getting traded. I don't know if you heard any scuttlebutt on that, or if they want to stick with him. That whole being picked in the third round for the Browns is a weird dynamic. I just want to ask you, do you see it as three tiers of quarterbacks then, with Mendoza just clearly above, and then Simpson's like in his own little island, and then you get to Nussmeier, Beck, and Aller, and how close do you think those last three guys are as far as being on the board? Between do you think teams look at Nussmeier, Beck, and Aller kind of the same, or just your thoughts?
Yeah, so I'm definitely with you. I think Mendoza's in a tier of his own, and then he moved down, and then Simpson's kind of in a tier of his own as well in that tier 2 range. In tier 3, I get the sense it's, pretty similar with a lot of those guys, Nussmeier, Beck, and Aller being those, in my mind, consensus 3, 4, and 5 in some order, with, you can throw in Taylon Green out of Arkansas, who, tested incredibly well at the combine, big guy, incredible, just super inefficient and inconsistent in terms of his accuracy. So I think he's someone where, Taylon Green, I have him going in the third round in my mock draft. I don't have a third round grade on him on film. I just think, there's a ceiling there. Maybe he gets thrown into the mix into that tier 3 range. But yeah, I think Nussmeier, Beck, and Aller, I have very similar grades on all of them. I actually have it in that order: Nussmeier, QB3, Carson Beck, QB4, Drew Aller, QB5. And, if I'm the Browns, especially if they do trade Dylan Gabriel, then, maybe they, take a shot in round 3 on a quarterback and be like, what's the worst that can happen? Again, I wouldn't say definitively that I'd go down that route, because I think there's a pretty good opportunity to load up on talent on especially offense, but both sides of the ball, with multiple picks and build around, at least in the short term, build around Shedeur, give him a chance to prove himself as the long-term guy. If it works out, great. If it doesn't, move from there. But yeah, I have a pretty similar grades on those tier 3 kind of quarterbacks. I think the league is going to have Taylon Green in there in that range. I don't, but that's why I projected him that high, just off of the upside.
Jacob Infante from the Pro Football and Sports Network, all over the NFL draft. His 3-round mock is out right now. Go take a look, profootballnetwork.com, and do PFSN's draft simulator. It's fun stuff. It'll keep you entertained, Jacob. Thank you, buddy.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Jacob joining us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. He has Ty Simpson on the board when the Browns draft at 39. Would you? It's Baskin and Phelps. You're on the Fan.
at 20% off. Don't miss out. Make this Easter unforgettable at Target.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Welcome back to Basket and Phelps. Jacob Infante from Pro Football and Sports Network just talked NFL Draft with us. You can go to the website, read his 3-round mock, profootballnetwork.com. And he has Carnell Tate going to the Browns at 6. Caden Proctor, the offensive tackle from Bama, going to the Browns at 24. And Emmanuel Pregnon, guard from Wyoming and USC and Oregon. He did the big trip, 3 schools, going to the Browns at 39. That means he has them passing over Ty Simpson because he still had Ty Simpson on the board at 44 for the Jets to trade up with the Cowboys to pick. If Ty Simpson's on the board, folks, at 39, are you taking him? We discuss momentarily.
As always, you can listen to the show or all of our shows on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast.
Yeah, see, that was momentarily because that didn't take long.
Yes, that's the definition of momentarily.
Is he on the board at 39? Maybe. If he is, do the Browns take a quarterback at 39, Andy? And if you take a quarterback at 39, doesn't he have to kind of be considered your heir apparent? Maybe not immediate starter, but certainly your heir apparent there.
Yes. You put all kinds of pressure on where you're at this point, right?
So do you take him if he's on the board at 39?
No. Simpson? Just making sure we're talking about the same thing.
Simpson.
No. I'm just not there.
Homer Simpson, sir.
Yes.
Simpson.
No.
Simpson, yes.
Yeah, that young go-getter who's going to be a decent quarterback, backup quarterback for somebody else. I don't see it. I don't see it. And I don't think it's worth the aggravation. Although, this team doesn't care about aggravation because they drafted 2 quarterbacks last year.
On top of having the guy who had all the issues and hadn't played well in the big trade.
Yes.
So they're not afraid of that. They're not afraid of those things. I keep thinking 2 things about Ty Simpson. The first thing I think is if he's on the board at 39, no, I'm not taking him either. Because 1-year starter, couldn't beat out various other good quarterbacks at Alabama, including Jalen Milroe, who, by the way, I still love. Couldn't do it. 1-year starter, got hurt, was pretty good, then got hurt during the season and did not perform quite as well. And I keep thinking about that and think, yeah, probably not. And then I keep thinking about this.
Mm-hmm.
Todd Monken has known him for a real long time. Todd Monken knows his dad. Todd knows Ty. Todd talks about Ty.
If
Todd recruited Ty to go to Georgia, and he said no and went to Alabama.
If Todd is going to draft him because he's friends with his dad, that's not exactly a great
I'm
reason.
just saying that there are all kinds of things going in here. It's not because, hey, I'm going to draft my buddy's kid. It's, hey, I have a real working knowledge of my buddy's kid, and I think he's worthy of being drafted at 39. That's the catch. It's not because he's his buddy. It's because he's my buddy, and I know this kid really, really, really well. And I know that he can do it in this league. And Ty Simpson continually saying, love Coach Monken, blah, 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 would love to play for the Browns. He talked about himself and, who was it, Carnell Tate together, right? What a combination we have. That could be phenomenal.
It could be. It could be. I just don't see it. Do you?
If Todd Monken likes him, Andy, he's certainly more franchise-altering than drafting a guard out of Oregon who's on his 3rd college.
That guard could be here for 10 years, though.
So what? He's a guard.
Well, if you don't have any kind of offensive line, what do you?
You just signed 3 guys. You brought them in. You have an easy 3 of your 5 starters right now. You're going to draft a 4th one in the 1st round. You can find somebody else. You got Tevin Jenkins. He can start. But, boy, if you think you can get that quarterback at 39, how do you not jump all over that? Mike is on the road, and we hope that means he's driving on the road and not just like sitting there, because that's detrimental to your health.
Hey, Mike.
Sorry, Mike.
Hello, Mike.
Mike, you can talk now, or we can just move along.
Thank you, Mike.
Which we will do. Jim is in Rocky River.
Jim, what's up, man?
Hey
Hey.
guys. Good to talk with you.
Good to talk.
Love the football talk. We're talking quarterbacks. I'm a little unorthodox. I'm actually a big Deshaun Watson fan. I've followed his career for years in Clemson, and I'm hoping for a major comeback. He's just one of the greatest stories, I think, in the NFL this year. If we could get him performing again. But
weak.
Thanks.
Weak.
Appreciate that, Jim.
Oh, so close. So close to getting through on April Fool's Day. You can't beat the gatekeepers, kids. You'll never beat them.
Dan has buttons.
I should have known.
I have no time.
He has no time on his schedule.
I do not have time to be in a meeting and have a bad time.
It's
not on my schedule.
Can I hammer this point home? If you think you can get a quarterback who's going to be here for 7 years at 39, and I say 39 because Jacob Infante, who was just with us, had Ty Simpson on the board deep into the second round at 44. You got to take him. You have to take him. If their evaluation says, yeah, we think this, if they think, Andy, Ty Simpson is the next Kirk Cousins, you have to take him. That level of quarterback play is something we haven't seen here on a regular basis for a long time. Even Kirk Cousins' level of play. Kirk has had some real good moments in the NFL.
I would not mind.
You would have to take him.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind watching Kirk Cousins play here next year. Would you?
Well, I meant Ty Simpson as Kirk. And playing the role of Kirk Cousins, Ty Simpson.
I was ready to take Kirk Cousins.
Well, he's available too.
I'd take it for a year and then try to figure this quarterback thing out next year in a draft that we all think. Although I said this a year ago, the next year draft is going to be better for quarterbacks. And here we are again, 12 months later. I think next year's draft is going to be better for quarterbacks.
But why is that? Because so many guys who are supposed to be in the 2026 draft pushed their draft eligibility back a year.
I find it interesting that there have been a couple times on the station where Drew Aller's name keeps popping up.
Well, it should.
But it was kind of cold. Like, I didn't hear, no one's really talked about it at all. And I mean, I wonder, if you took Drew Aller in the 5th round, what do you have to lose, right? 4th round.
I don't think Drew's going to last till 5. I would think Drew's off the board at the latest, the end of the 3rd round. Which, by the way,
I
if
hope
the Browns have the 70th pick overall, again, I hate to pass it down the road. It comes down to evaluation on some of these guys, and that to me is what it's all about. Chris Rose, our buddy from the NFL Network, will have some thoughts on this. He's coming up next on Baskin and Phelps.
Philadelphia will clinch a spot in the playoffs for the Cavs. You can get all the latest Browns news pushed straight to your phone by following the Browns playlist in 92.3 The Fan in the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Ladies and gentlemen, the fight song of your Miami Redhawks. If you didn't go to Miami, it's not your fight song, and they're not your Miami Redhawks. But if you went to Miami, you would be a Miami alum, along with the fine young man who is joining us momentarily on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. He does all kinds of baseball stuff, as we know, like crazy. Baseball Today on John Boy Media. And, of course, he's also with the NFL Network. And he joins us on a very regular basis. He's Mr. Chris Rose. Hello, Chris.
Oh, Chris, you keep us regular.
Wow.
Thanks, man.
I didn't say that.
I did. I don't care.
Well, we can only go up from here.
That's true.
We tried to flush it down. Okay.
Wow.
That's why we love you.
Rim shot.
Play along. Thank you.
That was beautiful. I appreciate that. Before we get to other such things, we just had a nice young guy on our show, Jacob Infante, from Pro Football and Sports Network. He has a 3-round mock out, and he had Ty Simpson going at 44. And we were discussing, if he's on the board at 39, and you're the Browns, and you're Todd Monken, and you have a great working knowledge of him, you taking Ty Simpson in the second round if he happens to still be on the board?
I don't think you'll have that opportunity.
Okay.
But if you... Yeah, I don't. I think that there's too many teams at the top ahead of us at the second round that might think about it. But if he is there, I don't.
I'm overwhelmed by your excitement on him.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm having a hard time getting excited about him. I don't think so. That's what I think.
Okay.
I get it. You know, some people fell in love with him for the first 7 or 8 games last year, and then they said as his play deteriorated, things deteriorated around him. Right? That's the hard thing about judging a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think so, but I suppose I could be convinced in another direction. Here's where I sit with the second round quarterback. When you draft a guy in the second round, aren't you hoping that he becomes the franchise quarterback?
Yes.
I mean, you never draft a guy in the second round to say that, oh, yeah, I want a career backup. Like, third round, that's where it kind of gets interesting. It's usually guys who have played a long time in college and have starts, and you're like, yeah, I could see him being a backup, and if we need to put him in there for a month because of injury, we could maybe go 2-2, right? I think that's kind of the sweet spot for that philosophy. I've never understood let's take him at the top of the second round. It's usually because nobody felt like trading up for him at the end of the first. So I don't know how that's how I see guys taken in the second round.
Yeah, because you would think contractually you'd want to sneak him into that back end of the first round. That makes sense what you're saying. I also wonder that if Ty Simpson gets pushed up, will that push up Nussmeier, Beck, Aller, those guys? Will they end up getting pushed up too if he ends up going? Because it feels like there's this gigantic hole between Mendoza and Simpson, and then Simpson and maybe Nussmeier, Beck, Aller. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do know what you're saying. Once again, I would love to hear the different philosophies on decision makers about taking a quarterback in the second round, right? Because there have been guys who have succeeded. Derek Carr's a guy that was taken early in the second round, had a really solid career. Jalen Hurts has turned into what he has, a Super Bowl champion, Super Bowl MVP. Andy Dalton is a guy, right? So those are guys who have had very successful tenures. There are also some other guys. Will Levis is probably about to be on another team. Kyle Trask Kyle Trask was one of the throwing quarterbacks this year at the NFL Scouting Combine. He was a second-round pick of the Buccaneers. So I don't know. With a team that once again has as many holes, I don't know if you want to throw darts at the board hoping that happens.
It's a fascinating situation. It'll come down to what Todd Monken thinks about things, maybe, and if he can convince Andrew Berry if he thinks he's the right guy. Owners' meetings happened. The big swing and a miss comment from a year ago kind of walked back a little bit. You read what into that?
That the situation has changed. I mean, you can't put the toothpaste back in there. I mean, we all heard it, but the reality is that he is on the roster for financial reasons, and he might be the best option. Those are all accurate statements. And I didn't quite get the extension line, but I think we just deal with the here and now, which is Shedeur showed glimpses in his 7 starts last year. The offense looked better when he participated in it, and he still might not be the answer, and he still might not be the best quarterback on this roster. So, I thought Todd Monken was very honest yesterday with his diatribe about splitting up reps, and I appreciated his candor there, and I think he really doesn't know how it's going to all unfold when we get on the field in May or what have you.
I switched gears to baseball for you. Did you go over to the games? Guardians yet?
I went on Monday, and actually we ended up doing a new segment that is going to air with Hedges and Quan for dugout discussions next week. That I think those guys, I couldn't have picked 2 better guys to do a new segment with that I think is going to be a lot of fun throughout baseball. So
you want to tease us a little? Let us know what it's about, or is it just?
Yeah, it's. I brought a pair of whiteboards for them to answer questions at the same time about teammates.
Oh, fun!
And it was. The guys were great.
What have you thought of the start of your hometown team there? Wait, tonight they're on schedule to score 6 runs, just so you know that. Tomorrow, none.
Yeah. Maybe you didn't pay attention to who's pitching for the other team.
I didn't. Yeah, you know what? I was just looking at the up and downs. Sorry, 0-6, 0-6. Yeah, you're probably right. So, I'm okay with it. This is not you got 3 wins on a road trip to start the season, and Delauter has been fun. Other than the fact he got hurt again last night, but I'm interested, and it's fun, especially for a team that didn't do a whole lot during the offseason.
Well, I don't know how you guys felt, but as we were watching that at bat of Delauter and that happened, there was probably a collective 4-letter F word, and I'm not talking fans, that got screamed out by every Guardians fan as I was deciding whether or not to tweet, why did Chase Delauter get Zadrunas' feet? So, I don't know if you noticed, he fouled the ball right off his foot the previous night, too.
Right foot, left foot, he got them both.
Yeah, it's just enough already. But, right, our first 3 series, you're going against 3 teams that finished in the top 8 last year, including 2 in the top 4 and 1 that won it all. Yeah, I'll even take 3 and 4 on this road trip. It'd be fine. Guys, the offense it's tough. There's no way around it. If Bazzana's not up by mid-May, you're going to have people pulling their hair out. And it should be. Young guys, I don't know if you've paid attention to what's gone on here the first week, but young guys are ruling the league right now. And this isn't when we grew up. Hell, it isn't even 15 years ago when we were like, well, we can't bring that guy up because he doesn't have enough minor league at-bats. Screw that stuff. Go pull up the 2024 draft and go look at the number of guys who are not only on active rosters at the major league level, but are key contributors for their team. Go look at it.
Preach!
So Travis Travis Bazzana's got to be up here. Brian Rocchio's got to go back to short. And Gabriel Arias has got to go back to learning what a strike zone is. So that's the way it's got to be. If you're going to nickel and dime your organization, why should C.J. Kafis be getting at bats up here, but Travis Bazzana shouldn't? It's like they want to talk out of both sides of their mouth, and it's not fair to do to the players on this team and to do to the fan base, in my opinion.
Drop the mic. Best take ever. Thank you, Chris. The best ever.
The best one ever?
Well, I got to, because I've been screaming along with that.
You've had
Chris,
so many.
You said everything that I was thinking. Everything that I've been kind of preaching, talking a little bit about. Like, I was ready to see Travis Bazzana come right out of camp. Right out of camp. I can understand why they held him back a little, but I'm telling you, by the end of the month, I want to see him here. And that's being generous, I think. Yeah,
and look, the stipulations on service time have changed in recent years.
Yep.
If your player, even if he comes, I think it's April 8th or 9th is when it becomes like a full service year for these guys, because they have to be up 172 days, I want to say.
Okay.
And if that's your worry, that we're going to cost ourselves a year of service time with a guy, he can still get a full year of service time if he finishes first or second in Rookie of the Year voting. But because you didn't have him on your opening day roster, you don't get the bonus pick. Like, the Pirates pulled this BS a couple of years ago with Paul Skeens. Remember, he didn't start the year up here?
Mm-hmm.
Still ended up winning Rookie of the Year in 2024. He got the full year of service time, but the Pirates did not get the first-round pick that came attached with it when your guy wins Rookie of the Year or finishes second, because he was not on the opening day roster. So they were trying to play that game. They got stung, and he still got his year of service time.
Love it.
I love the idea. I'm assuming when they think he's ready, Chris, he'll be up here. But
guys, he's ready right now.
Okay.
It's not 3 weeks worth of at-bats is not going to change whether or not Travis Bazzana is going to eventually be a successful major leaguer. It's just not. So I don't know if it's strictly the service time thing. I don't know if they're trying to work for a behind-the-scenes extension. I don't know if you guys have paid attention to this, but in the previous 2 days, Seattle signed their 20-year-old future shortstop to a $95 million contract.
Yeah, he's from here. He's from Ohio. Yeah.
Right? Yeah, Cole Emerson. And then Milwaukee did it with their presumably shortstop of the future as well. They gave him a $51 million extension. He's barely played above Double-A. So teams are doing this stuff. It would make sense for the Guardians to do it with Travis Bazzana. Delauter, I understand the injury worry there, but with Bazzana, it makes sense. If you really think, if you wanted to go make him the first pick and you believe in him, give the fans a reason to go buy a jersey other than Jose Ramirez's.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Rose.
Thank you.
New American Gladiators trailer out now. Where can people see it?
On my social media, at Chris Rose on Twitter. I put it out yesterday on my Instagram as well, crose127. It's coming out 2 weeks from Friday. We released the first several episodes. For people that, are our age, it's right in our wheelhouse. We pay homage to the OG recipe of it with some new twists. It was a ton of fun to do. That's all I can tell you.
Awesome. Thanks, buddy. We appreciate your time as always.
Well done. Best phone call ever.
Wow, ever. I can't handle that kind of pressure.
You've had some good ones, too.
Never before have Shaker Heights and Cleveland Heights been united as one in one thought. Thank you.
All right, boys.
Later.
Chris joining us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. He says, Bazzana, now, go. Andy has been saying that for some time. I'll give you my thought on it coming up next. It's Basket and Phelps on the Fan.
24 games he played for the Charge this season to help them secure a 3 seed in the Eastern Conference in the G League playoffs, and Aruna is the first Charge player to win the award. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Chris Rose wants Travis Bazzana up here even more than Andy Baskin.
I know.
Wants Travis Bazzana up here. We'll discuss in a second, but first.
92.3 The Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code COLLECT, COLLECT. Collect, COLLECT. Enter that code at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Great Lakes Collectors Convention and Strongsville Sports Collectors Convention, April 10 through 12. That's coming up, next week, at the Independence Fieldhouse. Plus, you'll be qualified for the grand prize, an autograph meet and greet with former Browns Pro Bowler Joe Hayden. Get your tickets at greeniesportscards.com, all from Greenie Sports Cards, 92.3 The Fan. I think I'm going to head out there for one of the days. And I got to tell you, it's just a great event. It's a lot of fun. If you're looking for just like great collectibles, I got to tell you, it's one of my favorite events to go to. Great to take the kids. I can't tell you the people I've run into in Independence at the Fieldhouse at this event too. So it's a lot of fun. If you want to try to hop in on that, collect is the word, COLLECT, and you want to go to 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock. Really a fun time. Good time for the family.
There you go.
Yep.
That's Baskin. I'm Phelps. Mennigan's behind the glass. Meredith taking your phone calls at 216-474-0092. Chris Rose just said it. 3 weeks of at-bats, not going to make a difference with Travis Bazzana.
He was good last weekend, kind of cooled off a little bit this week, but that's all right.
Okay. Look,
it's early. It's still early.
I can't wait until this guy is in a Guardians uniform and starting at second base. Andy, I'm anxious for it.
We just got to make sure he sticks.
Can I play devil's advocate for you?
Yeah, I know the devil's advocate side because I understand where you're going with it, and I don't have a problem with it.
Chris is right. 3 weeks of at-bats won't make a difference. But there's this. He's hitting 200 right now.
Yeah.
No. Hey, hang on. It's not just that.
Okay.
He's hitting 200 right now. Last year, at 3 levels of the minors, he played some rookie games, 7. He played in the Eastern League, 51 games, in AAA, 26 games. He hit 245.
Okay.
Last year. Okay. And his OPS, very good. It was over 8. And Dan's magic number is 72, which is major league average, but his OPS in the minors was 88.813.
720.
What did I say?
72.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's what I'm sorry. I'm 0.720 there. 70. Okay. It's 7.2. There you go. You see where I'm going?
I know. I see where you're going.
My thought is this: if the guy hasn't hit any better than 245 in a season in the minors, and he's only in his 3rd season in the minors right now, is he major league ready? And I can't wait till he is. And as soon as he is, he's my starting second baseman. But if you hit only 245 last year in the minors, and you're hitting only 200 now, are you major league ready? Or are we just all excited because he was the number 1 overall pick and we think he has to be here now?
I think the 200 for this year is kind of a I don't know.
Right now it's an
fake.
aberration.
Yeah,
sure.
It's fake because
he's only had 15 at-bats.
Yeah, I mean, his first, I think, 7 at-bats were, I think he had 4 hits in his first 7 at-bats. And then he struggled this week a little bit at the plate. He's scuffling, maybe. I guess that's a better word. But it's scuffling.
Well, he's just had a couple of outs. Yeah, he's just made a couple of outs.
Yeah, it's a series. So I'm not the 200 that's sticking next to his name right now doesn't mean anything. We'll talk
question.
about it. So I mean, he is a 242 career minor league hitter.
Well,
but
great. That makes you about 210 in the majors.
Well,
maybe.
But I don't know if this is true. Like, if you ask people that watched him hit at spring training, I know it's spring training. looked like a professional hitter. If you watched him in the World Baseball Classic, you didn't question whether he was a professional hitter at that point during that. So I think he's right there. He is swimming to shore. He's very close to shore. But what Chris said about service time is the part that would aggravate me if that's why they're holding him back. And Chris is right about selling jerseys and just – but I don't want him to come here and be a flop. So that's where I'll play devil's advocate on your side. If he's not ready, then he's not ready. But if he's not ready because of service time, that is aggravating. It's aggravating as a fan. You know,
do you think that's the case? I don't think that's the case.
Well, they did it with Lindor. You know they did. We all know they did it with Lindor.
But as Chris said, the rules have changed.
Yeah, but you're talking about still you got to be 1-2 in Rookie of the Year voting. And Skeens broke the mold and probably aggravated the you-know-what out of the Pirates because he was able to do that. I don't know. Is Travis Bazzana going to be the Rookie of the Year? I don't know. And I really, today, I don't care. It's a long season. I do want to see if a guy they deemed worthy of being the best player in baseball at that given time is ready to play. Otherwise, did they make a mistake with their first ever number 1 overall pick? I mean, Andrew Berry gets killed on a daily basis for what he did in the draft. We never hardly ever talk about what the Guardians did in the draft and how they may have helped or hurt the franchise. All you know is, you know what? Last time they went out there, they grabbed a bunch of hitters. And before that, they used to grab a bunch of pitchers. I mean, it's just big picture stuff when we talk about drafting for the Guardians. This is different. This is the number 1 overall selection in this draft. And I don't care what you say about comparing this to, not you, somebody else in the room who's on the other side of the glass, comparing it to football or comparing it to another sport, because it's not the same. But when you pick someone number 1, there's something special about that. And I don't care what sport.
4 first overall picks in the MLB draft.
You're making me do this off the top of my head.
Come up. If you can give me 4 first overall picks in the NFL draft, hell, you can give me 4 first overall picks in the NBA draft. Give me 4.
Stop.
Come on.
Seriously?
If it's that big of a deal, if it's that we have to be locked in on.
He's got you, dude.
What, for number 1 overall picks? Of all times?
Jackson Holiday.
I'm just saying,
Rick
of all
Monday.
time, you're going to tell me.
Clicking.
Why? Just because I don't have a computer memory brain. But I can sit here and tell you, Manning, Carr. What do you want me to say? Those guys?
Absolutely.
Quarterbacks?
Absolutely.
Jamarcus Russell. There's one for you.
Yeah.
But it's just, Tim Couch. There you go.
Right.
Okay, I can tell you the football guys.
Baseball.
No, he said NFL.
No.
Yes, you did.
I said give me 4 for the Major League Baseball draft. That's how this whole thing started. Give me 4 for the Major League Baseball draft. First overall picks.
Jeff, give him 3. Give him 2.
You can do it for the
give
NFL draft.
Can you do
you
it?
can do it for the MLB draft.
Jackson Holiday.
Or the NBA draft.
Rick
Notice
Monday.
how we can't do it.
Rick
Go
Monday,
way back with Rick Monday.
There you go.
Let me twist what I said earlier. Though his best batting average in the minors is 245, tell me it was last year he hit 245. I mean, it was his first full year in the minors. Would you guys agree with this? I don't think numbers are going to dictate when Bazzana is brought up. Though he's not had great success in the minors, I think what's going to dictate whether he's brought up is, do they like what he's doing at the plate? Do they like his swing? Do they like how he's handling things? And I think that will dictate when he's brought up, as opposed to absolute results at the plate. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think. Yes. I'm sitting here debating this whole argument that I probably knew Connor Bedard and Jack Hughes and Connor McDavid before I knew these baseball guys. So.
Absolutely. I mean, and it's
And
not
I got to be honest, I don't really care about the NHL, but I knew those guys off the top of my head.
But it's not meant to be a slam on anybody for not knowing.
It's
meant to
it's the crapshoot that the Major League Baseball draft is.
It's the big crapshoot that it is. I mean, we could go Paul Skeens, Bryce Harper, Steven Strasburg, Adley Rutschman was first overall as well. But if you ask Orioles fans about Adley Rutschman right now, they'll send him out because they got a
Sal
minor league
Basallo's
prospect.
their
Do you not want to see him?
their guy.
Do you not want to see Bazzana? What's holding you back on Bazzana?
I want to see Bazana. I understand
that.
Too, I want him to come up here, and I want them to hand the keys to him for second base, and I want them to leave him here.
None of us are arguing that point.
And so I want to make 120% sure that dude is ready to come up here and rake.
And you're like me. You're not convinced that he is.
And I'm not convinced because he was banged up a lot of last year. And so I want to see him come out between AA and AAA and roll. And if he's rolling in June, get him up, because that way he understands what he's going to be going up against between guys on rehab assignments and going up against better quality than he will at AA. That's my biggest thing with Travis Bazan. I'm tired of watching Gabriel Arias swing really, really hard.
Okay, so wouldn't you rather see...
But Andy, you don't want him to come up here and stink. That would be terrible.
But you're assuming he's going to stink.
No. What we're doing is trusting their evaluation of when he's going to be ready.
I'm going to ask you this.
When he's going to be ready to come up.
Is there not one part of you that didn't believe what Chris Rose was saying as we watched what they did with Lindor, that's saying, hey, and I don't get the new rules are minuscule when you're talking about 1-2. Let's be super honest about that. There's no part of you that's saying, the Guardians may be holding him back because of service time.
Andy,
true or false?
But this,
not a question, true or false. Is there any chance the Guardians could be holding him back because of service time?
Possibly, but I don't think so.
False.
And
why are you saying false? I'm sorry, Jeff.
Because it's changed.
I say false because it's changed.
What were the odds of Skeens coming up and being the Rookie of the Year?
High.
Yeah, they were really good because he's throwing 102 as a starter.
I get
LSU was just like you were dropping.
But the Pirates didn't think so, and those are the guys who are doing the evaluation.
You mean the Pirates, who have the number one prospect in all of Major League Baseball, and he's sitting in the minor leagues right now and kicking butt?
Yeah.
He's doing great.
And?
Connor Griffith. Why isn't he up there?
Why isn't he up there? I don't know. Because they're keeping him back because of service time. The same thing they did
they're
the Skeens.
Not sure he's quite ready yet.
I'm sorry, guys. Listen, I don't trust.
Same thing. Cole Emerson just gets $95 million from Seattle. Where is he playing?
It's
in
what
the minors.
Chris Rose said that sets me off. That makes me crazy. That if they're holding him back because of service time, what do you guys not trust Chris Rose?
But
do we not respect Chris Rose as a baseball expert? I do.
Think they are.
I respect.
I do not.
So why would Chris Rose go out there and say something like that?
Because he's a fan like us and a very educated fan.
Because in the same way that you are right now,
I think you guys are living in conservative land, man.
They have a history of playing that game, and that history is what's playing into your thought right now.
That's exactly right. It's the history of the franchise.
The difference is that right now we are in a different world than we were with Lindor, because with Lindor we didn't have the rules where these guys were getting service time if they finished hot.
Come on,
now
it's two spots.
Andy,
it's insane to think that.
Yes, and this dude, and if he is good enough, and if he's in that conversation, then we can yell and scream about it later. I want to make sure this dude is good to roll.
And I haven't seen it yet in the minors to make me think, yep, right now bring him up because he's never going back.
You watched the World Baseball Classic, didn't you? I know you did.
I didn't watch a boatload of Japan. I'm not going to lie.
Did you? And we kind of were watching Bazana all the way through spring training, right?
Yeah, everybody's had an eye on the guy in this
area.
Andy,
Andy, we all can't wait for him to get here. Do you not trust this front office?
No, not in this aspect. I don't. I don't trust them. And Dan, you'll sit here and talk about how do you expect them to spend more money? Well, guess what? If you're not spending money, why wouldn't you hold a guy back because of service time? That's the point. The point is that it shouldn't matter. Like Chris put it back in my head that if they're holding him back because of service time, that's ridiculous.
But that's
Who wants to see Bazana now? That's what I'll ask you.
But that's an if. Who wants to see Bazana?
They've done it before.
So what?
That's the problem.
That doesn't mean they're doing it now.
Oh, so okay. Don't look at history ever to see what somebody might do in the future. True or false?
We do it all the time. But
yes.
Andy, just because they did it before doesn't mean they're doing it now. It's not like the guy's hitting 350. It's Baskin and Phelps on the Fan.
Osborne, while the Falcons have signed former Raiders corner Darnay Holmes. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
I'm not sure I enjoyed our spirited Travis Bazzana debate. I know my friend Brett didn't.
Oh my God! Do you want me to look through my texts?
No, I don't.
Bazzana for I want to see Bazzana now.
Well, I do too.
I have those
see,
too.
You're missing the point. I want to see him. Dan wants to see him.
I get it. We're all on the same page.
The Guardians want to see him. They for whatever reason, maybe it's service time, have deemed him not quite ready to be here yet.
You want me to go through my text too? I have one right here that says, "What type of oil do we need for the lawnmower?"
Good point.
How about that?
That's how you do it.
Can't you just use 10W40?
Here's the bigger question.
Yes?
The bigger question came up during that argument was, do you trust the front office or the Guardians, who I trust probably better than any other front office in town? I'm going to be honest with you, because they consistently put a team out there that's going to give you a shot for the playoffs every year.
Yeah.
So it's not that I don't trust them as a front office to get the big job done. I just don't trust them in this scenario with a guy who is coming up through the minors, high draft pick, someone that fans have been talking about, that there's more to it than just the baseball part of this. And I just, because of what happened with Lindor, and Chris is the one that triggered my mind on this, that it's like, you know what? I don't know that I trust them to not be holding him back, regardless of what the rule changes were because of service time. That's my point, and that's what I ask you if you're a baseball fan here in town, whether you want to call yourselves an Indians fan or a Guardians fan, whatever. But my point to you is, do you trust them at this to not hold him back, maybe because of service time, regardless of how the rules have changed, that if you get a number 1 spot in being Rookie of the Year, or the number 2 spot, that you get your full. History tells me in this scenario, I think they might hold him back because it gives them another year if you can't get 1, 2. And why wouldn't you roll the dice on that?
Let me give you the flip side.
Okay, I'm listening.
What if they think he would come up here and early on be mediocre at best? Hear me out.
Okay.
So if he's going to come up and just be mediocre at best right away, why don't you just keep playing Brian Rocchio? And why don't you keep playing Gabe Arias, even though he's hitting under 100? And go ahead and get that extra year of service time. Hang on to him for the extra year. If he's not going to come up and light it up right away, if they think that's the situation, then why not play the service time game? Now, if you think he's going to come up and be a stud immediately and help you win games, then he should be here right now. But if they think it's going to be a learning curve and he might not come right through the door and start, raking right away, then go ahead. Let him sit down there for a little while, get the extra year, and then bring him up. And if he goes ahead and lights it up anyway, he's going to be up in the Rookie of the Year and he'll get the credit.
Okay. Again,
does that make sense?
Yeah, but again, for me, it's not about Travis Bazzana, the player. It's about the big picture stuff that happens for the organization. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
And here's the hard part about the whole argument that we had. I think all three of us are on the same page.
Can't wait to see him.
We all want him to play here. We can't wait to see him. We all want to make sure that when he's here for good, and we never turn around. That you get Cal Ripken, right?
Can we have a hug now?
That's what
we feel better.
No, there's no hugging in baseball. Are you kidding?
Well, this isn't baseball.
What have we been talking about for the last hour?
Well, this is radio. We were talking about baseball, but
unless Dr. Ruth is walking through that door, there's no hugs in the radio.
You ever did you know Gabe Arias has never hit more than 222 in a season? Dana?
I really want to walk up to Chris Antonetti and to Mike Chernoff and to look both of them directly in the eyes and say, I know the baseball savant page for Gabriel Arias is just beautiful. He swings really hard. When he makes contact, it goes far. He's got a cannon for an arm. I understand all of these things. The problem is he doesn't make contact very often. And while it may go far when he finally does, for the ball to go far, one must first make contact with ball. And if you can't get step A, step B is meaningless.
Ball hit foot go through air with ball make field goal.
You're talking about Delauter? Ball hit foot?
Yeah,
No,
that's true on that one.
All right, so
it's our old bite.
Let's retire the Bazana conversation for now. We'll bring it back up soon, I'm sure.
Well, but is the conversation about Bazana or is the conversation about trusting the front office?
Andy, they put together winning teams here, and they do it on a shoestring, and they develop young players. They've not developed young hitters very well.
Do you think you reflect the majority of baseball fans in this town?
I don't care what I reflect. I'm just telling you what I think.
I do because this is what we do. We're the forum for the fans. That's why it's actually in our name.
Well, that doesn't mean I have to sit here and
we are called the fan.
Just say what every fan would think.
No, but
that's not what they're paying me for. They're paying me for what I think.
Well, that's funny. They pay me to listen to what people have to say on top of me giving my opinion. That's why I love our format. It's beautiful.
Well, I have to do that too, and I enjoy it very much. But I'm not paid to sit here and say, yes, fan, you're absolutely right. Yep, I agree with everything every fan thinks. That's not my job.
Oh, that's not what I'm saying I do either. But I just want to respect other people's opinions.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Because
you apparently have no respect for mine or Dan's, but that's okay.
On this
Dan,
scenario,
you don't mind, do you?
On this scenario,
I'm accustomed to it.
In this scenario, I do think it's worth listening to the other side.
I've also grown accustomed
I've
to the
listened
fact
to your
that Jeff
side.
ignores me.
Are we able to?
He just ignored you again. It's almost
are we
like you
able
wish
to
that
take a
into-
catcher's shin guard, cut off the knee protector part, the big top part around the knee, and maybe add that to the side on the bottom? I'm thinking this could be our new business.
Okay, I'm listening.
You and I could develop this.
We may need it after the show.
And Chase Delauter could go to the plate and have every bit of his leg from below his knee, including the top of his foot. Think of like a suit of armor. You know how you used to drop in, you had complete leg coverage and foot coverage, and Delauter could go to the plate completely covered from the knee down. Dude has foot issues. He's fouled 2 balls off of his feet so far, and Chris Rose was right about this. Every time he did it, we're all like, oh, no. That's not the one, is it?
They do make them. I'm looking at them right now.
Oh, good. I'm glad you Googled those babies right up.
Well,
Can we
I
get
knew
them?
they exist.
Can we get them for him? They wear those leg protectors, but they're not full, obviously, because he just took 2 balls off of his feet, and we were worried that his season is over.
So it's interesting. I'm looking at this like it's called a Max Clark Signature Series leg guard, and it goes into the shoe. Actually, a lot of these do. Almost like you remember when.
Well, then why isn't he wearing them?
I don't know. Do you remember when they first realized that catchers were getting hit in the throat?
You mean
with
the
baseballs?
thing that Steve Yeager designed?
Yeah.
Star of Major League?
Yes, and then all of those guys, and by the way, those all trickled down to Little League really quick, too.
Yeah.
Like Little League guys are wearing those.
And all of a sudden, they're all wearing hockey masks to play catcher.
Oh, that's true, and I don't have a problem with that.
Well, they're a good idea. A hockey helmet type.
Keep Bauer, CCM, keep those guys in business. That they make it where it goes into your shoe. It goes into the top of your shoe, which actually makes sense. I'm looking at the Evo Shield Pro SRZ 2.0.
Why don't you order a couple,
guard.
Andy?
I don't know. I might need them if you guys are going to start kicking me in the shins. It's interesting how they're designed, too, but it's almost like that flap on the front. It's kind of neat. Although you wear it on the outside of
So
the
why
shoe.
isn't he wearing them?
Yeah, I don't know. You wear them on the outside of the shoe, not the inside.
So why isn't he wearing them?
$100, man. Those are expensive.
Well, I think he can afford it.
Yeah, I probably can. Good point.
Team might be able to.
I don't know. Why is he not wearing it? Maybe he comes back and starts wearing them.
I made Dan laugh.
I mean, by the way, if you
wrap a couple towels around it.
Baseball and hockey are right hand in hand because if you think about how many guys are walking out there with the giant elbow guards on too?
If this dude gets hurt, we're all going to puke.
I hate to say you called it last week, but you called it. I was getting aggravated with you last week about this. I'm like, you're like speaking this into truth. You were speaking.
I'm not that powerful.
Delauter's going to be great until he gets hurt. Until he gets hurt. Until he gets hurt.
Wife. Ask my kids.
No, he's hurt. And I'm just like, ugh, come on, man. Phelps is right. When I saw the ball go off his shin,
I didn't say he was going to get hurt.
I'm like, here we go again. Phelps is right.
I'm fearful. Boy, he's been fun, hasn't he?
It's been fun. I just hope he's back. it's nice to have somebody else you can look at and go, oh, that guy can get a hit.
I mean,
rather than looking at guys that are,
seriously,
200 hitters.
Andy, how weird. Dude has foot issues, and what does he do? He fouls a ball off of each foot. I mean, come on, man.
How does that happen? Yeah, you can't. Can you, as a batter, can you really control that?
I don't think there's any possible way you can control
that.
I
Speed.
mean,
There's just no way. Not
he just fouled it off. That's all he did.
Yeah.
Just went down and hit his foot.
Both.
They will be very careful. We'll see how it plays. Wasn't expected to play tonight anyway. One thing we brought this up and just touched on it a little bit. And last night, Rhys Hoskins was on the field and had the first hit of the game for the Guardians, actually. And that was swell. The idea of protecting Delauter is essential, but I think it might be getting in the way of putting your best lineup on the field. And I wonder how Stephen Vogt's going to handle that. I personally think your best offensive lineup has Rhys Hoskins in the middle of the lineup.
Kind of showed that last night, too.
Hitting somewhere in the middle of the order.
For an offense that really struggled last night.
He's a professional hitter. He's been productive at the major league level. He's healthy. He produces. And if he's out because he can't DH and you're playing Manzardo at first base and Kyle's not hitting lefties at all, so he won't be playing against lefties anytime soon, it seems. But I don't care who it is. The splits in his career, in Rhys Hoskins' career, are not anything that you run away from. It's not a problem. You play him. And I hope they do that because I think it's a little problematic. This team has enough trouble scoring runs without keeping one of your best hitters on the bench. Career before last night, Rhys Hoskins in his career hit .236 against right-handed pitching, which is not obviously the platoon matchup for him. .236 against righties and .244 against lefties.
He had 50% of your hits last night, too.
Last season, he actually hit right-handed pitching better than he hit left-handed pitching. So though you might feel a need to protect Delauter, I get it. I think I would sit Manzardo before I sat Hoskins if I have to play only one of those two guys.
Early returns don't disagree with you either. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you play?
Because they want to try to establish Manzardo. I get that, but hey, you better score some runs. A win now means as much as a win in September.
How much of this is skewed though early on because you're playing Seattle, you're playing
good teams.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe some of
you're playing the Dodgers.
All I know is that when I saw Rhys Hoskins sitting on the bench, I just thought, okay, I know why. I just don't agree with it. It's Baskin and Phelps here on the Fan.
even though they're not playing. The 76ers in D.C. to face the Wizards, and a loss for Philadelphia will clinch a spot in the postseason for the Cavs. You can get all the latest Browns news pushed straight to your phone by following the Browns playlist in 92.3 The Fan in the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
We're talking about two young baseball players. Conversations heated, if nothing else. I think kind of interesting. Mike sent me this email talking about Bazana, Andy. He said, I'd like to see Travis called up once more players on the Guardians are actually hitting, and the pressure isn't on him to save the season. Bo Naylor had that pressure.
Yeah, it's true.
And he'd rather not see it lumped onto Bazana that way. Call him up, bury him in the lineup, and just let him play without the pressure. The only problem is we've seen this team hit for over a year. They ever going to get a point where more players are hitting?
Didn't Tommy come into the lineup or Manny come into the lineup their first couple, hitting 8th or 9th?
Well, they both did.
Yeah.
They were down at the bottom of the order.
7, 8, I think.
But hitting ahead of them, you had Carlos Baerga and Kenny Lofton and Paul Sorrento and
Eddie
Albert
Murray.
Bell and Eddie Murray. I mean, you were loaded.
It's just interesting.
Jim and Manny were hitting 7th and 8th.
Isn't that insane?
6th, 7th.
Oh, could you imagine when Grover was filling out that card going, yeah, I guess we'll put Manny down here.
We'll put this young guy who 5 years ago would have been hitting cleanup. We'll put him at 7, maybe 8.
Well, 8 is double cleanup, isn't it?
Tom's in Cleveland. Hey, Tom.
Hey, Tom.
Hey, guys. I don't know if you've even watched the replay of Chase Delauter last night.
I did.
But he is wearing one of those shin guards on his front foot.
Oh, he's got that red one on.
But he fouled it off his back foot last night.
And by the way, I mean, if you played baseball, you hit 99% of the time it hits off your front foot. And that pitch by Ohtani, that split finger, that thing had to drop 2.5 feet. 95% of baseball players wouldn't have even touched that ball. And Chase hit it off his back foot, which, by the way, is his bad foot.
Yeah.
It's the one he's had 2 surgeries on. This is all in MLB, by the way.
Yeah, we saw it. Yeah.
And he said it's a total fluke. He's never hit one off his back foot on a foul ball.
Well, guess what? He can't say that anymore.
Well, now he's going to wear 2 of them. And by the way, if you watch these kids play today, every one of them has 2 of those on.
Yeah, but Tom,
sliding glove and 5 other things.
I'm glad he wore it on his front foot for the first one that hit him, but guess what? It didn't do any good.
I mean, if you're going to be...
It still hit him in a bad spot on that foot where he wasn't protected. We were just making a joke about putting him in a suit of armor from below the knees.
I mean, and plus you got to remember, all those kids are elite baseball players they're all going to get drafted too. Those little kids, all of them.
Dan,
he's not even paying attention.
We're talking to the guy who's been coaching hockey players since they were in the womb.
Baseball too.
Come on out, your kid's going to the NHL. Let's go.
We'll
get you scholarships.
Have you ever?
You're in the juniors.
Stop. The juniors.
Taking you to Canada, getting you in the juniors.
It's not the juniors.
Yes, it is.
You're going to play juniors. I can't believe you. Now you're going to the juniors. I'm trying to think of something else that would, if I
said. We're going to move you to Saskatchewan. Going to live with a host family.
Why don't you drop?
They don't eat much up there. Hope you don't like food. But by God, we're going to get your kid into the pros.
If you said they were going to bill it, then I believe everything you were saying. But you didn't say that either. If you would have said bill it, you would have won. You would have won the contest, the hockey conversation.
I know our team didn't win last night.
Your which team didn't win?
Isn't it fun to watch Shohei Ohtani?
Oh.
I mean, seriously. Isn't this fun? Joe Davis last night, Ohtani's coming off the field, as opposed to any other pitcher. He gets his hands checked, and everything else. The umpires check him out. And he puts down his glove, and they hand him his elbow protector. And everything. It's like, now he's changing his uniform, blah, 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 blah. I just think it's great. It's, you know what I find a hard time still not buying? Ohtani's different. There's no question.
Mm-hmm.
But baseball players grow up pitching and hitting. And really good pitchers have the bat taken out of their hands at a pretty decent age sometimes. Certainly late in college if you're, or excuse me, late in high school if you're at a certain, level of high school ball. And certainly a lot of times in college. And then almost always when you get to the pros. And I just wonder, I still wonder, and we've discussed it a little bit, does it ever happen where you're going to start getting more guys like Ohtani who, when they're not pitching, are hitting?
Does it cost the team more or less?
I would think it would cost them less.
I would think so too, but now you come back with the argument, well, I'm doing the jobs of two people. I don't know where the...
Yeah, but you're not going to do it at the level Ohtani does, so you're not going to make that kind of money. But, I mean,
well, if
couldn't you see a guy who
But
plays...
if a guy can't do it at the level where, or close to that level, they're not going to be doing it. Why would they do it?
Because of this.
Okay.
Let's say you have a guy who, let's say Daniel Schneemann. Okay. Daniel's a utility player on this team, and a good one. He's done a really nice job. What if he could also give you an inning in the 6th or 7th on the mound?
Just one inning?
Yeah, a bullpen arm. You got a guy who can pitch an inning or two for you. I mean, wouldn't that make sense?
Yeah,
or
throw him in there for an inning. Yeah.
Well,
or what if they could play left field and pitch? Throw him. I mean, this wasn't.
The Ohtani rule doesn't have to be just for Ohtani.
No,
because if you started the guy, Ohtani last night was the starting pitcher and the DH. And when he came out as pitcher, he was allowed to continue as DH because of the Ohtani rule. That doesn't have to be just the Ohtani rule. It could be the Jimmy Smith rule, Yeah,
no, I hear you. You know the guy, I've said this before. The guy that kind of, the one I'll always wonder why, I'll always wonder, because I saw him play a couple times, when he was in college, was John Van Petsko. Remember him, the kid that went to the...
He was drafted by the Pirates, who were they were the only team that wanted to make him a pitcher, and they drafted him. 29 teams wanted him as a hitter.
At Kent, he hit 440 with 74 runs scored.
He was a first-round pick.
31 home runs, 84 RBI, 23 stolen bases. I mean, I remember watching him hit, and I'm like, oh, man, this guy can pound the ball.
Well, but back then it wasn't even a thought that you were going to do both.
No.
I think Ohtani could change the thinking. I just know, we've all seen kids play baseball. Who's chances are your best player is playing shortstop or center field, maybe, a big power hitter at first base. And what do they also do? They pitch.
Yeah. And they all do. I mean,
right.
All these travel leagues, you got to be able to pitch.
Well, if you're on a travel team, if you have a 12 or 13 player roster on a travel team, chances are 10 or 11 of them anyway pitch.
Yeah. No, I
lived it. I
it.
wonder at what point does the separation maybe end just a little bit. And unfortunately, I don't know that it does. Maybe it doesn't. But because Ohtani is just such a freak of nature.
It's fun to watch.
He's
awesome.
He's a delight.
You are waiting for the next one, though.
It's
Everyone
great for
is,
I can't wait. And I would think I think we would see another guy or two in the next 3 or 4 years. We'll see.
I think you're right.
Moment of the show. Miss Meredith Kane. What might it be? What might it be?
Our moment of the show comes from Mary Kate Cabot and her comments on how, I wouldn't say how much more clarity we've gotten on the quarterback situation, but how much more confused we are since the owners' meetings.
Well, I had been saying all along and writing for a long time that Deshaun was very much in the mix. So it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me at all to hear that he is very much in the mix to win the starting job. Now, to handicap it and to put a percentage on it, I can't really do that because after we talked to Jimmy Haslam, I think most of us in that room thought, wow, they're really high on Deshaun Watson, and it seems like it could be going that way. And then we talked to Todd Monken at the breakfast, and the pendulum swung back a little bit towards Shedeur. And I think, maybe that was by design. Maybe that's how they want it to be heading into this open competition, which starts on Tuesday when the offseason program kicks off. Maybe they just want these guys to come in and know that they have the opportunity to win the starting job, and they want to see how that brings out the best in everybody involved.
What we do know is right now it doesn't seem as if anybody other than the three guys are here are going to be major competitors for the quarterback spot here. And I think it's even more fair to say, other than the top two guys who are here, would be Shedeur and Deshaun. Stay tuned. We'll find out next week. They start on April 6th, and I think the first time on the field is April 7th to get things rolling. Why Are We Smarter After 4 hours of Basket and Phelps, brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call, 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Our social media mentions are powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. You can always send a message to the show at CLE Talking Heads, but I'll use it for this. MLB just announced This Week in Baseball is back.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, they're bringing back This Week in Baseball. I'm so excited.
They're going to have Mel Allen as an AI.
I hope not on that one, because that stuff creeps me out like no tomorrow. But just the fact that there's a show coming back that'll give you highlights from the week that was, I'm so in.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mel Allen. Love that guy. Meredith.
I am smarter / I'm putting out a PSA for everyone to not forget that is today's April 1st, and a lot of companies have decided to run with the fact that it's April Fool's Day. So PSA on that. Also, Dan Gilbert posted a very funny April Fool's Day tweet saying that the new Cleveland WNBA team will be called the Cleveland Wolverines, and their colors will be maize and blue.
Oh. I'm so glad he went to Michigan State, because otherwise I would have taken that the wrong way.
April Fools.
See? Good one. Good
Andrew.
one. Boy, I'm smarter because I believe in our middle and our last name here on this radio station, The Fan. And I do want to hear what you have to say.
Such a jerk. Remember what they say about head coaches?
Yeah.
If you listen to the fans, you'll still soon be sitting with them.
That is true.
Yeah. Well, we listen to the fans here, but we have to have our own opinions.
I don't.
Otherwise, we're looking, we're hoping to go work for some insurance company, taking a ditch or something.
Oh, Jeff, you'll have a Twitter account up and going before you know it.
I already have one.
See? You're ahead of the game. You're ready for your next career.
I'm Jeff Phelps.
I'm Andy Baskin. Thanks for listening today. We do appreciate you. We're back again tomorrow, we think, at 10. Until then, be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor, lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you, Afternoon Drive. Oh, they're not having more fun than we are, but they will try, and you'll have fun too. They're next.
And that's the show.
comment with another historically dumb comment. We got to put a stop on it at some point.
No, you can't call my superstition historically dumb.
It's not on the level of Einstein. Let's put it that way.
Well, it's not meant to be. It's all about feel in the universe.
Which is fine.
Yes.
Which is fine.
But you just called it historically dumb.
But then you can't follow it up.
That's disrespectful to me.
Of course it is.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
And welcome on in. It is Afternoon Drive. So happy you could join us here. Daryl in for Nick another day. Nick out all week. We have Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Jake Murrin producing today's show. Matt Corrali on the updates. Daryl, how you doing today?
I am good. Guess who had x-rays last night?
I'm going to guess maybe anybody but Delauter in the situation. I cannot believe the amount of people that I heard from last night that were cursing me out as if I had something to do. And
rightfully so.
Sometimes in life, well, listen, the X-rays came back negative. It's just a bone contusion. He'll be fine, right? So,
just like your knee, bone contusion, you'll be fine. Even though you're going to cry about it for 3 weeks, bone contusion, you'll be fine.
I will be fine. It still hurts when I touch it, but I'll be fine. That's fine.
Well, then stop touching it.
Well, I got hit with a golf ball on Sunday. For those that haven't heard, it's like that's a real life thing that happened to me. Whereas with Chase Delauter, that's a real life thing that happened to him as well. But I can't be held responsible for things that happen thousands of miles away. That cannot be our response as a society. That cannot be it.
You put it into the ether, and there you go.
His whole life, he's been getting injured. That's all I put into the ether.
Exactly. You had to bring it up.
He hit last night. He hit the same leg that he has had operations on 2 different times in his life.
That makes it even worse.
Pick a part of his body and I can just showcase the different areas he's had injuries. Like the man is made of glass, and then highlighting that. Now, was it maybe? No, I can't. I'm not taking any responsibility for Delauter's injuries.
You absolutely should. You put it out into the ether, and there you are.
I cannot.
The moment it happened, my phone also blew up.
I cannot.
With people asking if I was going to take you to task today.
The idea is that I was so confident that he will get injured one day based off of everything that has happened in his life. That is, and like the worry that I would have and why I'm so hesitant to buy into Delauter because of the injury.
And now you know why I'm superstitious.
Cannot then be my responsibility when he gets injured. If you're made of glass before I ever even speak your name, you're still made of glass. That's not my problem. That's not my fault.
You're really trying to weasel your way out of this one.
I can't. How did I get into it?
Listen.
I got people cursing me out left and right last night.
And rightfully so.
I have done legitimate things that have probably earned me being cursed out, right? Like there's legitimate things in my life where I've looked back on it and been like, yeah, probably deserve to be cursed up and down for that one. I get it. That one, that makes sense to me. That one made no sense to me. And the fever and the hatred with people last night was just on another level, Daryl.
Listen, I don't endorse any type of vitriol or hatred whatsoever. But, yeah, I'm team curse you out.
Is that what that is? I feel like there's a lot of people missing context here. To let people in on it, Saturday night I went out to eat with a bunch of friends, and as the dinner was progressing along, Chase Delauter obviously came up, and I said, I love Chase Delauter, but he's going to get injured. Like, I'm worried about his injuries because it's a real concern that I have with him, and then the room stopped. The table stopped,
exactly.
Everyone stopped to be as if the fun burglar had just arrived because I dare bring up his injuries, and people were there, and now Daryl's taken it to the extreme as if me speaking that into the ether has somehow now caused Chase Delauter to get injured, I'm just so befuddled by the whole entire thing.
I'm taking nothing to the extreme. Listen, we had Chris Jimenez on Monday, and even he went after you.
Yeah.
And said how awful it was that you would even dare say such words. And then here we are.
Before or after his phone crapped out on us 75 times?
That was the one part of the phone call that actually worked.
That was the part that came through. Fortunate for me, that's the one part that came through. And him being like, baseball guys, we have superstitions. I'm just not a superstitious guy. That's all that is. And Mac being a superstitious guy doesn't help me at all in this conversation because Mac, you have to believe that I'm responsible for Delauter's injury.
Hardly at fault, man.
I know. There's no way. Do I need to write him a handwritten note of apologies or something?
I will.
Do I have to get in touch with the Guardians to make sure I can have I don't know, like a meet and greet with Delauter where I apologize for doing all of this to his life?
I don't know if you need to send over an edible arrangement. I don't know what you need to send over to get something going.
It typically helps when I do that type of thing. I don't know what to do now from here.
I need to text my family member that is all-knowing when it comes to the superstition, and I will find out what you need to do to disperse the badness, the awfulness that you put out there.
We can reverse course this? I didn't know this was a thing.
Yes, we might be. Well, I don't know if we can. There is a chance we might be able to do the.
Who do we have to talk to? Your sister's the one, the all-knower on this?
She is the expert.
We take a superstition and just kind of it just gets tossed out the window as if it never happened.
She taught. She used to teach a mythology class.
So Donovan Mitchell was worried about upsetting the basketball gods. If he upset the basketball gods, then he could just call up your sister and she just takes care of it.
Well, she could give him the path forward to settle down.
She's like the Ray Donovan of superstitions.
The basketball guy.
She's the fixer. She's just the fixer.
She's the Olivia Pope.
All right, I like that. I never watched that show. You know that?
It's a great show.
People love that show.
It's a great show for like the first 3 seasons.
Is that all it is?
And then it's
People really love that show.
It's kind of like The West Wing. Great show for the first 4 seasons, and then you got to bail out it after that.
That would hit the shows that if we ever had another pandemic again, I would go back and watch those shows.
Yeah. I just
there's a certain list that like if another pandemic happens, that's the ones. Because when the first pandemic happened, first pandemic of my lifetime. Let's be specific. I went back and I watched Breaking Bad. I watched The Wire. And I watched The Sopranos. Those at the time were the massive 3 that everyone just said was awesome and I had never experienced and had never done. And between that and The Last Dance, that was my pandemic.
Yeah, I rewatched Succession, West Wing. The Blacklist got interrupted by the pandemic. I actually just finished The Blacklist. By the way, I kind of feel like after watching all of that, a lot of truths were being told during that series over 10 seasons, I think.
All right.
Of some of the things that may or may not be occurring in the world.
Is it like The Simpsons where they just predicted a lot of things?
Well, no, but after having rewatched it now, I'm just kind of like, yeah, unfortunately, I totally could see that human being running around.
Okay. All right. We got that going for us, which is nice. We got a big show for you guys planned today. Greg
no
Schwartz
more jinxes from Jonathan Peterlin, hopefully.
I can't make any promises. In fact, I think there's going to be one that happens in the 4 o'clock hour that'll probably piss you off because I just don't believe in any of it. But I don't want to poke the bear today. We're not doing that today.
Again, Chase Delauter had to have x-rays last night.
We're not doing and he's fine.
That is nothing.
And he's fine.
Just like you're fine after getting drilled with a golf ball.
That's
you're
right.
perfectly fine.
I finished my round.
Although I did kind of feel bad before the show.
Delauter didn't even finish his round. I finished my round.
I was, ruminating that maybe, what happens if JP had blown up his kneecap and had to have that tied back together. And I'm not going to lie, I was giggling. I'm self-reporting myself here.
Yeah.
There was a part of me that felt bad because we're friends.
My knee might look like just a bunch of Legos right now, but that's okay.
And then there's the other part of me that was entirely amused by the thought of you having to walk around in crutches for 8 weeks.
Yeah, 3 people in the room. It's me, you, and Jake Murrin, and you're just laughing like a hyena over there by yourself. He was absolutely loving it.
The other thing I was going to say, too, about the Delauter injury is that you said yesterday that the big thing that you wanted to see was how does Delauter do against Ohtani? And that all happened right before the Cavs-Lakers game even started. So you still could have watched LeBron against the Cavs last night, even if and still get to see that single at bat at that point from Delauter, but that was the only at bat that he was really going to get.
Just putting bad stuff out there. That's what JP's doing while Nick is. Wait till Nick finds out about this. That's the wait till Nick finds out about this.
What is Nick going to do? What do you mean? Wait till Nick finds out. What is Nick going to do?
I don't know. What is Nick?
Peterlin.
I don't think Nick. What's Nick going to do?
What does Nick usually do?
I don't know.
When you put the bad karma out there.
It is what it is. All right, let's talk Mary Kay Cabot. She was on with Baskin and Phelps, and she obviously spent all week at the owners' meeting, and she hung out with everybody. And she, after going through Andrew Berry's comments, and then going through Jimmy Haslam's comments, and then Todd Monken's comments, this was her takeaway at the owners' meeting in a week that was around the Browns' quarterback situation.
I think one of the biggest things to come out of it was just how effusive Jimmy was in his praise of Deshaun Watson and how excited this organization is to see what he can do and to see if perhaps they can salvage something from that blockbuster trade. And you never know. I mean, give him the opportunity and see where it can take you. Having said that, however, I left there not having a great handle on whether the lean is towards Deshaun or Shedeur right now. I think they're really going to take a look at it and let the best man win. And that is providing that they don't also bring in another quarterback, which they very well might do. So it's still up in the air, and there's still plenty of time before the opener.
What's interesting about that, and I want to hear from you guys, 216-474 to below 92, is it leaning one way or another? If you asked me, who was not at the owners' meeting, I would say it unequivocally felt like it leaned Shedeur Sanders. But is that me just burying my head in the sand because I want it to be Shedeur Sanders and I don't want it to be Deshaun Watson?
Yes, I think so, because you forget the chain of command in Berea, okay?
I don't forget that. It's always everything runs through Jimmy.
Right, and so what Jimmy wants, Jimmy gets.
Is this kind of like last year when Jimmy said, hey, I want to see both rookie quarterbacks at some point, and then we ended up getting both rookie quarterbacks playing?
Yep. And so I'm leaning the opposite direction. I'm leaning toward Deshaun because, as you heard Mary Kay say right there, just how effusive in his praise of Deshaun that Jimmy was, and how optimistic he is, and how this could go from a swing and a miss to a home run if he can start and play well, right?
Yeah, and Jimmy's always the wild card in this scenario, and it's the part that throws everything out of whack. And sometimes when it seems like the Browns are about to do something sensible, they completely pivot and do the just the moronic thing, essentially, for lack of a better term.
What Jimmy wanted them to do.
That's what it ends up being, right? That's how you end up in these scenarios where it feels like, oh, they have a plan. They're about to execute this plan, and then complete left turn right into the wall on the side of the highway. And typically when that happens and when it doesn't seem congruent with what they've been trying to build up, that's where you think Jimmy has stepped in here.
I think that there might already be a difference of opinion. I think Todd...
Well, it certainly sounds like it relative to what Monken was saying over the past couple of days.
And that's what I was getting at, is that you have Jimmy talking up Deshaun, and then you go the next day, or 2 days later, I should say, and you listen to Todd Monken, and it sounds like he's talking up Shedeur Sanders. Oh, he's in the building all the time. It's been really great to be around him, right? The horsehead mannequin is on my shelf, and by the way, if Deshaun gets me something, I'd put it up there too or whatever. But it felt like that Monken might be leaning Shedeur's way, Jimmy's leading Deshaun's way, and we know how that movie's going to end. Now, what I think is going to be interesting leading up to the draft, because we keep having the Ty Simpson conversation. They're going to do a private workout with him here at some point leading up to the draft, which they should do, by the way. So, I'm not going to sit here and, hot take you about whether or not the Browns should be wasting their time on Ty Simpson. No, they're doing their due diligence, and I'm not going to criticize them for doing what they're supposed to do going into the draft, as long as they do what they're supposed to do during the draft, and that is don't draft Ty Simpson. But you're going to be a couple of weeks before the draft into your offseason program, which hopefully Deshaun and Shedeur will be in the building for a couple of weeks. And while there might not be a lot of on-the-field work that takes place because they're not allowed to do that yet, but it is the advantage. You start that sooner. The fact of the matter is you're going to be around those guys, and maybe you can get a little spidey sense about where each of those players is, and maybe that informs your approach in the draft.
But what you're describing to me and what you're telling me about the Shedeur and Deshaun Watson stuff is the idea that Todd Monken does not, in fact, actually be able to have the say in the call as to who the starting quarterback will be this year.
You think Kevin Stefanski had a lot of say in calling who the starting quarterbacks were?
I want to hear you say it, only because they've been trying to preach this message. They've been trying to. It was Jimmy himself, and then it was Andrew Barry over this week trying to tell everybody that it'll be Todd Monken's call. And Todd Monken, there's a part of me that Todd Monken, I don't know that he's aware of how this works over here quite yet.
He's about to find out.
And that's the scary part. That's the part that I'm going to get worried about, because Todd Monken is a straight shooter, and Todd Monken doesn't have it in him to play the puppet game that essentially Kevin Stefanski was. Stefanski was very good at playing the game that he was supposed to play. Well, he was a good company man. Say a lot about him, but he was a good company man, and he was a good soldier when it came to what they wanted to do.
Yep. Hey, I went for two because that's what it said on the sheet to do. Went for two.
I don't know that Todd Monken has the capability to be that guy. Like, the part that I would worry about when you hire somebody that is as straight shooter as Todd Monken is, and as football lifer as he is how's it going to go when Todd Monken's like, I love Shedeur. I think Shedeur is the answer. There's a reason why I talk him up as much as I do. And then, so can you answer the question of why you're starting Deshaun Watson instead? And he doesn't have a good answer for it. I think it's going to be painfully obvious that he doesn't have a good answer for it. And if I'm Todd Monken, I turn around and I end up getting pissed about the whole ordeal. And I just don't think that's how you last for a lot of time, 3, 4, 5 years with that setup, if that's how that is. And I get it. He had to dance for his dollar a little bit, Daryl. He had to. He wanted to be a head coach in the NFL. This is what comes with that. I get it. But at the end of the day, if you're wearing golden handcuffs, they're still handcuffs.
Yeah. This is what comes with this job. He's going to have to entertain people in the middle of practice on the field.
But it just makes me angry because this is exactly why no one takes us seriously in the job search.
I know.
This is it. This is why Udinsky and Shieldhouse were like, yeah, I'd rather be an elevated offensive coordinator than being a head coach in the NFL. I'll get my opportunity a couple years down the line. I'm not going to do that here.
I still maintain the Cleveland Browns. It is the worst first-time head coach job experience you could have. It really is. I stand by it. The history is the history, and the facts from that history back me up.
Yeah. All right, 216-474-0092. Does Jimmy Haslam want Deshaun Watson to win the job? We want to hear from you guys on this, obviously through Twitter as well. Twitter reactions brought to you by our friends over there at Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Also in the chat, Daryl, the chat was, they've been lively over the past couple days. We're moving it from Suck It Cornlito to Suck It Chaser. Chaser, I hear you've been a real menace in that chat. We're not standing for it. 216-474-0092. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
888-358-6868.
The final weeks of the NBA regular season are here, and the playoffs are just around the corner. Get ready for a Cavs run in the Eastern Conference with the best basketball talk in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now. All right, back at it here on The Fan. It is Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Ryder today. I want to play this clip for you because it's going to go in exactly what we've been talking about. We're asking you, does Jimmy Haslam want Deshaun Watson to win the job? And I think it's interesting because I think Daryl and I both agree Jimmy Haslam gets what Jimmy Haslam wants. That's kind of the theme. Like, I don't want to go all Mike Florio on everyone where I'm just like, yeah, so as long as Jimmy Haslam owns the team, you're going to have this problem, this problem, this problem. Because I do think there's positives that Jimmy brings to the table. But ultimately, if Jimmy wants a quarterback to play, Jimmy's going to get that quarterback to play. And so I do wonder about that relationship, Daryl, and I wonder about the idea that, I mean, I can't have it leave my brain that Jimmy Haslam, after paying Deshaun Watson $230 million in guaranteed money and being laughed at by the other owners, still went to the man's wedding. Like, there's a relationship there. There's something attached to that I can't shake. And that's why when it seems so maddening that Deshaun's involved in all these convos, if you follow the green brick road and then go back to Haslam, you're typically going to find somebody that looks at Deshaun Watson way different than everybody else does.
Yeah, and there is something to be said for wanting to try and squeeze something, anything out of that investment, regardless of how I perceive the outcome to eventually be, which, by the way, I feel like I'm going to be dead right on that. But
yeah, I think you will be.
It's easy to sit there and say that versus, okay, let's go ahead and prove it. And I do feel like this is going to set up similar to how last season unfolded. You'll start Deshaun. One of two things is going to happen. He's either not going to play well, and you're going to bench him to give Shedeur the opportunity, or, and I don't wish this to happen, but the possibility he gets injured again. He's had two straight season-ending injuries that have cost him significant time.
Now, wait, is that? Are we doing something with the superstition gods there? Or
That
no,
only
that's
applies
not...
to baseball.
Oh, that's
only applies to baseball.
Specific,
yes,
rule. I didn't know this. I'm learning.
Baseball specific here.
Okay.
But
I guess that's new. I didn't know that.
Did I save that one, Mac?
I didn't buy it.
I mean, I think it's an interesting little asterisk that we're throwing on there, but you
know
what?
See, the more and more time we spend around the superstition laws, the more and more they crack. The more and more we're penetrating
I guess
through.
I just didn't read that fine print.
Yeah, I missed that one as well. And you're probably right, though. Like, if you had to bet money on it, the man would probably end up being injured or
those
just
are,
being
those
bad
are the
at
most
football.
Likely outcomes,
Because
right?
that's what we've seen every year that he's been in a Browns uniform.
More so than he's going to play like he did in Houston, where he's lighting it up in garbage time, and the Texans win 4 games
and put together a season that's only been done 4 other times in NFL history. Yeah, that
while
season.
winning 4 games.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
probably not going to happen.
Most like, well, I could definitely the Browns winning 4 games is 100% on the table.
Yeah.
Let's be very clear about that. But back to your point, right? There are advantages to having an owner who's willing to invest both on and off the field the cash capital that he's willing to invest. The nobody has spent more on their payroll in each of the last 3 seasons than the Cleveland Browns. There have been many a year where the Cleveland Browns have been top 5 in NFL cash spending, okay?
Mm-hmm.
There are advantages that, hey, you need a new weight room? Fine. Here's $10 million. We'll add on to the building and make sure you have a new weight room post-pandemic. Oh, you're practicing, the fields are frozen there in December for you, and you need to be able to practice. Okay, fine. Here's a couple $1 million. Let's put some heaters under the fields, and now you can practice in December, right, without having frozen fields. Like, he's willing to spend anything he can to win. And that is why I will always defend him and the ownership group when it comes to fans saying, oh, they don't care about winning. No, they care about winning. They just don't know how to do it. There's a difference there. They're willing to invest whatever it takes to win. They just don't know how to do it. They don't know how to find the players to do it, Whether it's volume, quantity, quality, whatever, right? They haven't been able to figure out the elements for sustained success. But they're willing to invest anything and everything to try and find their way to the gold at the end of the rainbow.
And I buy that, by the way. I do. I mean, it's very similar to me. I think it's not Jerry Jones. I always think of him like Jerry Jones light, but there's a lot of similarities between the two for myself. Haslam doesn't love the spotlight as much as Jerry Jones does. Right. But the idea that there's a dedication to winning that is obvious there. He just doesn't have the roadmap to it, and he can't find it, and he doesn't have the awareness to say, I need to not be involved as much as I am in order to get this to actually work.
Well, I keep pointing out that the most successful year for the Browns as a franchise came during the pandemic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when nobody else was around.
Nobody was around the team. It was football only. The players, and granted, those were the rules at the time, right? I mean, they literally built a wall in the building.
But even in that stretch, and I've talked about this before, the stretch that they had, even from the pandemic and coming out of it, Jimmy, I've always related this to the Knicks owner, Dolan, because when he went and built the Sphere in Las Vegas, he was distracted for a couple years, and he's building this big Sphere in Las Vegas and having all these $1 million events that he was trying to get going and doing all this. And what happened to the Knicks basketball team? They became good. All of a sudden, they got out of that rut, and they started having success. And it's like, well, where's Dolan? Well, Dolan's off in Las Vegas. He's building other things. He's distracted. And I always thought that Jimmy kind of did something similar for a couple-year stretch because he was involved with the Crew, and he was involved in all these other little enterprises. The Bucks, like all these little other things that he was trying to do. And I thought that was really good for the Browns because, like Dolan with the Knicks, he was just kind of off doing these other projects. Now that between that and even the stadium stuff has all kind of settled itself, Jimmy's back in the mix, and he's back in the mix in a big-time way. And so I don't know where
Dan Gilbert with the Cavs, similar situation as well.
Like you get these owners distracted for a little bit, and you notice that these teams that they've run into the ground in many ways, they all of a sudden start to show life, and they start to all of a sudden be different versions of what we've come to know. And I just don't think that's an accident.
Well, and part of that's the competitive nature of that business as well, where as the owner, not only are you willing to spend, but you're like, okay, what can I do to help, right? And sometimes what you can do to help actually ends up being a net negative rather than a net positive. It's not that you're trying to be a distraction or you're trying to get in the way or anything like that. It's just you're trying to help, but you're really not helping while you're trying to help, if that makes sense.
It makes sense.
And I think that is something that we've seen that with the Browns over the years. So, it's hard to criticize someone in an ownership group that's willing to spend, that wants to win worse than anyone, but also at the same time, sometimes when they are helping, it does end up being maybe a little too much help, and you just got to take a step back. The other problem, though, for them, and I realize like I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth, but I want to be fair to the situation, and I want to present like all sides.
Mm-hmm.
When ownership has taken a step back, right? Hey, we hired the people, we're letting them do their thing. Those people have not done their jobs. Those people have taken advantage of the situation.
Sure.
And so that now the lesson becomes, well, I guess I just can't turn this thing over to people that I've hired to do it. I have to be involved.
All right, so back to the main topic, though. And I want you guys at 216-474-below-92. If we put ourselves into Jimmy Haslam's thought process, and this is the sad reality that I had in discussing this, Daryl. I want Shedeur. I have not been shy about that. He might suck. I don't know. I want to find out.
I'm with you. I want to see the same thing. I think that there's more to gain by playing Shedeur this fall than playing Deshaun Watson.
But does the same logic for myself and how I think about Shedeur, where I'm like, if 2026, if he stinks, then you're in a great spot for the 2027 draft. But if he's awesome, and I look at it like then he's on a cheap quarterback deal, which is obviously the greatest thing you can have in the NFL.
Especially coming off the Deshaun contract.
But if I put myself into Jimmy Haslam's shoes, is he looking at Deshaun Watson as a free roll of sorts? Is he looking at it like, well, if Deshaun's great, then I can put all the blame on Stefanski. I can start to justify that big contract that is considered the worst trade in NFL history, and all of a sudden it doesn't look as bad, and maybe we got something, and we can actually work this thing out, and we can just blame it all on Stefanski, and we can go that route. And if he stinks, then guess what? I'm riding shotgun for Arch Manning at pick number 1 in the 2027 draft. Like you see how that scenario, when you play it out, in only Jimmy Haslam's eyes, not what's best for the fans, not what I think is actually best for the organization long term, but like if you put it in Jimmy Haslam's eyes and his eyes alone, I could see how he thinks that's the right call. I could see how he thinks to himself, I'm going to get myself out of this one way or another, but I'm in a win-win spot here because either Deshaun shows me that he had it the entire time and it was Stefanski's problem, or we're locked in for Arch Manning, and that's what I really want anyway in 2027.
Right, 100%. And like I said, there's a lot of whether you agree, disagree how things have been run or the decisions that have been made, you can justify most of them. Most of them you can justify. Mm-hmm. Even if they have been tremendously awful. You can sit there and justify. I can sit there and justify trading for Deshaun, doing what it took to get him because you had already blown up the relationship with Baker. That was no longer tenable or salvageable. You were already knee-deep in the Deshaun sweepstakes, even though he told you no. Like, at the time, the thought was, hey, the juice was absolutely going to be worth the squeeze. If he came and he won, fans weren't going to worry about what he was accused of off the field. And guess what? Here's the thing, Jonathan. The Browns were right about that. They really were. Mm-hmm. Okay? And so, like, all right, I get why they were desperate, and that's what led them down that path. But I kind of feel like they're back to desperation again.
I agree with that. 216-474-0092. Norm in Kent batting lead off today. Hello, Norm.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Where's the thanks for taking my call?
Thanks.
Anyway, I'll move on.
No, we'll do the thanks for the call when you're done.
But as an homage to Les, who's supposed to say I had no choice. But move over to my topic. So Deep Podesta is what's ruined this team over the last 10 years. And let me explain why. I mean, let's just go to like when John Dorsey was hired and fired. Could you imagine being John Dorsey, being in football your entire life, being a football guy, and you're at the war table at the draft, and you got a baseball guy telling you who you should take? Wouldn't you want to smack that guy in the head?
Do I want to smack Deep Podesta? Yeah, I'd have a problem with it.
Hear me out. Or if you're Kevin Stefanski and you bust your butt and you're a two-time coach of the year, you've been on that field, blah blah blah, and you got Deep Podesta telling you about analytics and the offensive lineman. Get him out and say, fine. So he's ruined it. Like, I think he's ruined the franchise. Like, I think this franchise would be a winning franchise if Dorsey was still here, for instance. You know what I mean?
Oh, I love Dorsey, so I agree with that. And thank you, Norm. We're up against it. I appreciate you.
Unfortunately, he hired Freddie Kitchens and drafted Baker Mayfield over Josh Allen.
Yeah, but he also drafted Baker Mayfield, Denzel Ward, and Nick Chubb, and had us in what I believe to be is the best stretch of Browns football we've had in 25 years. I ride with Dorsey. I'm a Dorsey apologist. One of the greatest drafters.
Did you get the Dorsey sweatshirt? But he was since you ran to get the
no, I didn't.
You got the Shadursey.
I actually got in trouble with that, oddly enough. But hold on one sec, really quick. I mean, he drafted in Kansas City, he drafted Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, and Kareem Hunt, and then here he drafted Nick Chubb, Denzel Ward, Miles.
Listen, he was very good at identifying if you could actually play the sport of football in the National Football League.
I think one of the all-time great drafters in the NFL, in NFL history. If you look at just like the actual amount of impact guys he's drafted has had on the league, like,
not
it's insane.
So good at working with people or hiring people.
But I never got one of those sweatshirts, and in fact, it was one of the big arguments we had on the morning. I filled in on the morning show one day, and this is very early on. And I remember it was just like one of the biggest arguments we got into. Dorsey, at one point, he took off this sweatshirt that he was wearing, right? And you obviously remember the famous sweatshirts that he wore. He took one off at a game, and he threw it into the crowd and gave it to a child. And it was like the argument we got into the next day was the idea that like Ken, and then it was the other people on the show at the time with Ken were adamant that this kid just had a lifetime memory, and this is the greatest thing this kid has ever gotten, and this is like some sort of awesome thing. And I'm like, it's a dirty sweatshirt from a GM. Like what are we talking about? Like, who cares about a dirty sweatshirt from a GM? Like it was otherworldly to me that a kid would think that's like a lifetime achievement, getting this sweatshirt from John Dorsey.
Yeah, but that kid's dad.
They did this whole thing. It's like, oh, the kid's going to get that framed. The kid's going to have this for their whole entire life. This is a core memory for the kid. And I'm like, it's John Dorsey, not Myles Garrett. What are we talking about? It's a sweatshirt from a GM. And by the way, that was one of those discussions that I had where it was like unanimously in the room, everyone against me. And I'm like,
Shocking.
I don't see what's happening here.
Mac, I'm
don't
shocked.
See it.
The entire room against Jonathan Peterlin in an argument.
It's just a battle I live with every day.
The bewilderment is all over my face right now.
I guess the world doesn't see it how I see it. Some of you do, though, and I appreciate you. I appreciate those that do, Daryl. Quick hits coming your way next, right here in the Fan.
Behind-the-scenes footage, official contest rules, and everything you need to know about the Cleveland Browns and the local.
want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Spend your spring break with Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. All right, back out of here on The Fan. It is Jonathan Peterlin and Daryl Ryder with you guys. And now, it is time for Quick Hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
All right, Daryl, we're going to start off with a kind of a rumor more than anything else. ProFootballTalk.com, Mike Florio, saying during more than 3 weeks of free agency, no team other than the Steelers have been linked to Aaron Rodgers. He says the Broncos could be lurking, though. Now, there is an interesting nugget out of the NFL owners' meetings that not only is Bo Nix a full go for the team's offseason program with zero limitations, they think that he's fully recovered from this ankle surgery. I would think the only reason why you would put Aaron Rodgers to the Broncos would be if you thought that Bo Nix wasn't healthy week one, or the other side of this, the idea that him and Sean Payton really seem like they don't get along right now.
Right.
And there's been a lot of weird conversations around this ankle injury and public spats between the two of them. We might be headed for divorce here. I doubt it, but Florio wants to go and suggest it.
Yeah, I mean, stranger things have happened, right? Now, Mike McCarthy said also at the owners' meetings that he wanted the Steelers quarterback situation, a la Aaron Rodgers. He wanted that to be taken care of before they host the NFL draft.
Well, and so Rodgers historically has done it around April 11th, April 12th, in that little range. So, like, it would give him enough time before the draft. But yes, like, it's if I'm McCarthy, I want that answer too. And now that might not take him out of taking Ty Simpson. You still might take Ty Simpson anyway. But yeah, you want to know that answer.
Well, yeah. So I think that the quarterback drama, especially surrounding Sean Payton, right, and getting along with guys. You've got the situation in Philadelphia right now as well. Whether or not Jalen Hurts is getting along with people, or
we'll talk about that at 3 o'clock.
People getting along with Jalen Hurts. It's the quiet time of the year, and especially because the owners' meetings and everyone's talking. It's a little entertaining right now reading some of this stuff.
I don't know why, but I get the impression that it bothers Sean Payton that Bo Nix is not like genuflecting at the altar of Sean Payton,
right?
And not being like, you're the reason why we accomplished everything that we accomplished. I think Sean Payton wants Bo Nix just to fall in line, and that's not who Bo Nix is.
And that's also not who Drew Brees was either.
I know,
which is interesting, right?
I wonder if that's why Sean Payton wants this to look different. And Sean Payton clearly has control issues. He wants to be in control of everything, and he wants it done his way.
Right.
But the Bo Nix part of this is fascinating because all they've done is publicly spat, and it doesn't seem like it's healthy. And you can make a legitimate argument that as much success as they had,
right,
a lot of quarterbacks you could have put in there, and you probably would have had a lot of success still. And so it's a weird thing because Bo Nix doesn't have much of a leg to stand on, but Bo Nix is putting out the public-facing front that he is that good, and he is the reason. And so it's fascinating to me.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting development to keep an eye on as the rest of the offseason and training camp continues, where not Bo Nix will be in the good graces of one Sean Payton.
Yeah.
Fans will love this. The NFL in recent years have been doing the overlapping Monday Night Football games. Well, that idea scrapped. That might be one of the better ideas the NFL has had in recent years to get rid of the overlapping games. Let me ask you this, Jonathan.
Yeah.
I am a fan, though, of Monday Night Football doubleheaders. I still like the idea of having an early 7 o'clock kickoff and then maybe having a 10 o'clock West Coast kickoff. What say you?
I don't like it when they do it early in the year because it feels like, and it's coming off of preseason where the games don't really matter, and then we just get these double headers that start at like 7, and then it's like the second game on ESPN is always like Beth Mowins and like whoever ESPN could just kind of like scrape together to do these games, and it always feels like a haphazard C team production. that I don't really care for. And I want more football in my life. I do. I always want that. But I've never gotten the idea that people take that second game as serious as just the standalone Monday Night Football game.
I'll say this. I would rather have a true Monday Night Football doubleheader than have Thursday Night Football or any of these other oddball days of the week where they're trying to put games, whether it's Black Friday, the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, and all that nonsense. Just give me a true Monday Night Football doubleheader. That's all I want. That's all I'm asking for in life. I don't ask for much. Just give me a Monday Night Football doubleheader.
I mean, again, I don't hate more football in general. Give me as much football as you possibly can. I just always thought the productions on that stuff was always rushed. It was always put together in a weird way. And then, like, again, I said Beth Moen. She's good at what she does. But it'd be like Boomer, for instance. And, like, all these, like, it'd just be like...
Boomer and Booger?
Yeah, it would just be like these weird, like, C-D team productions that don't make sense and are definitely not Joe Buck and Troy Aikman.
Right.
And it just there's a fall-off that exists there. And it just kind of reminds you of what preseason football is. And it only exists in the early parts of the year. And so I like this idea. I think this is a good idea to just get rid of that and just call it a day there. All right, CB Buckner's in the spotlight once again. On Monday, we talked about him missing 6 out of the 8 calls that he had. Well, this wasn't even an ABS issue. This was just CB Buckner just not doing his job. Courtesy of the Brewers Network. Here we go.
So the call from CB Buckner is that Jake Bowers missed first base and then was tagged out. Not that he made a move to second base and was tagged out, that he flat out missed the bag. And I think that is the horrendous call. Where is CB Buckner looking?
He's not even looking at it. Why would he even say that?
CB Buckner was not even looking at the play.
Call's overturned. Milwaukee retains their challenge.
That's just a waste of time reviewing that.
So if you didn't gather or did gather, CB Buckner accuses Bowers of just basically missing the plate completely or missing first base completely, and he clearly stepped on it. Like, it's not even a debate. He clearly stepped on first base. And then you look at the slowed down video, and he's not even looking at first base as he's making the call. And so CB Buckner's getting up into the Cowboy Joe West type territory. These umpires that are just hilariously wrong and are being proven wrong through replay at such a high rate.
Well, we saw it last night in Detroit with Tony Brothers. It happened, right? I mean, he tees up a player for the player asking J.B. Bickerstaff to challenge it. They challenge it, and they win the challenge.
Tony Brothers, another one of those umps/refs that everyone knows their name.
Right. See, if we know your name as an official, an umpire, a ref, that means you really, really are bad at your job. CB Buckner, one of the worst, right up there with Joe West, but... yeah, not the least bit surprising seeing that last night. Clear as day, hit the bag. CB Buckner not even looking at it. What's your favorite condiment there on a hot dog, or what's your no-go on a hot dog? John Kruk, who's now Philadelphia Phillies television analyst.
Do you want me to answer? I can answer it.
We're going to hear what John Kruk has to say, and then I want you to respond to this.
Held away.
That's what I had for lunch before I came to the ballpark.
Hot dogs?
2 hot dogs, potato roll, and mayo. Mayo.
Smiley, he put mayo on his hot dog. How do you feel about that?
If you have a bologna sandwich, you put mayo on it. Ain't they the same meat?
Mayo sounds gross.
Right.
He kind of had me with the bologna comment, though. I was kind of like, wait a second. No, mayo sounds gross. I don't even put mayo on sandwiches, though. I used to as a kid. I used to like mayonnaise on sandwiches and thought that was a good time. And now I never do that. I don't know why. I just never do that. So like it's not that I don't like mayo. I like it. I find myself using none of it and not buying it.
Ketchup, the spicy mustard, stadium mustard, and
I love
some
stadium
relish.
mustard.
I'll give you onions. You can throw some onions on there.
Grilled onions especially. Grilled onions are the
chili.
best.
Make yourself a chili dog. That's fine.
Sure.
But mayo, like, what are we doing here?
Still don't understand the sucking on a chili dog thing, but that's fine.
I do. I don't mind a good chili dog occasionally.
Yeah, but how is that the lyric that came out? Sucking on a chili dog. Like, how is that? It's iconic, and how is that the lyric that came out?
Don't look at me. I didn't make it famous. Not my fault.
Not your fault?
Not my fault.
I think your generation made it famous.
You can blame me for a lot of things. You cannot blame me for sucking on a chili dog.
Your people made sucking on a chili dog like an iconic line. And it's like, oh, wait, how did we get there? How did that happen out of that? I am not so people from Chicago typically are the don't put mustard on hot dogs guy. I'll put a hot dog. I'll put mustard on a hot dog. I don't care.
And it can't be the yellow stuff. You got to go to the stadium.
No,
spicy
I'll put
mustard.
the yellow stuff on there. I don't care.
You gotta,
doesn't bother me at all.
You got to add a little extra flavor on there.
I prefer stadium mustard, but I'll put the yellow mustard on.
Or
I don't
ballpark mustard, depending
But
on.
I need something more than just straight up ketchup. I think people that eat just ketchup on the hot dog are serial killers.
Yes.
And so I need something a little bit more than that.
100%.
I love, if I'm at a ball game, though, I love grilled onions on it.
Mac's looking at us right now. Why do I get the feeling that Mac is a ketchup only on the hot dog guy?
Yeah, that's me. What's up? How's it going?
It is you.
Yeah.
I was just joking.
Oh, yeah, no, 100%.
All right, well, we know not to be seen in a dark alley with Mac at any given time now.
All right, I guess I'm going to the ballpark on my own now.
How many dollar dogs have you taken out in $1 dog sitting?
I think the most I've done is like 5. I think
Okay.
5 or 6.
Could you do the 999 challenge? 9 beers, 9 hot dogs, 9 innings?
No, I don't think so.
Could you do it?
No, I couldn't do it for 3 innings, let alone 9.
You couldn't? You have no chance?
Not with the beer.
The beer's what sets you off there?
Yeah. The beer.
I always thought the hot dogs would be the hardest part of that.
Beer fills me up. Yeah, the stomach does not like a lot of beer.
It's a real race. I want to try it one day, but I have 2 kids. It's not the time to be doing that now.
Yeah, the beer is what would trip me up more than the hot dogs.
Yeah.
Really? Both you guys are worried about the beer component to it.
It's probably got to be the water.
I just don't know that I could do 9 hot dogs. I really don't know that I could do that. I'm not worried about the beer. I could take care of the beer, I think. I don't think I got the hot dogs at all. All right, 216-474 to below 92. What does a trade look like for Jalen Hurts? ESPN came out with a bombshell article today. Is it more realistic than it ever has been? We get your phone calls and more. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
and Coach Lance Reisland. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
No, the podcast isn't dead. It's just moved to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima feed on the free Odyssey app. Of course, the emerging podcast scene is also brought to you by Extend Technologies.
It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
I know you're not happy and just going to have to live with it. Missed a moment in your show? Use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration.
AshleyBass.Cleveland.com going to join us in 20 minutes. We'll break down the latest with the Browns. Obviously, what she heard from Munkin and Jimmy Haslam and Andrew Berry from the past couple of days as well. It is Jonathan Peterlin. Daryl Ryder with you guys in on Afternoon Drive. And Daryl, there's a part of me that I just want to yell at Ken. That part exists. And there's another part of me that wants to take this as a serious convo. Which would you prefer first?
Go ahead and yell at Ken.
I heard go ahead and yell at Ken. His mic was up, but I heard go ahead and yell at Ken. All right, here's what I want to do. This is not a champion's pose situation because Jalen Hurts, for the 7 millionth year in a row, is having problems with the Philadelphia Eagles. Like, water's wet. Off-season report has the Eagles and Jalen Hurts not quite getting along. Same thing. This happens every single offseason. This doesn't diminish his value in the same way that Lamar Jackson, when the Baltimore Sun came out with their report, didn't diminish Lamar Jackson's value either. Like, if you are of a certain caliber of quarterback, and he's not Lamar, obviously, but if you're of a certain caliber of quarterback, and I don't know, the guy that went to 2 Super Bowls and then beat Patrick Mahomes in a Super Bowl would qualify under this umbrella. You get to have these off-season conversations, and it doesn't negate your value in the slightest bit, in my opinion. So having one ESPN report from Jeremy Fowler, which says a lot of the same things we've already been talking about with Jalen Hurts for years on end, doesn't all of a sudden make what was at one point, I don't know,
a hypothetical?
A hypothetical at best. It doesn't all of a sudden make it not true. If the going rate for defensive players of extreme caliber are multiple first-round picks, then a quarterback that, even if he's the 10th best quarterback in the NFL, is still going to be multiple first. And that includes whatever 6th overall pick you want to put in there as well. All right.
You feel better?
Not really, if I'm being honest about it. When you yell about something or yell at someone in particular, you're like, I won't feel good until I know with certainty that he heard it and that he understood the message. In this instance, I have no idea if he ever will or if he even understands it. But this is not a champion's pose on the value of Jalen Hurts. If Jalen Hurts hit the open market, starting at a 6th overall pick is an absolute steal if he became available. He is still going for multiple firsts. And the reason why the comp goes to Russell Wilson all the time at the end of his time in Seattle, if you look up what that comp was, that was multiple firsts that was given off for Russell Wilson. That's going to be the starting rate and then some. He's not all of a sudden going for 6 overall. But if this opens up the door for Jalen Hurts to come here at 6 overall, I'll say the same thing I said 3 weeks ago, and I'll just repeat it. I can slow myself down so people can hear it, though. You do it all the time. But nothing has changed in regards to the Eagles' status with Jalen Hurts, in my opinion.
Well, I'm glad you feel better. Yeah, hopefully you get that euphoric come down after getting all that off your chest.
Little disappointing, for being honest. All right, Jeremy Fowler, though, he was on ESPN, and he's the one that came up with the article that went through all the pushing back of changes that would diversify the scheme, Hurts wanting to avoid playing under center, the poor body language, not always buying into what they were trying to do, not the most coachable. This is what he had to say.
Jalen Hurts, despite immense success, is facing some frustrations now within his own building. Mainly, sources point to an issue with coachability, that even in 2024, when they won the Super Bowl, coaches trying to implement new schemes, motions and shifts, maybe more things under center. Hurts has pushed back to those at times. They feel like changes within the huddle to play calls have been excessive at times, even giving signals to receivers with hand signals to change a play that weren't installed in the offense. So those are things that have just sort of come to a head despite all the winning that they've done. It's a situation where there's a moving train that Jalen Hurts now has to get on. And the Eagles are trying to put the bottle back together and really just change things a little bit to help Hurts take the next step. Sources say he has been more open and receptive to some of those changes behind the scenes in recent months, so they are hoping for the best.
Okay, can we just dissect and just hear how stupid that sounded for a second, Daryl? Can we like in particular the very first part of that? Did everyone hear it the way I heard it? The very first part of that, Daryl, where he's talking about how they won the Super Bowl and geez, they didn't like all the different changes that he made at the line and all the different changes while they were winning the Super Bowl. They got upset with it. A Super Bowl where he became the only quarterback in NFL history with multiple Super Bowls to have a passer rating over 150 rushing yards. He had more rushing yards in that Super Bowl game than Saquon Barkley had in the Super Bowl. Like the Super Bowl MVP in that whole stretch, he all of a sudden was the problem? Like, do you hear how dumb that sounds? This sounds like people wanting to complain, not having any truism attached to it all. Maybe Hurts is doing this because he actually knows what's right and doesn't trust whatever the hell Sirianni or one of the 6 coordinators he's had in 6 years is trying to get across to Jalen Hurts.
Well, and I think that might be part of the problem, right? The instability in the coaching that he has been given, right? He has had to deal with all these different voices. I don't know if Nick Sirianni is really one of the easiest people to work with or work for.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I agree. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I think that's more than fair to bring that aspect of things up as well.
I mean, 4 years into the relationship, Daryl, we had the big report from The Athletic about how they hadn't decided if they liked each other yet.
Right.
That's 4 years into their relationship.
Right. Almost like the Kevin Stefanski-Baker Mayfield relationship.
and that's what I find so interesting about this is that it reminds there's parallels of the Stefanski and Baker relationship that exist here. It's just what would happen.
What was accused to be the relationship between Shedeur Sanders and Kevin Stefanski, which ultimately was not true.
Well, but it's like what would happen if they won while having this type of relationship? And I'm of the belief that if you're winning a lot of games, a lot of this tends to get swept under the rug, and a lot of this then just goes away.
Winning is the ultimate deodorant.
It is. And so, like, if part of the complaints that he's having in there is that Jalen Hurts, what my read on that and what Jeremy had to say was that Jalen Hurts just thinks he knows better than the 6 different coordinators they've had in 6 years.
Right.
Well, wouldn't you if you're Jalen Hurts?
100%.
So what's the issue? He's some sort of nuisance because he wants to make sure that he's putting himself in the very best position? Is that a problem these days?
It's a chain of command issue, though. That's what it is. You asked what the issue is, so I'm going to tell you. Whether you agree with it or not, or whether I agree with it or not, it's immaterial. It's a chain of command issue. You're supposed to do what you're told as a player, right? And that based on what Jeremy Fowler said, what he reported, right? That's what this sounds like to me. Is it's an ego thing, right? You're not doing what I'm telling you to do. You're changing up what I'm telling you to do. You're having success doing it. Now, I'm annoyed by it because you're not doing what I'm telling you to do.
Which, do you hear how stupid that sounds?
No, I do. I'm just explaining, though, the situation of, like...
Yes, I think you're 100% right, but that's part of the problem within this. And it's like shouldn't success just be the main goal? You're the Eagles, shouldn't you not? I hate when people are
But the coaches feel their way of their path to success is better than Jalen Hurts' path.
One of the remarks on this is like changes play calls to an excessive degree, and it's like, oh yeah, but he's right. Like he's changing play calls and winning the Super Bowl. I think he's right. I think he's got an idea on what's working better than the millionth different coordinator you've had in for him. And I know where these reports come from, Daryl. This isn't hard to figure out.
Right.
This is one of the 6 different offensive coordinators that he's had is speaking up and trying to basically make it seem like everything's all like what they were doing was actually warranted and Jalen Hurts is the bad guy.
Right. I mean, look.
Okay. Go ahead. Speak.
That's how this goes. And again, it is an ego thing. It is a chain of command thing of, hey, I'm the coach, you're the player, you're supposed to do what I tell you to do. And you're supposed to do it in the manner in which I tell you to do it as well. And when you don't do that, okay. Now, the Eagles get the Super Bowl last year?
No, they didn't.
Okay. Well, so now this stuff because that's now the standard in Philadelphia with that organization. It's not just about, okay, making the playoffs, advancing in the playoffs, maybe getting to the conference championship game, being competitive in said championship game. Occasionally, you win or whatever. No, the standard in Philadelphia right now, where they are in their team building process and their organization, it's winning Super Bowls. It's Super Bowl or bust for them. They did not accomplish that goal last year. And so I think what they're trying to do, Jonathan, is they're trying to make it known the reason that we didn't accomplish our goal is because Jalen Hurts was not doing what we were telling him to do. Yeah. And had Jalen Hurts been doing what we told him to do, We would have gotten there. That's my take on it. That's my perception on it. But that's where that whole chain of command thing comes from. That is a big thing among coaches. Coaches do not like players changing their play calls.
Yes, but to what extent, though? Like, is this going to be the type of thing where now we look at Hurts as being attainable for the rest of the NFL, and because of him changing play calls at the line, all of a sudden they're going to go, oh, a Tanner McKee can do just as good of a job.
Look,
like you're just going to cut off your nose to spite your face.
Look,
that's what it sounds like to me.
If Jalen Hurts was the Cleveland Browns quarterback under Kevin Stefanski, and we found out he was changing Stefanski's calls, fans would want to throw a parade down Euclid Avenue for him.
And oddly enough, I feel like Stefanski would have been one of the few coaches that would have been all right with somebody changing some of his play calls at the line.
He would have handled that. He would have handled that behind the scenes.
I just don't look at it as a bad thing, though. I look at it as you give the play calls, and then if you trust your quarterback enough, and that's the problem. Stefanski didn't have a quarterback he trusted enough.
And maybe Sirianni doesn't trust Hurts, and that's why this is a problem as well.
Yeah, but he should after 2 Super Bowl appearances and beating Mahomes in the Super Bowl. That's where this all is so befuddling to me.
I know.
But has this hurt Jalen Hurts' trade value enough to then have him be on the market? I think this is all just offseason talk.
Oh, I think it's.
I feel like this is the way this has always gone with Jalen Hurts.
I think people are bored right now.
Yes, very much so. I feel like this is very much that part of the season. But the idea that if Jalen Hurts hit the open market, Daryl, I mean, not only would the 6th overall pick be part of the asking price, it would be 2 first-round picks and then some, and this report doesn't change that. And there would still be, in my estimation, 10-plus NFL teams that would be interested in Jalen Hurts' services. Like, we can laugh about the dysfunction, and we can laugh about whether or not you think he's an elite quarterback. I'm there for all those conversations. But he's unequivocally a top 10 quarterback, closer to 10 than he is 1, but he's unequivocally a top 10 quarterback.
That approach by Hurts is only acceptable, just judging this situation, if they got back to the Super Bowl and they won the thing. Otherwise, they're sitting there saying, because they are going through their offseason autopsy of what happened last year and why they ultimately didn't get to the Super Bowl. And I just feel like they're pinning this thing all on Jalen Hurts.
That's what they're trying to do.
That he's not listening to the coaching. He's not doing what the coaches say. Like, okay, let's.
But here's what I say. I'll laugh at him. You want to go ahead and do that. Blame the quarterback. Go ahead. See how it works out for you. Trade Jalen Hurts and see how your next season goes.
Look, I mean, we've had instances where Browns quarterbacks were making up plays in the huddle, but part of the reason they were making up plays in the huddle is because they didn't know the damn playbook to begin with. They had offensive linemen telling them, no, this is the play that just got called, right? We've had that all the time because it's such a hodgepodge mess here with the quarterback carousel. So, like, okay, what if it came out that Shedeur Sanders, right, was because he didn't know the playbook and understand the playbook, whatever, and this is a hypothetical question I'm asking. I'm stressing that, okay? Hypothetical question. What if Shedeur Sanders was just making up plays last year and changing what Kevin Stefanski was calling?
Well, but there's a difference between somebody that's been to 2 Super Bowls and has won a Super Bowl and then a rookie quarterback. And it's got to be obvious.
But are the situations really that different? The actions
yes, I do believe they are, yeah.
The actions are the same, though.
The actions are the same.
The actions are the same.
Who's able to pull it off matters in this equation. At least I feel like. I feel like if you've accomplished as much as Jalen Hurts has in the NFL, you get to make some of these calls. You get to make some of these decisions.
Well, if you get to the Tom Brady level, you can do whatever you want on the field, right?
He's not at Tom Brady level, obviously. But
you feel he's gathered the cachet to be able to do what he's doing.
When you've won a Super Bowl and you've gone and again, not only just winning Super Bowls, dominating in the Super Bowl that he won against Patrick Mahomes, like you've taken yourself to another tier where yes, you get to have that seat at the table. You get to do this, and like the idea though. I mean, you're reading it right. This is obviously a frustrated coaching staff, and this is a coaching staff that is tired of the idea that Jalen Hurts never takes any of the blame for any of the problems in Philadelphia, and they're trying to push it all on Jalen Hurts.
Right.
But I'd say be careful what you wish for. If I was the Eagles in this scenario, because if Jalen Hurts becomes available, yes, he's costing way more than we discussed, but there's also going to be a long, long line of teams that would be interested in Jalen Hurts' services.
I'm just going to tell you, Nick Sirianni does not strike me as a guy who likes when his players aren't doing what he's telling them to do. Regardless of what the results might be, he does not strike me as a guy that puts up with guys not following orders.
All right, for more on this and also the latest on the Browns quarterback situation, Ashley Bastock going to join us in 5 minutes right here on The Fan.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading...
contract negotiations. The two sides are currently talking how to make an appropriate deal for the 19-year-old, which has reportedly been occurring since spring training. Cleveland.com's Ashley Bastock joins the show next, talking all things Browns. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
All right, back at it here on The Fan. It is Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterl and Daryl Ryder. Daryl, I'm going to share something with you later on that I think might make me... I call people that eat hot dogs with just ketchup serial killers.
And by the way, we now work with 2 serial killers on this
all these
show.
people. I didn't mean to offend so many people with that. Apparently, a lot of people... That's like a popular just go-to condiment for people. Okay, thank you. Sorry to offend everybody today.
Solid choice.
I mean, there's so many great condiments in the world. You're just going to settle on ketchup and let that exist.
You start off the week talking about Chase Delauter getting hurt. Now he's getting x-rays. Now you're calling people that just have ketchup on the hot dogs serial killers. You're making all kinds of friends this week, Jonathan.
We're going rogue this week. That's what this is. Nick's gone. We're going rogue. Let's go out to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. I actually think there's one person that would appreciate what's unique about myself today, and I think it's Ashley. Hello, Ashley. How are you?
That's what you think.
I do appreciate it, and I do have to say, for the record, I do not eat hot dogs with only ketchup. So you've been marked safe in this conversation, JP.
Thank you. I knew I could count on you. I feel like there's not many people we bring on that I consistently can be like, I know I can count on them. You're one of them, though.
I appreciate that. And Daryl sits right behind me in the media room, so I think he knows that, too.
I can vouch for Ashley. She is definitely all reliable. 100%.
All right, let me ask you about the move that's maybe questionable, though. We'll get to the Browns in a second. So for years, I have been saying that my birthday is 2 dates. My birthday is April 22nd, but it's easier in the scroll tab to just make it April 1st. And so for years, I have been telling businesses that my birthday is actually April 1st. And today is April 1st. And so the fun thing about that is I've gotten all sorts of emails for free things and happy birthday. And it's like I celebrate 2 birthdays now. And I don't hate this development.
You know, I can't fault you for that one because most of the time these birthday deals are a month long anyway. But look, I do have to give a shout out to my mom because it actually is her birthday today. She is an actual April 1st, April Fool's birthday person. So when I go home, I'm going to ask her what she thinks about all of this, and I'll get back to you if she's actually offended by you taking her birthday, her actual birthday, away from her.
Tell her happy birthday, but also if she wants, she can just start putting April 22nd, and then the two of us can just celebrate those 2 days, and it'll be great.
Yeah, it'll cancel each other out. You guys can trade birthday gifts. I'm kind of liking this idea.
It's perfect. All right, Ashley, were you at the owners' meetings or no?
I was not, no. My colleague Mary Kay Cabot, though, had, I think, coverage of every possible Browns angle you can from those meetings over at Cleveland.com, though.
Yeah, no question about it. And honestly, in today's day and age, you get all the video and you get all the reaction that you need anyway, so it is what it is. So, all right, let's start with Andrew Berry and what he had to say. He seemed, in my opinion, I don't really know what to take away with what he said in regards to Shedeur and Deshaun and everything in between. But between Andrew Berry and Jimmy Haslam, I felt like they were singing a very positive Deshaun tune. Meanwhile, with Todd Monken, it was a very positive Shedeur tune. How did you read it?
Yeah, that was kind of exactly how I read it as well, which is funny. And I know Mary Kay and, of course, our other colleague Dan Lobby, as they were recapping the meetings on our podcast this week, it was like each day you kind of felt that shift, right? Like we've even been joking about it because it was so pro Deshaun those first couple of days, it felt like, when Andrew Berry and Jimmy Haslam talked, as you said, that it sort of had me thinking from afar, like, wow, is it like really feasible that Deshaun could start week 1 for this football team right now? But then when Todd Monken spoke the other day on Tuesday, to me it did feel like that pendulum swung back a little bit, just knowing the things he said about how last season ended, for example, right, where obviously Shedeur Sanders was your starter at the end of last season and Deshaun Watson wasn't even active. So to me, I think the answer lies somewhere in the middle, probably, that, look, they haven't been able to evaluate these guys on field yet. They probably don't know, but I at least so far from hearing what Todd Monken said, I think this plan is maybe a little bit better than the plan they had for offseason reps last year in that four-way quarterback competition. So that was my big takeaway. Like, it felt very pro Deshaun at the beginning of all of this, but then when Todd Monken talked, it was like, well, not so fast. Let's take last year into account as well.
Well, I mean, do we really believe, though, that this is going to be Todd Monken's call? I know the organization is saying that it's Todd's call, but historically, they do like to collaborate. So just your read on this situation.
They do like that collaboration.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that collaboration is always important, right? And, I mean, I think we see it a lot being in that room and covering everything that we have to cover. And that's sort of how they're always talking about things, right? It's how they talked about the coaching search, that it's going to be collaborative. But, you know, what's interesting in all this to me is, like, obviously this idea of Todd Monken being so, like, old school mixed with new school. Like, you got to believe Todd Monken's in that seat for the first time. I think he's going to want to have most of the say there. And obviously he's very different than Kevin Stefanski in the sense of he just says more. We've already, I think, gotten a very, very small taste of that. But I even think something as simple as at those meetings this week saying, like, oh, yeah, I haven't seen Dylan Gabriel in the building. Like, Kevin Stefanski never would have said something like that or revealed who had been in the building or anything like that. So he operates very differently. I do think ultimately you're going to be looking at a collaborative process because that's just how this front office and ownership group has done it. But as that goes on, I'm curious how that's all going to play out.
Well, you mentioned Dylan Gabriel. Do you feel like that was them telling us that Dylan Gabriel's time is done, or is it just he's just not there because he didn't need to be there?
It could be so many things. I don't feel like it's them saying, oh, his time is done. Mainly, you know, I think back to the coordinator press conferences when offensive coordinator Travis Schweitzer, you know, I thought went out of his way to mention him. We talked about it. He actually mentioned him first. But, like, I think from the outside looking in, and I am the first to admit, I think I am a bit harder on players when they're not at things, like, voluntarily. You could go back and read what I've written, listen to what I've said when, like, Myles Garrett skips OTAs, for example. I don't like it. And I think if you have a team that's saying the quarterback competition is open and you're Dylan Gabriel from the outside looking in, that's, like, tough then to not be there. And I'm sort of like, as the person looking at it, well, why aren't you there? Does that mean, like, he has a feeling he's not in the competition? Like, I don't know. That's just an unknowable answer right now. But I definitely think it's interesting that he's not there. And, like, we obviously heard this week that Shedeur Sanders has been in the building a ton. Jimmy Haslam praised him for all the work he's doing. So there's definitely a dichotomy there that we can at least point to and recognize after this week, I think.
Ashley, you mentioned Myles Garrett. Obviously, he, too, getting some headlines at the owners' meetings. Andrew Berry did not want to talk about any of the reasons why they decided to adjust payments in the contract that they didn't have to adjust, and gives them very little cap flexibility this specific year. Do you believe that what they say about they're not trading Myles Garrett, or at least they don't have plans to trade Myles Garrett, is true? And and as part of that, too, I feel like they're trying to normalize what is going to be his absence from the offseason program.
I definitely think they're trying to normalize that. I think they did a poor job of trying to normalize that in the past. And again, like, somebody like me who's always hard on him for not showing up, like, I think if you're Myles Garrett, you should be held to a higher standard, right? So when things are voluntary, they can't count against you. But, you know, I think it makes a huge impact if somebody like Myles Garrett is there for that voluntary stuff, because ultimately these are still important sessions that you can be at, and you're in a leadership role, obviously. So that part of it is interesting to me. I do tend to believe them that they don't have any plans to trade him, because it's like, why would you, if you were just going to trade him after everything that happened last year, why wouldn't you have done it last year when there was a no trade, or there wasn't a no trade clause? Now he has one. So now you're talking about your first round draft pick compensation. only being from a team where he in theory would want to go, and that would be like worse first-round picks, obviously, because you're assuming they're a better team. So I believe them. I mean, I thought it was interesting that, to me, when I saw the clips coming out of Andrew Berry being asked about this, almost being defiant in having to talk about it again, I thought was interesting. But to me, it kind of like dropped the veil a little bit in, no, he like means business. This is not a thing they're thinking about. So that was just kind of my read on the situation. And yeah, I mean, I'll still be talking about why I think it's important Myles Garrett should be at these voluntary practices, even if a lot of other people don't think that.
Do you think there's still a chance he's unhappy with the organization? I went back and I listened to what he said right before the end of the season. I spoke about it and played the audio on my Sunday show. Do you think that Todd Monken's in? They didn't hire Jim Schwartz, who he really wanted them to hire. Do you think there's a chance that maybe Myles is a little still unsettled about the direction of the organization going forward?
I think that's a great question, Daryl. I think we're not going to know for sure what Myles Garrett is thinking until the next time we speak to Myles Garrett, which is typically how it goes. And the reason I say that is there's been so many times, I think, over the years, and this is my 6th or 7th year covering Myles now. You've obviously covered him longer than I have, his whole tenure here. But he has a way of like surprising you, and you can think like he's not really thinking anything, or he's not going to say anything, and he does. You can think he's going to say something, and he doesn't. I mean, the prime examples to me are in 2021 when, you remember, we went through that whole week of Odell Beckham Jr. forcing his way out. Everyone said, oh, yeah, I haven't talked to Odell, don't know what's going on. And then Myles gets up there. Not only does he say he's talked to Odell, he kind of took a shot at the front office for how they handled the whole thing, right? Like, you can have moments like that with Myles at any point in time. So I always like to think, until there's a reason to think he feels a certain type of way, I give him the benefit of the doubt, because you really have to let things play out with him, I think, for sure.
Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com, joining us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. All right, let me ask you this. If the theory out there is something along the lines of the Browns are just trying to give you all this quarterback information and just flood you with this Shedeur versus Deshaun stuff as almost like a misdirection to then take Ty Simpson, if that's a thought that exists out there, how much weight would you put into it, and do you buy it at all?
You can never trust, I think, anything that you hear at this time of year, right? Like, I sort of always view everything around the draft through that lens. Like, in theory, what you are describing, yeah, that wouldn't surprise me, right? Because that's kind of how smoke screens work. That's sort of a perfect smoke screen as you're heading into the draft. But, look, with Ty Simpson, I think so much of it depends on how far he's willing to drop. Like, we know he's visiting with the Jets. I think they're having a private workout with him. They obviously are another team in need of a quarterback, and they pick ahead of the Browns. There's a lot at play here. But that's certainly, I think, the sort of smokescreen scenario you described is not unheard of. Like, it would actually make a lot of sense, but I think the important thing to note is it's one of those things that if it makes sense, it's going to make sense in hindsight, right? And we'll start connecting the dots. And it's sort of like what I point to is last year in the draft when Andrew Berry got up there at his pre-draft press conference and is saying all these amazing things about Travis Hunter and comparing him to Shohei Ohtani. And in hindsight, it's like, okay, you were doing that as the GM because you're just reinforcing that, yes, the Jacksonville Jaguars, you are making the right decision here to trade with us so we can move back to 5. So you can never trust anything you hear at face value at this time of year. But I think, unfortunately, with how secretive things have gotten, fortunately for the teams, we're not going to be able to put all those pieces together until after the fact.
All right, Ashley, great stuff as always. Wish your mom a happy birthday. Is she a ice cream cake type person, cookie cake type person? What type of cake?
More of like, we actually got cupcakes today. So I love a good fancy cupcake, so that's what we went with.
I love a fancy cupcake. Fun fact about me, fancy cupcakes, I mess with them. All right, thank you, Ashley. I appreciate you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, that's Ashley on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline.
And we are not going to ask you to expound upon that at all.
Have a good time with a fancy cupcake. I like cookie cakes too, Daryl. Ice cream cake used to be my go-to, and I've soured on them in recent years. I still get them; they're my go-to, but they just don't hit the same way they used to. I don't know why. They used to be like when they were, I don't know, like 10, 15 years ago. I used to think ice cream cakes were everything, and now with each passing year, I'm going back to like I go to all these kids' birthday parties, and just the sheet cakes that gets the job done. I don't have to worry about anything.
And they're also less messy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No question about it. All right. Are the Browns just trying to throw everybody off here? We'll react to what Ashley had to say, and Daryl's got a gripe about what today is. We'll explain that as well. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Spend your spring break with Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
It was so pro Deshaun those first couple of days, it felt like, when Andrew Berry and Jimmy Haslam talked, as you said, that it sort of had me thinking from afar, like, wow, is it like really feasible that Deshaun could start week 1 for this football team right now? But then when Todd Monken spoke, to me it did feel like that pendulum swung back a little bit, just knowing the things he said about how last season ended, for example, right, where obviously Shedeur Sanders was your starter at the end of last season and Deshaun Watson wasn't even active. So to me, I think the answer lies somewhere in the middle, probably, that, look, they haven't been able to evaluate these guys on field yet. They probably don't know, but I, at least so far from hearing what Todd Monken said, I think this plan is maybe a little bit better than the plan they had for off-season reps last year in that four-way quarterback competition.
That was Ashley Bass.Cleveland.com. She joined us moments ago. And Daryl, I mean, yeah, it's got to be better than what the plan was last year, because the plan, first off, that plan didn't even really materialize until we still have weeks left on the calendar if we were going off of last year's timeline.
There was a plan last year?
Yeah, I mean, that's basically what I'm saying. Like,
the plan wasn't the plan they told us was the plan, didn't ultimately end up being the plan.
Now, again, we still don't even know what this plan essentially is either, though. Like, we truthfully don't. Like, especially like Ashley talked about at the end of the interview, like this idea, and it's gaining steam, that this is all just one big misdirection, and it's really about Ty Simpson.
I know.
Well, if that's the plan, then we don't even, first off, we have to see how they execute it. If they go at 6 overall is different than if they go at 24th overall to draft Ty Simpson, or if they go at 39 overall is especially different. And you see how this just becomes a leap of faith to even give them the credit to having a plan.
Well, giving them credit to having a plan is not the easiest thing to do. I'm in favor of any plan that does not involve Deshaun Watson, that's for sure.
Sure.
But, I mean, right. Listen, they talked out of both sides of their mouths at the owners' meetings, right? You had Jimmy say one thing, you had Todd Monken say another thing. It's just like after they fired Kevin. Jimmy said one thing, Andrew Berry said another thing.
What was Monken doing that to basically come in and put out the fire? Is that his job? Is he? Did they send him out there to be like, all right, we went too hard in trying to uplift Deshaun. Maybe we tilted it too much in that part of the equation. You come in now and you talk positive about Shedeur?
I think Todd Monken's going to find out he will need a fire hose on a regular basis, because putting out fires is a major component of being the head coach of the Cleveland Browns. I mean, aside from whatever it is you do on game day, the scheduling, the practices, whatever, you're fireman Todd now.
Which, I mean, I heard Zach Jackson earlier today, and Zach was talking about how it felt like to him that Todd was already tired about talking quarterbacks at these press conferences. And like, so the inference there is like, wait a second, like, what, does he not realize what he signed up for? Like, if you want him to be this fireman.
No, actually, I don't think he has any idea what he has signed up for here.
I don't know that he did. And so, like, this is the hard part of this. Like, if you want to be, and we'll get to Coach Riz's thoughts on this later on next hour about his, like, why he thought Monken missed the whole meeting and everything. But if you want to be just football guy, just rah-rah football guy, and I dissect film, and that's all I do in life, I got bad news for you. That's not really the job. There's so much more that goes into this job than you'll ever realize, and I think he's starting to understand that. But, like, sitting up there and talking about quarterbacks is part of the job, and dealing with the media and putting out the fires, as you describe it, like, that's a lot of the gig.
Yeah.
The Sundays are the fun part. That's the payoff for dealing with all this crap throughout the week.
Well, not here in Cleveland, the Sundays typically are not the fun part.
They're supposed to be, though. They're supposed to be like the reward.
Okay, fair enough.
They suck. Fair. They suck for us here, but like they're supposed to be the reward. That's supposed to be the big payoff. Like, I don't know. I kind of think about it with our radio jobs here, for instance, in many ways. Like, what people think we do is just come on the radio and talk for 5 hours a day. What we actually do, though, there's a scope beyond that, like sales meetings and going out to see different clients and stuff like that are like, yeah, there's a lot more than just coming up with hot takes that goes into this, or coming up with good ideas to then go ahead and give to people. But I knew that going in. I understand that part of the role, right? I know that.
Right. You knew what you signed up for.
Of course. Does Todd Monken know that? Does he know that there's a lot more to this job than just show up and coach football? And I think there's an understanding that's happening in real time, and I'm worried for Todd because I don't know that he understands that completely.
I think now you're starting to understand why I'm not as optimistic about the Todd Monken tenure or regime think administration or whatever you want to call it. This is why, because I do feel like there's so much to this job that he just was either unaware of or didn't believe he was actually going to have to deal with. And
there's so many non-football things that you have to deal with.
Right, and especially here in Cleveland. Like, again, this is the worst job in the National Football League if you are a first-time NFL head coach, because you don't have a franchise quarterback ever. You have a very collaborative building where there's a lot of hands in the cookie jar, especially if things aren't going well. Then those other hands are going to want to exert influence to try and help you right the ship. Like, this is all part and parcel. Then you've got all the, all the other just typical responsibilities you have as a head coach. Like, it's not easy. He's going to earn every dollar that the Haslam Sports Group is paying him, as he put it, right? They put his name on a check, right? He's going to earn all those zeros on that check. There's no question about it. Let's just hope that those zeros do not include the points that they're scoring every Sunday like we typically see here in Cleveland. He's going to have to try and find a way to make something out of nothing this year, because it feels like he doesn't have, at least as we have the conversation right now, a lot to work with. This is not demonstratively a better football team today than it was when they left the field last season. Did they switch out some pieces and parts? Yes. Are they tremendously better, especially on the offensive side of the ball? No. And the reason I can say that is because the skill position rooms have not materially changed. And we are sitting here debating the owner versus the head coach, who's right, where they're leaning in the Deshaun v. Shedeur quarterback competition that we're all going to have to suffer through.
Well, while we're all also wondering if this is all just one big ruse, if this is all just a side quest for them as they try to make us all think one thing is happening and then something else is happening.
Maybe this is their big April Fool's joke on all of us, although they did it a few days early. They were a little premature.
Yeah, it's a week-long celebration for them. They don't do just April 1st.
Well,
they do the entire week.
You're over here trying to co-sign or co-own other people's birthdays.
I'm getting a lot of birthday stuff today because of my laziness for years on ends of just celebrating April 1st and putting that because the drop down is easier. And then I could have got like 7 different coffees for free today. I got everything in my inbox today.
I'm the last person.
Fantastic.
You know this. I'm the last person to defend you, but I do have to defend you. I do know other people that have April 1st listed as their birthday, and it's not their birthday.
I'm glad I'm not alone. I just feel like, why not celebrate this to give me 2 birthdays a year? That's essentially what I'm doing for myself.
Doesn't
just
got
another email in between the break from GNC. How about that? Happy birthday, Jonathan. I said thank you so much. I'll take that $5 off coupon. I'm not going to use it very well, but I'll take that coupon. 216-474-0092. Jonah in Columbus up next. What's up, Jonah?
What's up, fellas? How's it going?
Hey, man. How are you?
I'm doing good. Just wanted to come in here and share a couple of my thoughts. You guys are talking about Monken and how he needs to be a firefighter, how, this is Cleveland. He's got to talk quarterback. He's got to do all these things. And I agree with that. Part of the job is talking quarterback. Part of the job is talking about the things that are important. I can't say that quarterback's not the most important position on a team. That's a fact. However, Cleveland has almost gone so far into one ditch of talking about only quarterback. That's like all we talk about as Cleveland fans. We're like so depressed at the fact that we haven't had a quarterback, which fair enough, we haven't had a quarterback. We've been in the crap for so long, but we've only talked about quarterback. We've only talked about fixing this position. For the past 3 years, it's just been quarterback. For the past however many years, it's been quarterback. And now we're finally getting to this place where we got a new coach. I'm almost glad that he's a little sick of talking about quarterbacks, because we need a culture shock. We need somebody in here that's different than what we've had for the past 2 decades, 3 decades. We need somebody in here that's going to take a step back and be like, all right, obviously Cleveland fans and Cleveland media want to talk quarterback because that's all we know. But he's coming from a place that's not as dysfunctional, that's not as like attached to this quarterback conversation and kind of say, like, yes, this is an important part of what we're doing here, but it's not the part of what we're doing here. It's not the whole entire thing about what we're doing here. And I personally like that maybe he's being a little bit less vocal about the quarterback stuff. And he has been vocal about some of it, but I like that, like,
that he seems tired of it. Yeah, I got you, and thank you, Jonah.
I kind of appreciate that. Yeah,
I appreciate you. The hard part there is that, are you going to be able to change people like Daryl that's been covering the Browns for a million years and their perception of it? I highly doubt it. Like, you're still going to ask questions about the quarterback because that's how we do this. That's how this is run. Like your questions, your thoughts, my questions, they're not going to change. Like, Todd's going to be the one that has to change in this relationship. He's not going to be the one that breaks beat reporters from asking questions about quarterbacks because he's going to convince them that there's another position that's more important or something else that's more important. At least, Daryl, I don't see that ever happening.
As I said, we will keep asking the questions until we are satisfied with the answer.
That's a good response too, right? Definitely. If all of a sudden you got Patrick Mahomes behind quarterback, you stop asking quarterback questions. All right, did the Cavs make a business decision last night? We'll get into it next. 216-474-0092. Greg Schwartz of Bleacher Report at 4:20. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
go, Gary.
Ken, quit complaining about the weather. It's a woman's fault that it's the way it is.
Tell me
Mother
more.
Nature. She can never make up her mind.
There we go. I'm going to write that one down. Hey, wife, get a load of this.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
It does slip out occasionally.
As we close in on the upcoming NFL Draft, check out the Fan Offseason Special. Every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, it's Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, Daryl Ryder recapping all the latest Browns news and the moves this offseason, free agency, and the draft ahead. You can listen right here on the Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app. Watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Offseason Special each and every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, right here on the Fan. All right, back at it here on the Fan. It is Jonathan Peterlin alongside Daryl Ryder today. And we're going to have Greg Schwartz join us in about 20 minutes or so from Bleacher Report. But, Daryl, I don't understand the panic that happened last night. Now, I blamed for a couple weeks now. They gave away way too many bonus bets in the gambling world, right? But that wasn't the problem. The problem that existed was the idea that too many people made parlay bets and didn't make enough actual bets with those bonus bets, okay? They needed to do some real betting because everyone in the gambling world understands we don't judge NBA teams on back-to-backs. The second night of a back-to-back is almost like just I'm not going to call it a free roll, but the expectations are absolutely zero. And so the amount of people that lost their mind after what happened with the Lakers-Cavs game last night, and the amount of people that just seemed like they didn't have an understanding of what's going on with the seeding and everything else, it was befuddling to me, Daryl. I didn't understand where the panic came from last night.
Well, I don't know why anyone would be upset with the Cavs losing that game last night if you're one of the people saying that they should maneuver in which, by the way, I'm one of those. They should maneuver.
Oh, good. Happy to have you on board.
Yeah, no, I've always been like that as far as the matchup. I don't want to see the Celtics until the conference final because I don't know necessarily if the Cavs survive that. So
okay, good. You have the right take on this. I feel like anytime I say it, it's a lot of people that are against me on this.
Okay, well, we see eye to eye on it.
Good.
But I don't know how you could be outraged or upset or angry or however you want to describe the reaction to that game last night, right? With the Cavaliers losing, which that's the only result matters. A loss is a loss, whether it's won by 1 or by 27. It still counts the same in the win-loss column, right? If you're one of those saying, hey, they should really play to stay as the number 4 seed, to do what I want them to do, and that's avoid the Boston Celtics until the conference finals if possible, then okay, like because my reaction to last night's game, and I realize we're doing a show here, and I need to have more of a reaction than just shrugging my shoulders.
I mean, I think that's the perfect temperature, if we're being honest about it. We can get into things that make us enraged and outraged, but like honestly, a shoulder shrug's not the end of the world here.
Right, that's my reaction to that was a shoulder shrug. Okay, so they didn't quote unquote clinch their playoff berth. They could clinch tonight. I think Philadelphia's playing the Wizards, so they're probably not going to clinch tonight either because Philadelphia is probably going to put the boots to the Wiz, right? Okay, now, if you want to go a little deeper than they lose the game, are there things that concern me? Are there some red flags with this Cavaliers team right now? Because they haven't had a lot of time together, healthy time together, I should say. The expectations being what they are. Yeah, there are red flags. I am absolutely concerned, even though I'm someone after.
But those red flags probably existed for you prior to last night's game.
Correct, 100%.
The problem I'm having is there's way too many people that are losing their minds off of the second night of a back-to-back against a good Lakers team and a situation where
Lakers team too.
Was it just not obvious what they were doing last night? Like, how many games have you watched where Mobley scores fewer than 10 and Donovan Mitchell ends up with 10 points against what is I think they're the 19th ranked defense in the NBA, the Lakers are? Like, they're not a good defensive team. You're telling me that's the reality? Like, I think what's happening here is pretty obvious, and that's fine. I'm co-signing it. I'm okay with it. But you have to understand what's going on with other teams, okay? The Knicks are the one that are making it very, very obvious what's going on. And this is where I'm really raising up my temperature of what the situation is. And I think the Cavs are catching on to it. Knicks last night for the third straight time in a row. They haven't beaten a team over 500 since March 6th. They've lost 3 straight. They lost to the Rockets by 17 last night in a game where they were down 14-1 to start that game. And with 5 minutes of game time being done, they were already down 16. I'm not saying intentionally losing. There's problems that's happening with the Knicks. But am I suggesting that the Knicks, who have continuously in all three of these games fallen off by double digits in the first quarter, are they intentionally maybe taking the first quarter with a lot of ease because they understand they don't want to play Boston? Yes, I wholeheartedly agree with that. I don't know how else you explain not beating a team over 500 in almost a month of games if you're the Knicks. And so we just have to match what they're doing. With 6 games remaining and only 1 game separating us from the Knicks as far as being the 3 seed and the 4 seed, you just have to read the room. You have to understand what's going on. And so I just think the Cavs are aware of what's happening. And yes, last night we'd never put expectations on them anyway, but look at what the Knicks are doing. The Knicks are making it obvious. Cavs maybe aren't as obvious about it, but we're going to have to start being obvious about it because the Knicks aren't even trying.
Well, and I think that this goes beyond just Cavs, Knicks maneuvering. It goes into the tanking conversation. I think that maybe, to your point, what's getting people frustrated is the I guess, for lack of a better phrase, the sincerity of the outcome, right? That, teams are positioning themselves, whether it's for ping pong balls, whether it's for playoff seeding, which, by the way, this stuff has gone on for years. I just feel like now, because of the legalized sports betting, that greater attention is being paid to this because that's affecting the betting. And these sports books now are partners of these leagues. This is now a multi-billion-dollar business relationship between the pro sports leagues.
Yeah, but tanking is a little bit different than what's happening to me, or what's happening in my opinion.
But that's kind of what you're doing. You're tanking.
You're jockeying for position.
Yeah, you're tanking for a playoff spot.
I guess you call it whatever you want.
It's the same thing as if you were playing for NBA draft lottery positioning. The only difference is you're a better team and you're in the postseason. The premise is the same. Hey, we're not going to try and win today. We're not going to try and win tonight's game. I'm not going to be upset if we don't win tonight's game, right? It's the same thing. It's just the circumstances, or I should say the positioning of that is a little different.
Yeah, but isn't part of the game then recognizing when teams are doing this and then also making the correct correspondence? Like if you're seeing that the Knicks are doing this, now this is their 3rd straight game they've lost. I went over the amount of times they haven't beaten a team over 500. It's been a month of basketball. Like the Cavs, I worry, are just too late to picking up on this. They've been trying to do recent games in the past couple weeks, and it's been a lot of second night of back-to-backs. They've been able to justify it and easily look just like they didn't have a care because it's the second night of a back-to-back, and then people like myself will get on the radio and be like, well, nobody expects them to do anything on the second night of a back-to-back.
Because they're gassed and tired and all that, right?
But the problem that we're coming into is that the Knicks are being very blatant about this whole ordeal, and I don't know that the Cavs over the final 6 games, as based off of what Donovan Mitchell said in the postgame 2 nights ago, I don't know that they're going to do this the proper way. I don't know that they're going to be able to match the Knicks in the level of suck that New York is currently going down and just obviously displaying. I don't know that they're going to be able to match that. Knicks aren't hiding it. Knicks aren't even really being shy about the whole ordeal. They were down 17 in the first 6 minutes of that game, and it seemed like between Cat and Brunson, they couldn't have been happier to be seeing what was going on. I worry that the Cavs aren't going to have that same mentality, and then we'll be taking on Boston in round 2.
Yeah, and there's only a game separation between them.
That's what I'm saying.
So
it was wide. 3 weeks ago, it was a wide gap. Now we're down to 1 game.
The Knicks are really trying to lose their way into the number 4 seed.
I have no other reason to explain why the Knicks have sucked as bad as they have for the past month of basketball. There's just no other. There's no other reason why they should lose 3 straight. Why they should be depantsed by a Rockets team that is full dysfunctional disco right now. The Rockets are they. I mean, you want to talk about a train wreck of a situation? They went from all sorts of high aspirations to looking like a first round exit all of a sudden. They're not. That's not a team that is really gelling at the current moment. And the Rockets looked like basically the Globetrotters versus the Generals last night. It wasn't even a fair competition. It wasn't even a fair fight. And the Cavs knew that by the time we got to tip off our game. We knew what the outcome already was in that game, and the Knicks had lost. And so I look at that game, and I see a weird box score that you'd never be able to understand anyway. Donovan scoring 10 points, Mobley scoring 8 points, and I'm like, this is obvious. And it's not a make it make sense situation. It's just obvious what's happening.
The worst thing for the Cavaliers right now is that they really need to be using these final 6 games to get themselves right for the playoffs because they've not been whole. They've had, 35, 36 different starting lineups this year or whatever, all these lineup combinations that Kenny Atkinson's had to throw on the floor. And Atkinson... And now that we are having this discussion, Atkinson's comments a week ago when he was asked, hey, at the time it was like 9 or 10 games left, do you have time to get your playoff rotations in order and really figure some things out? And he's like, yeah, no, we're out of time. Like, we're just going to have to play this out, and then when we get to the playoffs, I guess we're just going to have to do what we do.
What do you got,
Matt? And at the time, I'm sitting there, I'm like, well, that's a little bit of a red flag. That's a little alarming.
Yeah.
And now watching how this is all unfolding, it totally makes sense. He realizes what the Knicks are trying to lose their way into the fourth seed, which is where the Cavaliers want to be. And so that even complicates further what Kenny Atkinson is trying to accomplish down the stretch.
The other side of this, too, is the fact that the Knicks and the Cavs have the exact opposite kind of schedules, where the Cavs have 2 games against teams above 500 against Atlanta, both against Atlanta. Meanwhile, they play 4 teams that are all vying for the number 1 pick in the draft coming up this June. Meanwhile, you have New York that has 4 teams in the playoffs, including Boston left. And then they play Memphis and Chicago, and those come up in their next 2 games.
Yeah, it's going to be easy for the Knicks to look like this wasn't just a sell job, but we all will know what it is. If they lose 8 out of their last 9 to close out the season and get in the 4th spot, I'm not going to act as if I was just born yesterday when it comes to this discussion. And so, like, yes, there's a fear that exists in this when there's an easier path in taking on not the Boston Celtics in round 2 and waiting to take them on in the Eastern Conference Finals. And it just seems like the Knicks are doing what every fan, it feels like, in Cleveland are saying don't do, which is let's get us the easiest path.
What if you're the
They're
Pistons?
being obvious about it.
What if you're J.B. Bickerstaff and the Detroit Pistons right now? What are you thinking about teams that are jockeying because they want to piece you in round 2?
But you're not strong enough to even have a say at the matter, you know?
No, I understand. I'm just saying, though, think about that for a second. You're having a great season. It's such a great story. I know Kate Cunningham with the collapse lung and all that. Set that part aside. But
that's the biggest part of all of it, though.
I realize that, but I'm just saying, like, just overall big picture, the Pistons being the number 1 seed in the conference after a couple years ago, being the laughingstock of the NBA, it is, in a lot of respects, a great story. And now you're sitting there kind of seeing how teams are begging to play you now in the playoffs.
It's definitely a turn for them relative to where they were a couple months ago. For more on this and seeding and what exactly was Atkinson's plan last night, Greg Schwartz, Bleacher Report, going to join us next right here on The Fan.
Charlotte has reportedly been in these talks since early in spring training. Bleacher Report's Greg Swartz joins JP and Daryl next. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk anytime you want. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
All right, back out of here on The Fan. It is Afternoon Drive. It's Daryl Ryder, Jonathan Peterlin. As we go out to the Make It Right Call, Kyle Wright Hotline, Greg Schwartz of Bleacher Report joining us here on The Fan. Greg, how you doing today?
Doing well. Thanks for having me on.
No, appreciate you as always. We were just talking last segment about the idea, obviously everyone's jockeying for the 4th seed, but the reality that the Knicks haven't beaten a team over 500 since March 6th. They've lost 3 straight, and they lost to Houston last night by 17. It doesn't really seem like they're trying too hard in this battle here, Greg.
No, they had a nice 7-game win streak a little bit ago, but then if you looked at their opponents, I don't think they played a single team over 500. So it was a little bit of fool's gold when you look at that. For a while, I thought the Cavs were going to be locked into that 4th seed, which isn't a bad place to be, obviously, but the Knicks are basically trying to work their way down to that 4th spot so they don't have to play the Boston Celtics in the second round. Certainly what it seems like.
It does have that feel to it, right? That everyone is just now trying to avoid Boston in round 2.
Yeah, Boston was going to be a threat no matter what. And then when you mix in Jason Tatum, who kind of came back earlier than everybody thought he would and is slowly getting a little bit better and looking like the playoff hero that he's been before, that team with Jaylen Brown and Derek White and Peyton Pritchard, and I know they traded a lot of those guys from their championship-winning team, but that's still probably the scariest team in the East with Jason Tatum back.
Do you think the Cavs are the second scariest team in the East?
If I was an opponent, the Cavs really wouldn't scare me that much. I think Detroit's good, obviously, and I've been impressed with how well they've played without Cade Cunningham, but I think they lack the playoff experience to make a deep playoff run. The Knicks, obviously, if you're a good team, you're probably not scared by them, but you also know that Jalen Brunson can turn it on at any time and is going to be one of the best players in the entire playoffs, and that's a team that's loaded with wings and is a little bit deeper than they were before. The Cavs obviously are one of the top teams in the East. I just don't know that anybody should be scared of them because they've played well. They've had good regular seasons, but what have they done in the playoffs that would scare anybody at this point? After first round loss, second round loss, no, I think Boston is by far the one team you don't want to play in the East. Everybody else, you could kind of look at them if you're one of the other teams and say, yeah, I think we could take them.
Despite being a second-apron team, the Cavs did find a way to shake it up at the trade deadline, trading for James Harden. They add Ellis and Schroeder to the mix as well. What concerns you most about this Cavalier team?
I don't think they're good enough to win a championship. And I think everybody got really excited when they traded for James Harden. I was not one of those people. I hated the James Harden trade. I still hate the James Harden trade because I don't think it's going to end well. And if you look at how well Darius Garland is playing out in Los Angeles right now, 23 points a game, 7 assists, making almost 5 3-pointers a game at 50% shooting, I think that's the player. If we were more patient with him, I'd rather have a 26-year-old Darius Garland than a 36-year-old James Harden who has a history of playoff failures. And maybe that's controversial to say, but right now, since the trade deadline, the Cavs are only 11th in net rating. Their offense has been great, but they're 19th defensively. And if you looked at the numbers, the on-off numbers with James Harden in Los Angeles, that's what he is. He will elevate your offense. He will get the most out of your big men, and your defense will suffer. And that's what we've seen from the Cavs so far. Now, obviously,
Darius was a bad defender too, though, Greg.
Yeah, I'm not saying Darius Garland was a great defender, but what I'm saying is I don't think this team is title worthy, and they've shown me nothing since the trade deadline. Now, obviously, injuries will happen. It depends on matchup, who they're going to play. But 19th in defense since the trade deadline, that doesn't scream championship team to me right now.
I guess the issue with Darius, when he's healthy, he's an electric player. The problem is he's made of glass, and you sneeze on him and he breaks. And it almost feels like a change of scenery is what Darius needed and what the Cavs needed. Would you agree with that? That maybe this just was no longer a marriage that was going to work, and now him in Los Angeles that gives him a fresh start that he really, really needed.
Well, I think it's a great situation for Darius Garland because he doesn't have to share the ball with another dynamic guard. I think Kawhi Leonard is a great player to play with. They got Benedict Mathurin. They got some draft capital. I love what the Clippers did, and I think they're set up for a lot of future success. And I wasn't Darius Garland was not an untouchable player for me. I don't want to say that, but to trade him for a guy who's 10 years older, who has a history of just some of the most epic playoff disappointments we've ever seen in the last 15 years from a star player, that trade just didn't make sense to me. And I hope I'm wrong, and I hope that, James Harden can kind of be the third guy in the playoffs, and Evan Mobley, especially if he can duplicate what we saw against the Utah Jazz and not against the Lakers. I think between him and Donovan Mitchell, that could be a championship duo, and Harden kind of playing the third string, which we've never really seen him play. But yeah, just overall, I would not have made that trade at all.
Greg Schwartz, Bleacher Report, joining us here on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. You bring up Mobley then. I do think it is interesting to just kind of discuss his highs and his lows. He has these games where it seems like he is living up to everything you could dream of and then some, and then these other games where it's like, well, what happened to the other Evan Mobley? Is it just a matter of inconsistency with him, or what have you seen from Mobley that he just hasn't been able to take his offensive game to the next level?
Yeah, there's been a couple things, especially after the trade deadline, and if you go back the last couple of weeks, obviously Jared Allen's missed a lot of time, so Mobley spent more time at the basket, which is where he's obviously more comfortable. If you look at his last 8 games, I think Evan Mobley's only made 1 3-pointer. Ideally, that's not what you want for his development. You want him to be a threat from the 3-point line. You don't want to have teams completely ignore him, but obviously he's more comfortable by the basket. And a lot of it's been matchup-based, too. If you look at the Utah game, I mean, he put up 34 and 17, but I think you or I could have gotten maybe a double-double. They were not contesting anything inside at all. Now, kudos to Evan because he started out the game where he brought the ball up, got the rebound, brought the ball up in transition, went right at the defender, missed it, but then had a put-back dunk. And that was just one of those plays that you're like, yes, that's what we want to see from you. We want you to be aggressive. And then you have a stinker of a game last night, which nothing went well for the Cavs last night, but 6 points in 21 minutes when you're going up against DeAndre Ayton, who DeAndre Ayton is not Bill Russell. So you would have liked to see a little bit more out of him. So more consistency from him. And then how does he fit in long-term next to Jared Allen, especially if he's abandoned the 3-point game, which he's kind of done over the last couple of weeks.
Could Jared Allen, who in recent playoff runs has been banged up and not been at his best, could he be the secret for this Cavalier team to getting through at least that second round of the playoffs, which has been like the Great Wall of China for them?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? You have to, I mean, the bare minimum this year is Eastern Conference Finals. That's a bare minimum. And especially with the conferences this wide open, where you really have 4 teams. I know Atlanta's been playing well lately, and Philly, who knows if they have all their guys healthy at the right time. There's 4 teams that can make the NBA Finals in the East, and that's it. And all of them have some significant weaknesses. So I think if you're Jared Allen, you've obviously played some of your best basketball of your career since the trade deadline with James Harden. And James Harden, I'll give him credit for this. He is phenomenal at getting big men involved. And we've seen it with Joel Embiid. We've seen it with Ivica Zubac in Los Angeles, where, he got his trade value up a lot. Obviously, Jared Allen, if he's aggressive, if he is physical, if he is, kind of unlocked where you can kind of use him as a playmaker too, because I think he's a very underrated passer. I just think we need to see it. We've seen it in the regular season now. We've seen the best of Jared Allen since the trade deadline, but still he's got to show it in the playoffs, and that's something that an area he's really disappointed over the years.
It might be matchup dependent, but who would you have as the 5th starter in the postseason if it started tomorrow for the Cavs?
I mean, that's a great question. For a while I thought it made more sense to just have a 3-and-D guy like a Dean Wade, like a Max Strus. But I am such a big Jalen Tyson fan. Jalen Tyson has to be a big part of the rotation, and whether that's as a starter, whether that's as a six-man, his numbers have kind of dropped off a little bit since the Harden trade just because the ball's not in his hands as much. Jalen Tyson has such a bright future with this team, and you've got him on a rookie contract for 2 more years. That is so extremely valuable, especially when you have a team that's projected to be over the second apron again next year, unless they make some sort of cost-cutting move. I'd love to, because of his three-point shooting, his defensive intensity. Obviously, he can do more things. He's not just a 3-and-D player, but Jalen Tyson brings those qualities that you need in the starting lineup. Plus, he's tough, and we need tough guys in the playoffs. That's been a huge Achilles heel for the Cavs the last couple of years.
Who do you think could be the odd man out with this rotation? The Cavaliers have not been shy this year, going 10, 11 deep on their bench. Obviously, you can't do that in the postseason. Kenny Atkinson has acknowledged he has to tighten down the rotation. Who do you think that has contributed here in the regular season might not get the opportunity to contribute as much in the postseason just because that rotation has to be tightened up?
Yeah, it's tough, and that's what they're going to figure out here over the next 6 games or so. I think probably Keon Ellis is a guy that's right on the fringe of, are we going to play him? Are we not going to play him? I think you have to play Max Strus. You have to play Jalen Tyson, and you're probably going to play Dennis Schroeder as another ball handler. And Sam Merrill has been so good as a three-point shooter that, okay, then you look at, well, sorry, Dean Wade, if you're healthy, we know what you can bring defensively and be this great floor spacer, but we don't have enough room for you. Keon Ellis is a guy that, could still come back as a free agent. You'd like to see how he fits in, but I don't know that he fits into a playoff rotation. So it's going to be tough because I think you got to stop at 8. If you go to 9, then your main guys aren't getting enough minutes, and that's what the postseason is all about, is playing your best players big minutes. So I think you stop at 8, and I think Keon Ellis and Dean Wade are probably the first 2 out of the playoff rotation.
All right, I can tell, obviously, you mentioned you weren't happy with the James Harden deal. I get that. But, in the offseason then, what would you do? Is it make a run for Giannis? Is it try to get LeBron? Is it just to stand pat? And obviously, I get there's some flexibility to change your answer dependent on what happens in the actual playoff series that we are yet to watch. But if you were in charge, what is your plan of attack?
So, LeBron's thing has been kind of a hot topic in the news lately. I would not – I know LeBron's probably preferred path is a sign-and-trade because he can actually get a real contract versus signing a $3 million veteran minimum deal. I can't see LeBron – we know LeBron. I can't see LeBron taking a $49 million pay cut to come back. I know he's kind of – his dream was team ownership for a while, and he's kind of backed off that because of, it's going to be a $10 billion purchase, at least for a team in Las Vegas or Seattle. But money's still important to him, and I can't see him taking a huge discount. Now, if he would sign for a minimum deal, absolutely. You can ignore all the nostalgic aspects of it. Like, if you get a player as good as LeBron, I don't care about his age for a veteran minimum. Obviously, you bring him in. Giannis and Mobley is probably going to be the question, because when the report came out from ESPN that, the Warriors turned down 4 unprotected, or the Bucks turned down 4 unprotected first-round picks from the Golden State Warriors, that kind of raised my eyebrows. Like, whoa, that's a lot. Especially if Steph Curry is 38 years old, those picks are going to be valuable. And then it mentioned guys like VJ Edgecombe from Philadelphia, Evan Mobley, obviously from Cleveland. I would say, what else does it cost? Are they looking for additional first-round picks? Are they looking for future first-round pick swaps? Are they asking for Jalen Tyson? Because for me, that's a non-starter. But yeah, I think if you have the opportunity to get Giannis and it's going to cost you, Evan Mobley and maybe one other piece, and it's not going to cost you future first-round picks, you absolutely have to consider that. Because if you put a team together with Giannis and Donovan Mitchell and LeBron James and James Harden, assuming he's back on a contract, and you still have Jalen Tyson and some of these other role players, holy cow, you have an amazing team in the East that has the opportunity to win, 2 or 3 titles in a row.
Greg, fantastic insight as always. Obviously, we check you out at Bleacher Report all the time, but appreciate you giving us a few minutes, and we'll catch up with you later.
All right, thanks for having me on.
All right, thanks so much. Greg Schwartz right there on the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Let's leave that there. We come on back. Was Monken being endearing, or was he just being a little aloof? We'll get into that and more. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
Summer's on the way. Be ready to hit the road in your new RV from RCDRV. Vacation on your terms, on your schedule. No hassles in your own RV. RCDRV in Medina and North Ridgeville, or online at rcdrv.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12%.
The lead coming your way in about 20 minutes. It is Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Ryder with you guys. All right, so I will do all the nice things ahead of time, right? Like, we both love Coach Riz. I love Coach Riz. I guess I shouldn't speak for you. I don't know. Do you love Coach Riz?
Yeah, of course I love Coach Riz. But
well, I just figured
see,
no one dislikes Coach Riz.
No, yeah. You know what? If you dislike Coach Riz, then you're the problem.
You're the problem. I agree with that 100%.
You're 100% the problem.
Yeah, I was going to text him. I have not yet texted him. I thought he did a nice job with Ken today, early on this morning.
But now you're getting ready to rip him.
Not rip him. I want to see where you stand on it, because
that's usually what follows. Like, I really like so and so.
Yeah, yes.
But here we go.
Well, so what's interesting about it, we talked a little bit about it at 340, the idea that Monken just doesn't really. I don't think he understands every component to this job, and I don't know how you can be involved in football as long as he has, without a clear understanding that when you get to be a head coach of a football team, you don't get to do nearly as much football as people think that you do. You do a lot of shaking hands. You do a lot of kissing babies. And
yes.
You do a lot of what is really going around in the community and doing different things and making sure that different people are taken care of and happy and satisfied. And,
right.
And the football component to it just kind of goes away. And yes, it still exists, but it's not the way that you would want if you were thinking about it in the ideal setting. That part goes away. Welcome to life. This is life in 2026. You sign up for a job, there's other components to it that is not explicitly that job.
Right.
I mentioned earlier being a talk show host, and I knew this going in because my mom was in the business, so it's part of the understanding of it. But like people on the outside think that I show up and I do 5 hours of radio a day, and that's it, and I go home, and that's all I have to do. And that's not the reality. The reality is I have to go out and meet with clients. I have to go out with sales meetings. I have to go. There's things I have to do.
You have to watch games.
Well, the watching games part of it is like, oh, that's helping me craft takes. That's helping me come up with this. Sitting in a sales meeting does nothing to make me a better radio host at all, but that's part of the gig.
But it helps you get paid.
It helps me get paid. Exactly right. That's part of the job.
The lights on.
One hand washes the other. Like, that's part of that I feel like not everybody knows or understands about the gig, and that's fine. But there's little things about, like, for the person listening, driving around, that happens within your gig that is probably different that people don't expect or think about. For Todd Monken, his whole life has just been focused on football, essentially, and care about football and only think about football. And I don't know, as evidenced by what Zach Jackson was talking about earlier today, the idea that it seemed like to him, Todd Monken was already tired about talking about quarterbacks. I don't know how much Todd Monken realized the job of being a head coach is talking quarterbacks to the media.
Especially when you don't have one.
Yes, it's discussing everything about this team 5 days a week to the media for a 15-minute stretch, while also then shaking hands and doing things that aren't just pure football.
Right.
That's the reality of it. And I hate that Todd Monken doesn't understand that right now, or at least seems like he doesn't understand that right now.
Oh, he's going to find out that he's going to have to do a lot of stuff that he didn't realize that he's going to need to do. Some of it's going to occur while he's trying to coach a practice. Some of it's going to occur while maybe he's sitting in his office on the second floor over on Lou Groza Boulevard doing what he does, right? He's going to have to do a lot of stuff that he didn't think he signed up for.
And so I worry about someone like that has gone 60 years of his life and has made it basically known that all he cares about is football, and he's such a football guy, and that's all he likes to do. Okay, that's fine. But there's a lot more to being a head football coach than just football.
Right.
That's their reality. And so you're constantly forced to do things you don't want to do. And if you got a problem with that, then I don't know that this is going to go very well for you. I think I don't know. I mean, Daryl, I don't know what the result is if at the end of the day he turns around and just gives the Haslam the middle finger and is just like, I don't shake. I don't go around and do the shaking of the hands of season ticket holders, and I don't do your Browns events at golf courses and stuff like that. I don't know what that reaction is, but what I do know is that every other coach in the NFL has to do those things.
I know, and I'll just say there are a few things that I have heard that have informed my opinion that this is not going to be the honeymoon that everyone thinks it's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, I respect the hell out of the idea that he loves football so much it's all he wants to do, but this is it's not how life works.
No.
So Coach Riz was talking about him missing the photo and whether or not he missed it intentionally, and this is him on the morning show today.
Do you believe that he missed the picture for a haircut,
No.
the coach's picture?
I do not.
You don't believe he missed it because he had a haircut?
I do not. Absolutely not. I just think that's It's an easy thing to say.
What do you think he was doing?
I don't know. I just think he's not interested. I'm trying to be as positive as I can with Monken. I think he's not interested in all the nonsense. The picture, all this stuff. My dad could care less if there was a picture, like the picture day where you have to wear the I think he just doesn't care about any of that stuff. He's all football all the time. That's my thought, and I'm sticking to it. But no, I don't think he missed it. I don't think it was an accident.
This was on purpose.
I just don't think he cares, and I like that. To be honest with you, I want a football guy.
I gotta tell you, I'm sorry. If I worked that long and hard to get that gig, you're damn right I'm going to be front and center for that picture.
Yeah.
That might be the only time in my life I get to take that photo.
Like, that's supposed to be
in that photo, in that club.
But you see how this is looked at a little bit differently? It's like, I think most people, I think yourself, myself, we'd be like, hey, that's great. 30 years from now, I can show my grandkids the photo. Like,
you're talking to someone who does not like having his picture taken. But I would make sure I was in that photo.
And so, but here's the other side of this, though, is Coach is making the case that he's such a football guy. Well, I mean, all the other coaches that are there,
they're football guys.
They're football guys, too. Is Shanahan not a football guy? Like,
it's a fraternity.
Yes, it is the biggest football guys you can possibly imagine. That's why they're head coaches of football teams. But they also understand that there's some things in life you just have to do.
It's kind of like the Dodgers with the bobblehead last night. They're the Yoshi bobblehead.
Yeah,
and they had him autograph it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I probably walk around and try and get all 30 the other 31 autographs on my photo too.
I missed the Yoshi thing. I'm sorry.
Well, the Dodgers gave away Yoshi bobbleheads last night.
I saw that.
So his teammates were asking him to sign the bobbleheads in the clubhouse. There were a couple of photos of said autographs.
You would ask for your teammates' autograph?
I would go around and, hey.
That's because you collect bobbleheads, though. That's a very specific.
This isn't a bobblehead thing.
It's a specific you thing.
No, this is I go to Shanahan and have him sign under his picture. And
no, you wouldn't.
100% I would.
As a first-time head coach, you're going to go to your peer and be like, let me get that autograph of our photo together.
Listen, if players can be exchanging jerseys at the 50-yard line after games, I don't think I would be breaking any etiquette rules whatsoever.
I don't know about breaking etiquette rules, but you definitely break a lot of being cool rules. You know, there's Daryl just asking for my autograph. What do you do with that? What do you do with that autograph?
And then after I beat him, the following day, thanks for the autograph at the owners' meetings. Enjoy your loss.
Now, maybe that's what they should do. They should do it so no pressure on anybody. They print out the photos and then have each coach assign where they're at, and so that everybody gets the autograph of all the different coaches involved in all of this.
There you go.
I don't know.
Because then if you get unemployed, right, you get fired, then you can put the thing on eBay. Maybe it's worth a few bucks.
I think you're probably not worried about money, but maybe there's a lot of people that have millions that then go broke. But when Coach was describing that, it was very endearing to me. I thought about it, and I was like, that's very endearing, like that spin on it of like, oh, he's such a football guy, but it didn't pass the smell test at all because you're around just a bunch of other football guys. And if anything, it just showed me that Monken is either he's aloof and just missed the time completely because the NFL changed the time on when they were actually doing it.
I think that's what it was. And
but everyone else but Sean McVay got there. Like, they all got the memo. Or, like, the reality that probably is true is he's just not a big attention to details type guy. And that's going to be a real problem if you're a head coach of a football team if you can't pay attention to the details.
And you just said it right there.
I mean, that screams like we might have an issue on our hands right there. It's
red
not
flags.
I get it. They did it 12 minutes earlier than they're supposed to, but like these are the things you got to be on top of.
I know, and again, I realize it's the dumb photo, right? What are we making a deal out of a photo op? But it does speak to the bigger picture, right?
I agree with that. Yes, I do. I think it speaks to the bigger picture.
It's a little thing that turns into bigger things later down the road. And I look, I like Coach Monken. I think he's a good man. I think he's a good football coach. I don't have an axe to grind against him. I'm not rooting against him. The vibe I'm getting right now is not a very positive one. It's not very optimistic. Again, I've heard a few things that I'm not going to disclose publicly.
This goes beyond the photo, obviously.
This goes way beyond the photo. And I'm just going to say, I'm not I hope it works out. I sincerely hope it works out.
It's interesting.
There's a reason I said that I don't believe he'll be the coach of this football team when they move into that dome.
It's interesting because we heard a lot of stuff with Freddie Kitchens as things were starting to try to materialize and get together, and then by the time we got to week 2, I'll never forget talking to a reporter and some of the things that this guy was telling me, it was like, this is done. Week 2 of the season, it was again.
Well, it
was over.
There were people in ownership wanted him. What was it? The Seattle game that they lost.
Yeah.
After that game, ownership really was it the late Chris Mortensen that reported it. Someone had reported that.
I'm talking like a Browns reporter that I talked to.
Oh no, I know, but I'm saying someone nationally had reported. They were based. They lived up in Seattle. After that loss, they had said, there's some growing concern amongst ownership about whether or not they want Freddie Kitchens to remain as the head coach of the Cleveland Browns.
I mean, it happened really quick.
That was a true story too. They wanted him the heck out of there as quickly as possible.
It happened really quick. But I mean, again, and this doesn't mean that Todd Monken's going to be a bad coach. This doesn't mean that he's already shot. I just find it interesting what you're saying.
There's just some things that let's put it this way. There are things that I'm observing, hearing, and, the things that are coming out, and I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to pay very close attention to this stuff. I'm not just going to slough it off and just say, shrug my shoulders, no big deal. I'm not going to do that because I do think when you're talking about, there's a lot that comes with this job, and the happy to have the job, the honeymoon period, that's over. Starting next week, a week from this starting next Monday, I think it was April 7th, okay, when the offseason program begins, first new head coaches, they get a week jump start here. These players are going to be in the building. So honeymoon's over. Evaluation's over. Now you got to start building toward the upcoming season, and Todd Monken better have his ducks in a row, because if he doesn't have his ducks in a row now, he's going to have mega problems come September.
It's Daryl Ryder, Jonathan Pito on the lead, coming your way next right here on The Fan.
92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
The Fan is looking for a winner. Be caller number 3. Right now at 216-474-0092, you'll be named GM of one of the 32 NFL first-round picks at our 2026 mock draft, April 16th at Game On, located on Lorraine Road in North Olmsted. You also get some exclusive Bud Light swag and a buffet dinner at the event. The commish sitting right across from me. He'll draw your team if you are selected. We'll get that going in just a couple minutes. But first, let's start off the lead with Mary Kay Cap at Cleveland.com. Was on with Baskin and Phelps today. She talked about her takeaways from being at the NFL owners' meetings this week.
I think one of the biggest things to come out of it was just how effusive Jimmy was in his praise of Deshaun Watson and how excited this organization is to see what he can do and to see if perhaps they can salvage something from that blockbuster trade. And you never know. I mean, give him the opportunity and see where it can take you. Having said that, however, I left there not having a great handle on whether the lean is towards Deshaun or Shedeur right now. I think they're really going to take a look at it and let the best man win. And that is providing that they don't also bring in another quarterback, which they very well might do. So it's still up in the air, and there's still plenty of time before the opener.
I feel like we're playing a game of Clue when it comes to the quarterback situation and who is it going to be? Is it going to be the professor in the dining room with the wrench?
I was thinking the lead pipe.
Lead pipe. Okay, that sounds even better. But I just
easy now.
I mean, this is just not going to end well.
It's impossible to tell. It's impossible to tell right now what they're actually thinking. Because yes, they could throw the Ty Simpson wrinkle into the mix. They could be so unserious about Deshaun while telling us that they're serious about Deshaun. They could also be very unserious about Shedeur while telling us that they're serious about Shedeur. And so, as of right now, I think anybody that is speaking confidently like they know is just speaking out of their you-know-what.
Yeah, nobody knows.
Nobody knows. And honestly, the way that this team operates, more times than not, what you think should happen isn't what happens anyway. And so the sad reality to that is that you could have a clue in what they should do. I have a clue in what I think they should do. I think you should start Shedeur Sanders, and if he's great, then awesome, you got your quarterback. And if he stinks, then all right, great, you're lined up for 2027, and then you draft a quarterback there.
Yeah,
but they don't usually follow what I believe is logical and what I believe makes the most sense.
No, and if I had $1 for every time they said one thing and then did another, well, I certainly wouldn't be sitting next to you this afternoon. That's for sure.
Well, maybe you would be. You'd just be a very rich guy while doing that.
No, I would probably be on a beach somewhere working on my tan.
Everyone always says they get to a beach. They need to go to a beach. You win, and then you win the lottery, you go to a beach.
It's the calm of the water. That's what it is.
I like a beach for a day and a half. I go on vacation. I like a beach for legitimately maybe a day and a half, maybe 2 days.
I'd be doing the Mike Holmgren.
Then I want nothing to do with the beach anymore.
I'd be doing the Mike Holmgren thing. I'd have my drink with the umbrella in it and all that. Yeah.
Sounds great for 2 days. Doesn't sound great for the rest of my life.
That definitely sounds good for the rest of my life.
Would you turn into Jimmy Buffett? Is that what would happen to you?
Definitely would sound appealing to me.
Get you a salt shaker and just all of a sudden you got a margarita and you're Jimmy Buffett. Is that your existence if you win the lottery?
Sure, why not? If I got that kind of money to burn, you're darn right.
Just waste it away in Margaritaville.
That's right.
No, not me. I talk a big game that's what I would do. That's not what I would end up doing.
You're married with kids now. You can't do that. I can.
We do have a winner, by the way. Chris in Solon. Congratulations. You are our winner today. How does it feel?
Oh, it's great. Looking forward to it.
All right, fantastic. All right, so Daryl's going to pull a team out for you.
Got the ball here on camera, so this is there's a video record of this.
Yeah, in case anyone thought this thing was rigged, we got a video for you.
We are not looking for the frozen.
Any day now, you can scrap one out. It's okay.
Congratulations, you are the proud general manager of the Buffalo Bills and have the 26th pick.
How about that?
In the Buffalo
draft. Chris, how do you feel about that?
Buffalo Bills, 26. Okay, I'll have to take a look, see what their needs are, but looking forward to the draft.
Oh, I like the homework attached to this. Good job out of you, Chris.
Hey, listen, this mock draft that we do each and every year, our guys take it seriously. Our
That's
GMs
right.
take it seriously. They come prepared.
Chris, have you been a GM before or no?
I did. I actually got to do it last year, and it was a lot of fun. So
awesome. Excellent. Welcome
Chris
back.
knows then. All right, Chris. Appreciate you. We're going to put you on hold. Congrats on the big win there. Yeah, last year, you guys went crazy viral for what the draft ended up being.
I know. People were amazed that we were just out there having fun, and they took it seriously.
I hope they take it seriously again this year.
They were offended by some of the fun that was had. I'm like, the fun police strikes again.
I hope.
Get off my lawn.
I hope you have the same success every single year until we stop doing this, where you just get this big draft board and nobody takes it seriously at all.
They take it seriously. They just have fun with it. Jason Fitz of Yahoo Sports was on Golic and explained why he thinks Jimmy Haslam wants Deshaun Watson to be the Browns' Week 1 starter.
I think they're saying the quiet thing out loud. When you've got ownership coming out saying, hey, he has the chance to reshape the narratives. You've got a billionaire that spent a ton of money on what looks like now the worst contracts maybe in sports history, but definitely in the NFL. And you've still got the owner coming out saying, wait. He's in better shape than ever. He's skinnier than ever. He's ready. He's more ready than ever. You've got a coach that said a few months ago that they're going to give him the opportunity to just come out, no judgment, see who he can be. I think what they're telling you is the quiet thing out loud. They're going to give Deshaun Watson every opportunity to win this job. And I think quietly they're hoping he does, just because there's so much egg on the face of the organization. You can't tell me that Haslam isn't at least trying to take a little bit of a victory lap. Pride is the downfall of man, but billionaires have pride too. I think that there's a part of the team that wants to still be the smartest guy in the room, and that's the worst spot to be in. The Browns don't have a clear path to a quarterback, so if Deshaun wins this job, great. That's their opportunity.
I agree with a lot of what Jason said, but they didn't do any of this quietly. He kept saying the quiet part out loud. They've been about as vocal as you can be about the idea that they're taking Deshaun Watson serious, to the point where they've been so vocal about it that it makes you almost in turn question whether or not they're actually being serious, because of how often they've been saying they're taking this serious.
Yeah, we're treating this like it could be a wag the dog type of a situation, or
might be.
Look at the shiny object over here while we're preparing to do something else over there. So, And again, we have seen this time and time again from the organization, where they tell you they're going to do one thing or they're thinking one thing, but then they do something else. So I will just caution everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, pay attention to what they say. Listen to what they say. Yes, but then really, though, focus and believe what they actually do.
Well, and you can see the roadmap that exists for them to, I don't know, for Jimmy Haslam at least, to want to have Deshaun Watson work out. And that's the scariest part about this whole endeavor, is that if you sound it out from his perspective, earlier I called it a free roll, but the reality is that if Deshaun Watson is great this next year, then he just blames everything on Kevin Stefanski, and then all of a sudden the worst trade in NFL history doesn't look as bad to him, and you have a reason why it failed that ultimately isn't Deshaun Watson. And the other side of it is that if he just flat out stinks. And if he flat out stinks, then you're in the driver's seat for Arch Manning in Week 1 of 2027, and to be able to see, basically one of the Manning family's heirs, Manning family, which you're very close to, you get to see one of their heirs come out and play for your team. Like it's a pretty bad spot for Browns fans to exist, that there's not much of a lose for Jimmy Haslam in either equation.
Right. I do think there is a lose portion of this equation, though. That's the thing that, as I'm looking at this situation, Jonathan, I do think that there is.
What's the loss for Haslam if he goes forward with Deshaun Watson in Week 1? Outside of, are you going to get at? I'll let you say it. I don't want to spoil what I think you're going to say.
The loss is that you waste time with him on the field and he doesn't perform.
Which, again, turns into Arch Manning in Week 1 for the following years and not a loss.
Or he performs just good enough to where you recommit to him, and then the recommittal ends up just continuing what has been 4 or 5 miserable years.
But, I mean, you have to have the bar of good enough to begin with. Like, the good enough for this year would be what? Like, if that's 9 wins, if that's 10 wins, if that's 11 wins.
I would say
if that's him looking good for a whole season and then it crashing on the other side of it, yeah, that's obviously a disaster. But in the moment, for that 1 year and that 1 year silo, if he looks great, then he can just turn around and tell everybody how it was Kevin Stefanski and it wasn't really Deshaun.
Yeah, I know, but the problem is then you're fooled into that and you miss out on the opportunity of having either Shedeur or one of these 2027 quarterbacks.
Listen, I'm not advocating for this.
Fear.
I'm not advocating for this because I want to see Shedeur Sanders play football, and there's a reason why I think Shedeur makes the most sense out of any one of these. It's partly because he is a rookie quarterback, so there's a lot to go off of within that. But if you just look from Haslam's view, I think we can see how it's really not the end of the world for him if he throws Deshaun out there week 1. Now, what I thought you were going to say is that he pissed off a lot of fans in the meanwhile.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking that.
But they don't care
about that.
They don't care about that.
The fans don't care as long as you win.
And in turn, the Haslam's don't seem like they really care if the fans are pissed off at him anyway.
Yeah, they have PhDs in angering Browns fans.
Yeah, they just don't. Between them and Andrew Berry, they haven't cared at all what you guys think in this whole entire stretch of the previous half decade.
But you know what they say: you listen to the fans, you'll be joining them. Ashley Bastock of Cleveland.com joined us today at 3:20.
Oh, no, that's me. I'm sorry. That's my bad.
That's why I was pausing. I
kept
thought
looking
that was
at
my
you.
turn.
Usually I read the other ones. That's my bad. That's on me. Hand up. That's on me. Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com, joined us today at 3:20. She said that she wouldn't be surprised if the Browns are misdirecting people in order to draft Ty Simpson.
That's kind of how smoke screens work. That's sort of a perfect smoke screen as you're heading into the draft. But, look, with Ty Simpson, I think so much of it depends on how far he's willing to drop. Like, it would actually make a lot of sense, but I think the important thing to note is it's one of those things that if it makes sense, it's going to make sense in hindsight, right? And we'll start connecting the dots. And it's sort of like what I point to is last year in the draft when Andrew Berry got up there at his pre-draft press conference and is saying all these amazing things about Travis Hunter and comparing him to Shohei Ohtani. And in hindsight, it's like, okay, you were doing that as the GM because you're just reinforcing that, yes, the Jacksonville Jaguars, you are making the right decision here to trade with us so we can move back to 5.
I will say this. I think it'd be unfair or at least disrespectful of me to, call Andrew Berry a liar. I'll just say he's very good at not telling you what he's really thinking.
He writes the game. I've caught it before. I think he gets like a perverse joy in misdirecting and having people believe one thing and then doing another. I think there's... I've accused him in the past because he loves games so much, his board games. He always talks about the board games that he loves so much. I really do believe that he just thinks of this all with the media as one big game. And he gets just joy out of being like, Travis Hunter, Shohei Ohtani, he's awesome. You guys all think I'm taking him at number 2 overall. Psych! I'm taking Mason Graham at 5 and I'm getting draft picks. Oh, you guys all think that Shieldhouse is the guy and Udinsky's the guy. And if it's not them, then it's got to be Jim Schwartz. Psych, here's Todd Monken. Like I think he loves the misdirect of it all. Yep. I think he's addicted to it in a perverse way that he enjoys watching everybody just line up and think they have a clue and think they know what they're doing to then just pull the rug out from underneath you and make everybody look like idiots in the process. In an astonishing twist. I almost respect it because there's a part of me that if I was a GM would enjoy doing this to the media. Even though I'm a member of the media, there'd be a part of me that would enjoy playing these sick games attached to all of this because it all at the end of the day, you're playing a kid's game and it's really not that serious, but everyone treats it so serious because there are livelihoods attached to this and there is income attached to all this, so it is more than just a game. But the idea that you could just have everybody just falling for one thing. But here's why I think I would enjoy it more than other people. Because I'm not the person that, when people speak at the podium, I'm not the person that believes what the person speaking says. And so, like too many people just take whatever anyone says at the podium as gospel. That's never been me. That never will be me. And so I think the joy that I personally would get out of that is the idea that it doesn't matter. I can say whatever I want. I'm not being. There's no perjury that's happening here.
Right.
I'm not in a court of law. I can say literally whatever I want. It's up to you to decide if you believe me or don't. But ultimately, the end story of this is that Andrew Berry is the ultimate wild card.
You would love pump faking an entire room of reporters.
I really do think I would.
You would.
Yeah, no, I know I would. I know I would.
Definitely see
that. Why are you taking offense to that?
I'm not taking offense to it at all.
I know I would enjoy that.
I know. Like, I'm very
but
much
clearly, Andrew Berry enjoys it as well. Because it's all he's done in the previous year and a half. These pump fakes and the misdirection and the hey, you think one thing, psych. I got something else for you over here.
Yeah. Let's go to the Guardians. We haven't done a lot of that. Chase Delauter left last night's game in the first inning after fouling a foul ball off his left foot. Manager Stephen Vogt provided an update on his status after the game.
Chase is obviously sore, but negative on the x-rays, so foot contusion. Tomorrow was a planned off day for Chase anyway, so this will give him 2 days off. He wasn't going to be in the lineup tomorrow anyway.
I mean, so I guess I'm off the hook.
No, you're not. You're not off the hook.
I think I'm off the hook.
No,
the amount of
you're
people
not.
that swore at me last night in my mentions and my DMs, and the amount of people that wanted to put the Delauter injury at my feet is.
You had to put it out there.
It was a lot, guys.
You had to put it out there in the ether, the potential he could get hurt.
And
now
I
he's
just
had.
Everyone else wanted to proceed with him being this great player and let's sign him to a massive deal.
Within 36 hours, the man needed an X-ray.
And I said, hey, guys, he gets injured a lot. That's all I said. I said he gets injured a lot.
Within 36 hours, the man needed an X-ray.
I have to protect myself. He gets injured a lot, and I'm not going to fall for that because I know that he's made of glass, and I don't want to see what's going to happen to him.
Had to put it out there.
And it had nothing to do with superstition or not. That is a silly, made-up thing.
Chris Jimenez agrees with me.
Yeah, a baseball player. Of course he agrees with you. All baseball players are superstitious.
Who am I going to listen to? The baseball player who did it at the highest level for a career? Am I going to listen? Well, I mean, you're a friend and colleague, but I'm going to listen to the guy that did it for real. You don't put that out there. And look what happened. You did. He needed X-rays. Now, thankfully, his foot is in the same condition as your right knee. Just a little bump, a little bruise. You'll live. But, man, you are tempting the fates right now.
I don't think so. I don't believe in superstitions. I don't believe in any of the basketball gods that Donovan Mitchell wants to talk about and threatening the season and all this other nonsense. It's not real. What happened last night, thousands of miles away, had nothing to do with me sitting on my couch worrying about whether or not this guy is made of glass or not.
Your text messages and Twitter mentions tell a different story.
He was an injured player before last night, and he'll be an injured player after last night.
See, there you go.
That's his existence.
There we go. There it is.
Don't blame me. Blame God for making him that way. Listen, not everyone's God's favorite. Not everyone comes out as a very healthy individual. He got a lot of good blessings in life, Chase Delauter did. He got a lot of them. He's a pro baseball player. He won. But God, fell short in the health department. That's all.
You got Passover, Palm Sunday, Holy Week, and Easter coming up, and he's here talking about God playing favorites.
I mean, God does have favorites. I'm not one of them. That's how I know. But he clearly chooses. He clearly chooses who he likes and who he doesn't like. I don't make the rules. I just live in the world. All right, that is the lead. We come on back. A Jeremiah Love campaign. Are you buying it? 216-474-0092. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
All right, back at it here on The Fan. It is Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Ryder with you guys. I don't know what to make of the Jeremiah Love discussion, Daryl. And Coach Riz was on earlier today, and he's been advocating for Jeremiah Love for a while. Here's what I can tell you I know. The draft community believes he is an all-time prospect. They have put him up there as higher than Ashton Genty from last year, which is astounding, all things considered, because Ashton Genty was one of the highest-rated running back prospects in years. And then they're putting up in the Saquon Barkley category as well, where Saquon is legitimately one of the highest-rated running back prospects I've ever seen. And so, to put him up in that rarefied air, it makes you stop and pay attention to the point where it's like, all right, I could have maybe used some of you guys gassing him up this way, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 months ago. But the point is that we've gotten there with Jeremiah Love to the idea that enough people now have watched the tape. They've talked to enough NFL people. They're of the belief that Jeremiah Love is a once-in-a-generation type running back prospect, okay? So now that that's all said, the question then becomes, will the Browns take him at number 6 overall? And Judkins has to factor into this, but I don't think Judkins should factor into all of this, Daryl.
Well, he has to. They drafted 2 running backs last year, so you'd be talking about drafting 3 running backs in 2 years, and 2 of them with a first and a second round pick.
So I'll tell you right now, I'm not pro Jeremiah Love. I need to make this known in the outfront of this.
I'm laying out the situation.
I can't. The way you described it right there, I can't let Samson get in the way of whether or not I take Jeremiah Love.
Well, no, Judkins was the second pick.
Okay.
The second round pick.
Yeah, I know that.
Judkins was taken. I'm saying.
But aren't you're equating for both the 2 of them already being there, right? Is that correct?
Right. Yeah. You took 2 guys last year. You'd be taking him this year, and that means in a position in a league that's not a running league, it's a passing league, you will have invested 3 draft picks on that room, and 2 of those picks are in the top 2 rounds.
Which none of this, by the way, screams anything analytical at all.
Well,
for being the analytical world that they live in, none of this screams analytical.
That screams bad roster building.
Well, I mean, yeah. Just in general, 6 overall on running back doesn't scream analytical.
If Quinshon Judkins was not on this roster, we wouldn't have an argument. I'd be all for it. I'd be down.
Oh, because it does bring up an interesting little, in recent years, we've moved away. It used to, for a couple-year stretch, it was don't take a running back in the first round at all. Then Jahmyr Gibbs happened, then Bijan happened, and all of a sudden we started having these convos where it was all right, you can take a running back again in the first round. It's not crazy.
Just you don't do it in the top 5.
You just don't do it typically in the top 5. And then last year happened with Ashton Genty, and at number 5 overall, he got taken. Now, but Ashton Genty didn't have some breakout year. They had a miserable offensive line. Nobody is blaming Ashton Genty. It's not his fault. Vegas screwed him over in many respects. The same way the Browns didn't help out Judkins when it came to an offensive line. Same thing happened with Genty. But what's interesting is that we're right back to that same convo. And now I do think we have to talk about how it works within Judkins. And Coach Riz says it works perfect.
Well, because you can line him out wide. He can put him in the slot.
But are you willing to spend that much of your capital and your resources towards a running back position that is not as valuable as it once was? And especially in today's NFL, we just don't look at running backs the same way.
Running back, I would phrase it as a running back wide receiver combo. You're getting 2 players in one if you're looking for a justification. My concern is that they have so many other holes that they need to fill and needs they must address. It's like the quarterback thing, right? Should the Browns, whether it's draft Ty Simpson, whether it's draft Drew Aller later or one of these other quarterbacks later in the draft, now you're at 3 quarterbacks drafted in 2 years. You'll probably draft a quarterback in the first round next year. So now you're talking about drafting 4 quarterbacks over a 3-year period. Again, that's just bad roster planning and bad roster building. I understand you got to keep taking swings, but also at the same time, there's other positions that you need to address on your roster. I think that Jeremiah Love would be a fantastic pick at 6 if the Browns didn't have so many other problems. The issue is they have so many other problems, it becomes a luxury pick. It's almost like if they make a defensive selection, okay, whether, like whatever, right? It becomes a luxury pick. Right now, what they need to do is they need to come away in the first round with a receiver and I should say their starting left tackle. I don't care about the order. I don't care how you do it, but that's how you need to come out of that first round of the draft. And if you don't,
but is Jeremiah, is he different because of what he does? You mentioned what he does in the pass game, and I think about his screen game in particular. Yeah. And then even they put him in the slot like 60 times last year in Notre Dame.
That's why I called him a running back wide receiver combo, because he is such a versatile player. And he's also an explosive player with that versatility.
Yeah,
it stinks that the Browns don't have the luxury of being able to take him this year.
Well, but I do almost wonder if they could justify it from that perspective of like he would help out as much in the pass game as he would in the run game, and then you have this Batman Robin type thing between him and Judkins. It's kind of like
that'd probably be your new Nick Chubb Kareem Hunt combo.
That's exactly what it would try to be, yeah. Or even like what the Lions just recently had with Jahmyr Gibbs and their like 1-2 punch combo. It was like Sonic and Hedgehog or something, whatever that was called.
He would be a weapon.
Sonic and Knuckles.
Sonic and Knuckles. Sonic is a hedgehog.
Correct.
His buddy is not.
Sonic the Hedgehog, yes.
I hadn't played Sonic in a very long time. And I was thinking to myself, I'm like, what the hell was that other guy's name? What was it? Knuckles.
Yes, exactly. David Montgomery.
Is Knuckles also a hedgehog?
Don't look at me. I have no idea.
I stumped you there for
no.
I don't know.
I'll look it up and double check just to be sure.
They'll Google it for you.
That's what we need, John, today. That's what we need, John. 216-474-0092. And I'm thinking of Jahmyr Gibbs because basically Jeremiah Love is comped out as a bigger version of Jahmyr Gibbs. That's his comp. And so like if you're trying to do this Sonic and Knuckles type thing that Detroit had, like it is setting up in many ways. Like if this does work, it makes your offense better. This is not what it was when we're talking defense and defense only, where I think they're shifting so much to the offensive side of the ball and they're trying to make sure you have a competent offense. What Jeremiah Love what he does is so different than most backs, or at least half the backs that you talk about, and that he does have a pass catching ability that is borderline elite.
Well,
it matters.
Here's the good news for us.
What's that?
I don't necessarily think that Jeremiah Love's even going to be on the board there.
Well, and so that brings another thing. That brings another thing into the equation that we have to talk about. If we're talking about taking Jeremiah Love at 6, that then presumes that he's there at 6 for you to take.
Right.
And if he's there at 6 for you to take, then you will have a team that will trade up to go ahead and get him.
I know.
He's the one guy that people would trade up for in this draft. And if he's there at 6, somebody will bite. Now, for the longest time, I thought that would be the Chiefs.
Right.
But the Chiefs, they've addressed their running back situation this offseason. They got Kenneth Walker now. They're good. They're happy. But, there are enough teams that if Andrew Berry's trying to cash some chips for the next year's draft, this is how you would do it. And so you got to weigh that in this equation as well.
I will concede there are 3 players that the Browns could pick at 6 that I have no argument against and I will not be angry about.
All right, what are they?
Okay. Carnell Tate from Ohio State.
Okay.
Caleb Downs from Ohio State.
Okay, I sense a theme here. Arvell Reese, Ohio State.
And Jeremiah Love.
Okay.
Those 3 players, if the Browns end up with any of those 3 players, Jonathan, it would be almost impossible for me to argue against those selections.
Well, Nick Baumgartner was on the morning show today. It was Coach Riz, it was Ken, and he seems to think at 6, Jeremiah Love is a great pick.
I think Jeremiah Love is the best player in this draft. I think he is in the category or the tier of a Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs. I think possibly even in a Saquon category at some point someday. I think he's one of those guys that can change the tenor of a franchise on offense, can be an immediate impact player. I think he's better than Ashton Jeanty. I don't know if Jeremiah Love necessarily needs a amazing offense to come in and really sing. I think he could come in and help raise a team. I think he could come in and work with a young quarterback, can move him around. You don't have to get rid of Judkins. Maybe Dylan Sampson doesn't have quite as much of a role, but you can play him with another guy. It works. There's a lot you can do with him. The other thing I think that could justify it more also in theory would be you have the other pick in the first round. You could, you're a team right now that is trying to acquire as many young talented players as possible. To me, it doesn't matter what position they play. So at number 6, I'm trying to get the absolute best best player I can get, period. End of story. And if that's Jeremiah Love, that's Jeremiah Love. And if I have to get my tackle at 26, then that's what I'll do.
Daryl says yes. Do you say yes? 216-474 to below 92. Can you be talked into Jeremiah Love at number 6? We continue on. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
Hey, don't be pressured when it's time to shop for
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
All day long. All day. All the time.
At work. 923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
All right, back at it here on The Fan. It is Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin and Daryl Rutter with you guys. It's not just the idea that Coach has been going so hard for the idea that Jeremiah Love at 6 is an option. But after one segment, Daryl, I feel like I know. Was Jeremiah Love always in your yes camp or no?
Yeah.
Okay, he was always there.
Yeah.
All right. So you slow played me a little bit.
Yeah, I did. I mean, look,
okay.
I have, this is the time of year where I start watching more, listening more, reading more, because I have a little more time to do it. It's hard to do it in the middle of a football season with the draft coming up and start really doing your homework on these guys. And, yeah, that's why I gave you those 3 players that if they're there at 6 and the Browns walk away with any of those 3 guys, and, again, that'd be Caleb Downs, Carnell Tate, Jeremiah Love, it's going to be very difficult for me to sit, whether it's in this chair when I'm joining you or Ken and Anthony or whomever. It's going to be really hard for me to be like, yeah, they really messed that pick up. No, I think that if they walk away with any of those 3 players, we're good.
Well, so I have a hard time in general, I think, in coming up with players that I would just be very agitated about. Now, in the beginning portion of this draft exercise, I was very much, and I yelled at Coach Riz, was like, no, don't do anything defensively. It's offense or nothing. And everyone got on board with that, and it felt like, all right, great. Everyone's understanding of what this needs to be. You got to fill up the needs, but ultimately we're switching to the offensive side of the ball. And then the past week and a half or so, I've changed my tune on this a little bit because what I think the Browns are trying to do in 2026 has changed. When we first were having that discussion, Daryl, it was about winning games in 2026, and it was about giving Shador a best chance with his offensive line and the wide receivers. And the way I look at the Browns right now, I don't think they're trying to do that. I don't think they're worried about 2026. I think they're worried about 2027.
Or 2028, and then obviously the eyes on 2029 when they open the door.
So when you open it up to that, then my opinion on all of this changes drastically. Then it is about just getting the best players you can, and it is about loading up. And would I prefer it to be the offensive side of the ball? Of course I would. I do have a preference in that regard, but
if I had to rank these
it's
players,
not make or break.
If I had to rank these players, okay?
Yeah.
Love is 1, Downs is 2, Tate is 3.
He's number 1 on the board for you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because I feel like he is such an explosive player. The reason I haven't talked a lot about him, 1, this is the first time I've been asked about him.
Yeah.
And then secondly, I have made the assumption he ain't gonna be there anyway. Okay.
And he might be there legitimately, and I'm not just saying this because the conversation's better if he exists at 6, but legitimately he is a running back, and running backs. We've had 1 running back taken in the top 5 in the past, 15 years. Well, I guess 2 technically. What, Ashton Genty? Was Genty 6 or 5? I keep throwing that off.
Genty was 6.
He was 6.
Yeah.
Okay. So Genty was 6, and then Saquon is the only other one in the top 5. And
Wasn't Leonard Fournette top 4?
Ooh, we'd have to go back. Maybe I said too many years attached to that. Maybe that's what that was. At least since Saquon was taken in 2018, we've had 1 taken in the top 5, and that was Saquon at, I believe, 3 overall. But the point remains, and then it's true.
In your team building process, you don't
see it often. Is the point? And yet we've had more guys in recent years.
The Browns were the cautionary tale. They took Trent Richardson. They traded up with Minnesota to take him 3rd overall.
And we brought up Jahmyr Gibbs. We brought up Bijan. We brought up guys that have been taken in the top 15. That does exist. That is a thing. But to get there for top 5 does take a lot for teams. And I don't know. I'd put it at 50-50 right now that Jeremiah Love exists at 6 overall for the Browns. Now, what I think will happen, I don't think the Browns would turn in the card and take Jeremiah Love.
No, I don't think they will either.
I think they would trade out. And I think that would be their one opportunity they could have to trade out. And so I think they would take it, and I think then we would just keep the conversation moving.
I kind of feel like both Downs and Love would be what I would call luxury picks for the Browns when it comes to roster building, and they've never gotten to this point. They would need, the reason why Caleb Downs would make sense at 6 is because, Grant Delpit's in the final year of his contract. So there will be a decision that has to be made there, and Grant Delpit's certainly been a fine player. He's turned into a really fine player there in the secondary. But that's where you're talking about that recycling your roster thing. Okay, if you don't want to keep Grant Delpit, now you slide in Caleb Downs into that position. And again, these are things that teams like the Packers and the Patriots and the Eagles and the Ravens and the Steelers, right? These are things that they do. Okay, fine. We don't have to pay all of our guys when they go to free agency. Yeah, we let a guy walk. We bring up the next kid that we drafted and developed. Like, it's nothing to them. And the Browns have never been able to get on that cycle when it comes to roster building. Aside from the fact they can't find a quarterback, like they can't get to that point on their roster building. It's they have to overspend in free agency to bring in the talent that they missed on in the draft to try and play catch up. And then it's about filling specific holes in the draft because, well, that's what they need to do rather than maybe taking the blue chip talent, the best player that's available to you. You got 3 really good players that we're speculating potentially could be available to the Browns there. And like I said, I rank Love is the best pure player there. I rank Downs as the second best player because I think both of those guys are game changers, okay? I think they both can be game changers. And I think
that's a Coach Riz word, by the way.
And I think
I
talk to Coach Riz a lot. I spend a lot of time with Coach Riz. I've learned a lot from Coach Riz. Yes. Carnell Tate, I think it can be a game changer as well. But I
don't know as much about that. I would not kill him if they take Carnell Tate. That's not going to happen. But I don't know that he's the game changer that people think that he is.
I think. I didn't say he is. There's a difference. I said that Downs and Love are game changers, and I said I think Tate potentially could be. There's a difference there.
Okay, Daryl. There is a difference there.
Yes,
but you were speaking in absolutes for a second there. All right, and that's fine. We don't need to do a thing about Carnell Tate. I'm not as high on him as other people are. I've kind of made that known. And it's not anything that Carnell Tate himself can control. It's just if I think of him as more of a T. Higgins than I think of him as anything else, that's not an insult to the guy. That's still a very productive football player. Right. I just don't think, when I think T. Higgins, I don't think game changer. I think Jamar Chase game changer. I don't think of T. Higgins as game changer. I think of him as a very good football player, somebody you'd love to have on your team. But I don't look at him as the belle of the ball. But what I have done in recent weeks and what I've done in recent, I guess, even months is I've changed my perception of what I even need out of 6 overall. If this draft isn't going to present itself as a very sexy draft, all things considered, and yes, there are guys like Jeremiah Love that are good, but overall, I think you have to look at number 6 this year as a little bit different than what you typically see. And so maybe I don't need to fall in love with the player necessarily the same way you typically would at 6, but Carnell Tate just doesn't pass the smell test for me even in a weaker draft to be there at number 6.
I think the best case scenario for Andrew Berry is all 3 of those players are available at 6. And he's got the for sale sign on 6. He I believe wants somebody to come up to 6, and he can slide down a couple of spots. My concern is you slide down too far. I don't want to slide down too far.
What's too far?
I would probably say I think 12's too far, unless you're getting a 2027 first-rounder. Are you just looking
to grab one of the offensive linemen or wide receivers at some point? Is that the idea?
Yeah.
Because the 3 wide receivers we talked the most about between Tate, between Tyson, and Lemon, one of them is going to exist at 12.
Right.
And then even the offensive linemen we're discussing, I think Freeling's going to be there even potentially at 24. But
I don't know that he's going to be there at 24. This is a top-heavy tackle class, they say, whereas with the receiver group, it's a very good receiver class, and the talent is comparable.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm telling you, I think Freeling was a reach to begin with anyway. And I think Freeling shot up because of what happened at the Combine. I think that was a lot of smoke and mirrors. I don't believe in Freeling's draft rise the way that everyone has said it's existed for 3 weeks.
I also don't believe in if you can play right tackle, you can play left tackle thing that Andrew Berry does.
He likes to do that.
I don't believe in it. I just do not. I want a pure left tackle. At that position. I'm not looking for a project or a conversion or anything else. I know it can be done. I know it has been done. George Warhop is a fine offensive line coach. I love that they brought him back. I just personally would feel more comfortable with a pure left tackle rather than taking a right tackle and training him to play left.
My point is I'm open to options here. I have gone from telling everyone to be closed-minded as possible in this whole entire exercise to now, if you're not taking 2026 serious, I'm as open-minded to this discussion as you can possibly get. And I don't know, Daryl, that I'll go Mason Graham on everyone like what they did last year.
Yeah.
Where was Mason Graham my favorite pick in the world? No. Felt like everybody got on board with it, and it was what it was. I don't know that I'm ready to say I'll do that. Just wave the pom-poms at whatever they choose. Right. But I'm having a hard time thinking of a pick that they could make at 6 where I would be agitated with them. Even like Carnell Tate. I don't love Carnell Tate. If they take him at 6 because they think he's T. Higgins, okay.
Right.
I'm not going to light you up for it. You took a wide receiver. You took a wide receiver that you think will be on this roster and be productive with you for the next half decade plus. How do I get mad at that?
I really do think they're going to take a right tackle and try and train him on the left side.
So like a Maui Noah type where it's like he's supposed to be a right tackle, he's set to be a right tackle, and you're going to throw him on the left side? That would be disastrous if they did that.
Look, they've brought in 4 offensive linemen this offseason, and we don't know what positions they play because, well, they can play multiple positions. Right? We don't
know if Elton Jenkins is your starting left tackle, center, or guard.
Right. So
we don't know.
Versatility.
They don't know.
To your point, versatility is something that they really, really believe in and prioritize on that offensive line. How do I know that? Because I looked and watched what they did during free agency, leading up to free agency. They brought in guys that can play multiple positions.
No doubt about it.
So I really think, no, they're not going to do what I want them to do, which I still think is the right thing to do. I really think they're going to get a right tackle. They're going to try and convert to left tackle and say, hey, we had a swing tackle. It's a starter. Can play either side. Wherever we need him to go, that's where he can be. Because that, you know what? We can say the same thing about the guards. And, that's just how they're doing things.
JP, I fact-checked you there as a senior research analyst.
Oh, no, I looked already. You're good. Yeah, you're good.
In the top 6, there's been 5 selected.
Oh, no, definitely. The problem is I went back too many years. I meant to say since 2018.
Yeah, I did.
And then
I did in the last 15.
Then we went. Trust me, I already fact-checked myself there. Because you get credit for Leonard Fournette, you get credit for Zeke as well. But then it's Trent Richardson in 2012. So, it's in the last 15 years, still not a high number by any stretch of the measure.
And it's definitely, 4 in the last 10 drafts that we've had.
I still can't believe we talked about Trent Richardson like he was the next Jim Brown, and they ultimately traded him for a first-round pick with the Colts.
I can't believe it. That's been 15 years. But here we are.
It's been a long 15 years. You have no idea.
And 216-474-0092. Is Dylan Gabriel's time with the Browns done? We'll do it next. And also, what does it all mean for LeBron now that the Lakers seem to have their house in order? It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
The final weeks of the NBA regular season are here, and the playoffs are just around the corner. Get ready for a Cavs run in the Eastern Conference with the best basketball talk in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck?
On Afternoon Drive.
Final hour of the show. It is Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Pino and Daryl Ryder with you guys. That was a spirited 40 minutes of Browns draft discussion for you right there. Odyssey Rewind. Go back and check it out. I don't know that I'm ready for the next 3 weeks, Daryl. I don't know. I don't know that I'm ready for all the draft conversation that we're going to have because I've so firmly entrenched myself in certain parts of the draft community and the draft process of this all that the next 3 weeks, and we get it earlier this year, but the next 3 weeks, I can't believe it's already April 1st. It's insane to me.
I'm just looking forward to our mock draft once again, sending social media into a complete meltdown.
So, will it hit the same way? Because
I think so.
Part of the reason why I thought it hit so well is because of the Shedeur Sanders element to it all. Like, Shedeur impacts everything.
Yeah.
You know that well enough. But
yeah.
I don't remember where exactly the draft board. Did the draft board have Shedeur at, like, number 2 overall?
I don't remember.
Or was it completely off the board? It was one extreme or the other that sent everybody into a tizzy. And I don't know. If you're missing the Shedeur element, will you also then be missing the clicks and the retweets and everything else?
I don't think so. I think a good time will be had.
Well, a good time will definitely be had, regardless of whether or not the internet agrees with it afterwards. You have to get one of those photos you had, too, though, where you have, like, one of the funniest things. I'll never forget it, just because, like, the concept of it is what I won't forget. Because I was I went to Disney with my family that week, and so I was in Florida, and I was looking online and watching this thing go crazy viral, this photo of the draft board and everything associated with it. And there's in that photo, I have to pull it up, but in that photo, there's like a guy that uses your jacket as his coaster for his Bud Light. And it's like the funniest thing in the world to me. He's just sitting there, and he's using your jacket as a coaster, and you are just having such a great time, and you could not be any bit aware of what was going on within that moment, and I loved it. I loved every bit of it. I got to find that photo. I laughed about it for a while. No commentary?
Yeah, I don't remember that part of it, but
part of it?
You know,
I'm going to make you pull up the photo in between the break, and now I'm going to have to show you. I have to find it for myself. I can see Mac is trying to find it right now as we speak because I want to see if my memory is 100% right or if I'm off. There was something.
I'm usually protective about my sport coats.
There was
That's
something
why
with the coat and the Bud Light that I remember specifically that we'll have to reenact at some point.
I don't see that photo, but I have the actual results from last year.
Okay, so
where was
Shedeur? Yeah.
Shedeur went 10 overall to Chicago.
Okay.
Oh, so maybe it is Shedeur proof then. Maybe what was all right? Read off the top 10 from last year's draft according to the 92.3 The Fan mock draft.
Travis Hunter went number 1 overall.
Okay, didn't work out great for the drafters there. Okay.
Browns went Abdul Carter at 2.
Would not have worked out great, all things considered, considering Abdul Carter did not have a great rookie season. It was a better second half, but I think he had half of a sack all year.
I think we're right around there. Cam Ward went 3.
Okay.
Will Campbell went 4, so they got that right.
Did they? Because Will Campbell got exposed in many, many ways this season.
Ashton Genty went to Jacksonville.
Will Campbell was a turnstile in the playoffs.
I mean, he also allowed 5 sacks to Miles, so I mean, I think Miles loves him. But at 6,
not helping the case for Will Campbell being a hit there.
Tetero and McMillan went 6 overall to Vegas.
And that was better than what the Panthers did at 8. So that's a leg up for the mock drafters there.
7 was Harold Fannin Jr.
That's a pretty good hit. That's a
good hit.
I bet people laughed at that at the time, obviously, because he ended up going in the 3rd round, and that was what that was. But the drafters look pretty good there.
Hey, we had a action fan in the house.
Exactly. Jalen Walker went 8 to Carolina, and then. Oh, man, I can't pronounce his last name.
I'll give it a go.
Pass rusher from Ole Miss, Princely.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Man?
I got my finger on the dump button.
Go
You're
ahead.
good.
Yumeli Man?
I want to see how this one
don't think
goes.
I nailed that at all. I completely butchered that. And then Shedeur at 10.
And then Shedeur at 10. Okay, there we go. All right. So anyway, obviously, we poll them every day at 5. People are texting in being like, how do we get involved in this? We poll it every day at 9 o'clock, at 5 o'clock, and then at noon, and it's a whole thing. And then Daryl's the commissioner, and you do a great job with that. Look forward to seeing everybody out there again this year.
Also, by the way, shout out to the Ravens who took a kicker at 27. in the mock draft.
Is that the spirit of the mock draft? I feel like that's the spirit of the mock draft.
Anytime you can punk the Ravens and the Steelers in the mock draft, the commissioner does allow it.
All right. Mary Kay Cabot was on with Baskin and Phelps today, and she spoke about the latest around Dillon Gabriel. Here we go.
They are saying that Dillon has an opportunity to come in and also compete for the starting job. And I think they kind of probably don't love the fact that maybe, we have kind of written Dillon off, basically. So they're trying to say, no, that's premature. He's still on the roster. I think that it's not customary for a player to be coming in the offseason unless you are coming off of an injury and you need to be here for treatment and rehab and those kinds of things. There's nothing wrong with Dillon not being here, but I do think that there was a bit of contrast between, Monken not meeting Dillon Gabriel yet and Shedeur spending a bunch of time this offseason in Cleveland, getting to know Todd, buying him a horse's head for his birthday.
I do buy into that. And by the way, I'll put it on the front of it. I think like the 5 minutes we spend talking about Dillon Gabriel is the most I hope to spend talking about Dillon Gabriel in the next 3 months. Like I hope he's so far removed from this quarterback competition that he's not being an afterthought is what I want Dillon Gabriel to be, which is what he's been essentially since he got benched or since he lost his job last year.
I'm hoping he ends up in Atlanta or somewhere else.
That's the ideal scenario. He's just off the team and we can just kind of forget about him. Why is it that there's an insistence that we treat Dillon Gabriel the same way we're treating Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson?
Because he's a third-round pick.
Is there something redeemable about, in your eye? There's no way there's something redeemable. You're the guy that, and I was right there with you, but you're the guy in training camp last year.
Then why are you asking me this question if you know my answer?
Well, sometimes you got to ask the questions in order to get to the answer in my own head, okay? In order to figure it out for myself.
The answer you're looking for is no.
All right.
No.
Asked and answered, I guess.
No. Although sarcastically, and I stress sarcastically, I have joked I'd rather watch Dillon Gabriel play quarterback for the Browns than Deshaun Watson.
Well, and so that is part of this equation because you're not the only person that has said that. I got in not a fight, whatever it was, with Nick Padone yesterday because Nick was going down that same thing that you're saying right now. He was doing the anybody but Deshaun category, and it's like I don't think you guys really believe it when you say anybody but Deshaun because anybody but Deshaun includes Dillon Gabriel.
If I end up saying Dillon Gabriel, then I clearly mean it because, well, But no, I don't think. Listen, I don't think starting quarterback is for Dillon Gabriel. I think he can be a quality backup if you have to start him in a pinch or something like that. But if you have to start him for an extended time, you're just asking for what you're about to get. He's a good kid. I have nothing bad to say about him personally. I have, people thought I had like some axe to grind against him or whatever. No, I'm basing it off what I saw with my own 4 eyes in training camp and the offseason program. And that is they were treating this guy like he was a first-round pick by giving him these first-team reps and preparing him to be a starter this year. And I just couldn't take it seriously.
Yeah, I couldn't either. That was part of the problem. And the insistence that he was being so much better than Shedeur Sanders, as you're watching, as I'm watching, we're at training camp and watching none of this go well, was one of the more maddening exercises of my life.
I mean, there were drills where like he was struggling to keep complete passes on air.
I know. And then we were telling everybody what was going on. And again, Nick and I were at training camp watching him. I'll never forget it. We were talking to Bernie Kosar, and I was interrupted in the interview with Bernie because so many balls just kept hitting the ground. And it was like, I can't believe how many incomplete passes he's having against air in this session. And I wanted to not seem like the biggest hater in the building, but the reality was we could only scream it so loud that he looked awful. And I remember we had my buddy Sean Salisbury on at one point, and Sean knows quarterbacks, and Sean taught me more about football than anybody in life, okay? And so I really trust what Sean has to say. And the only thing Sean could come up with in regards to Dillon Gabriel was that maybe he's a gamer. And I remember thinking about that, and I really took that to heart, that idea of like maybe he's just a gamer. Maybe he's one of these guys that sucks it up in practice, but the lights go on, and then it's just a different story. Because Dillon Gabriel in college could play, Daryl.
Yeah.
That's the thing. He could play. I don't trust.
But you know what? You know how many quarterbacks that could play in college that just couldn't do it in the NFL?
I don't trust short quarterbacks is a big thing that I have.
There
I like
Heisman
bigger
Trophy
quarterbacks.
winners and that don't make it.
Of course there are. Like it is part of it. But if like there was a segment of people that were holding on to that. And by the time you get to that being how you rationalize that, you're so far up a creek, you don't stand a chance.
Right.
Like, when you're rationalizing the idea of what we're seeing in practice isn't real because maybe he's a gamer, you've already lost the cause. You're in a race you're never going to win if that's your argument, because all you're trying to do is justify why it's not all adding up.
Yeah.
And I feel badly for Dylan in many ways. I do wish he was at least here trying to put in some of the same work that Shedor's putting in, but I'm sure he sees that as a wasted effort. I'm sure he sees that as a lost cause. He'd rather work out with his own trainers in Hawaii with his own people, and then whatever future team he goes to, then he can go and try to impress them from there.
Yeah, 100%.
It is what it is.
Yeah, right now I think Shedeur knows he has to impress Todd Monken. He has to impress the front office. He has to impress ownership based on what happened last year, right? Not only going through the draft process, but also when he was buried fourth on the depth chart, and to show everyone that he's taking this thing seriously. And I'm not saying he wasn't taking it seriously last year, but like he wasn't put in a position to take it seriously last year either, right? Mm-hmm. He was so down on the depth. I mean, they were having him. They didn't even give him the courtesy of throwing to wide receivers during training camp, during the individual drills, because they ran out of those guys. Okay, he had to throw to the ball boys on air and coaches on air for his reps during those sessions. So, like, I like the fact that he's been in the building a lot, that he's trying to demonstrate his commitment to this. Unfortunately, because the rules prohibit it, they can't do a lot of football with him right now. Todd Monken can't hand him a playbook, can't talk football with him. Okay. You're just basically allowed to go in and say hi. He can go to the weight room and work out on his own, or go to the indoor and work out on his own. Like, there's no coordination with the team allowed whatsoever and all that. And I love that he's doing everything that he is. And the same thing with Deshaun. Like, it's never an effort thing with Deshaun. It's never putting in the work thing with Deshaun. Not by any stretch of the imagination. It's how much gas is left in that tank after that car's been smashed to bits over the last couple of years. And so, when it comes to Gabriel, I just, again, I think he is a backup. And the only reason I think that the Browns are talking about him being in the competition, if you will, right, is they're just trying to be fair to this kid. They're
just being nice.
Yeah. They're just trying to be nice about it. But let's be honest about it. This ultimately, right now as we talk, it's a two-man competition between Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders, and you flip a coin as to who's going to be QB1 when this whole offseason program stuff gets going.
No, I agree. 216-474-0092. How do we judge the Delauter scare last night, and an update on Jared Allen? You want to hear it next. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
Weather's warming up, and it's time to start thinking about home improvement projects. Nick Wilson here for Victor's Home Solutions, the most important yet
Lush Florals, you'll find outfits that match everyone's style. Then, fill up their baskets with endless joy. From select Easter plushies to fun toys they'll love at 20% off. Don't miss out. Make this Easter unforgettable at Target.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
All right, one Cavs update I wanted to pass along here. Chris Fedor having out there the report that Jarrett Allen is not at 100% due to his knee injury. The issue is going to require management throughout the remainder of the regular season, Daryl. So it's going to be a little bit for Jarrett Allen, at least into the rest of the regular season where he's not 100%, which in an odd way actually would help facilitate the idea that you might need to lose some games in maintaining the 4 seed. It's like the whole idea was you have to try to play together and get as many minutes together as you possibly can because that's what you need ultimately in the postseason. Well, that was going to result in wins. If Jarrett Allen's not 100% and he's playing through all this, maybe, just maybe, it lets it be easier to go ahead and lose a couple of these games.
Well, and it plays into what Kenny Atkinson talked about a week ago or so when he was asked about being able to use the last 9-10 games of the regular season after getting Max Strus back to really get this team and the rotations and everything teed up for the playoffs. And he essentially said, "Yeah, no, we're not going to be able to do that. Like that's euphoria at this point. We just have to accept it being it is what it is." And maybe that's because of just what Chris reported there. That they're going to have to manage him here down the stretch. They're going to probably have to manage him in the playoffs. And, we spoke to Jarrett the other day, and he had just mentioned about how frustrating it was, but it's something he's dealt with before. It's something he's always had to deal with, but he's been able to manage it, and he's going to have to do it going forward. So it's disappointing, especially because I think that Jarrett is such an important piece to this. He's a much more important piece today than he was, I think, a year ago. Just because
definitely.
Just because of the James Harden trade and the way Harden gets the bigs involved, right? We've seen the elevated production from both Jarrett Allen as well as Evan Mobley. So, this is frustrating. It's disappointing. I just hope that we don't end up with what we've had the last couple of years, where the Cavs are just so beat up in the playoffs and exhausted, and they get bounced in the second round, and we're stuck with the old, well, you know what? They were beat up and injured, and they just really couldn't give them their best shot.
Yeah. No, I get exactly what you're saying. All right, other thing. We have some interesting developments in the world of the Chase Delauter. Did I spook him? Did I all of a sudden, I don't know what, speak it into existence?
Yes, you spoke an injury into existence. Yes,
which is insane. I'll take you back. On Saturday night, out to eat with a bunch of friends, and at some point, Delauter comes up in the conversation, and I say something as simple as, "Yeah, but I'm just really worried about those injuries. Like I'm protecting myself, but like I really, he's just not gonna stay healthy. Like that's just not who Chase Delauter is." And I'll give you a look at his injury history. All I have is evidence that goes to the idea that this man is made of glass. And so the interesting develop out of this, it's like the opposite of live long enough to be the hero and you find yourself being the villain. I feel like the opposite has happened, where now I've lived long enough after 24 hours of a scare with the Delauter injury and my mentions being blown up and people cursing me out in DMs and people basically calling me the worst of worst things. I'm getting some support from the online community. Like DC, for instance, says, "You're taking a lot of heat on this Chase topic for just being the truth broker." And I tend to think DC's right. Why am I taking so much hate for being the truth broker?
Because you put it out there, and within 36 hours, boom, needs an X-ray.
But I don't believe in superstitions. I don't believe that's a thing.
Problem.
I don't believe that what I said on a table on Saturday night can impact a baseball game.
Just because you don't believe in it, don't mean no one else does.
Night.
Maybe not at the table, but I mean, when you're putting it out there on the airwaves, and
is that where I crossed the line?
Yeah,
on the airwaves?
Basically tempting fate at that point when you're constantly going, "I don't believe in it."
All I did was acknowledge the idea that it really, really is a room stopper. The moment you bring up Delauter's injury, you can say a lot of things. There's a lot of things at that table I could have said, and none of them stopped the table the way it was like, "Yeah, I'm worried about his health, guys. Little concerned about it. Little concerned about his health. Might have an issue on our hands here." Not a single scare came across that table the same way that when I said the Delauter thing. And so I don't know.
No Peterlin pass for you.
Am I
The Peterlin Pass.
I mean, listen, I didn't go on the air and talk about all these young players that never played in the major leagues at all. The Cooper Pratts of the world who just signed an 8-year extension despite never playing in baseball yet. Or what was Colt Emerson, the Mariners player, that just signed that 8-year deal as well. Never even played in the majors.
Yeah,
I didn't bring up the idea that I wouldn't give Chase Delauter one of those type contracts because he's not very healthy, and I would have to come with a lifetime supply of bubble wrap. I didn't say those things.
Listen,
I didn't say that.
Sunday morning, people wanted to give him a 10-year contract, and I did. You got to slow the roll there.
Yes, because he's an injured player. He's a constantly injured player. You have to treat that with caution. Colt Emerson has never played in baseball.
Down.
He got 8 years, $95 million. It's insane. Like now baseball's shifting towards this where you pay these guys so much money and they've never even played the game at the highest level yet. And so many people are like, oh, give Chase Delauter anything he wants. Just give him whatever he wants. Sign him up. And I'm like, guys, there's two sides of this. And one side leads with him being a very injured player and it not working out very well. That's all I was just trying to caution out for people. I don't think I hurt anybody's feelings there.
I will say you're lucky those X-rays came back negative.
That's the other part of this. Why am I not
very lucky those X-rays came back negative?
Why am I not off the hook? I should be off the hook because he didn't actually get injured.
He did have to leave the game.
Yeah, but he needed the rest anyway. He'd been playing like 5 straight games. He needed. I mean, come on. As evidenced, we can't play this man every day. He's not gonna. This isn't healthy for him. Diesel in Lakewood. Hello, Diesel.
Yo, what's up? I'm going to give you the partial Peterlin pass because
The Peterlin Pass.
it was already out there in the ether a little bit. So it's not like you spoke it into the world because it was already in the world. You were just kind of observing. So
right.
I don't know anything about him. Obviously, he's awesome, hit a bunch of home runs, but I'm just worried, those short swings, those short like explosive Derrick Rose, Bo Jackson type movements. I feel like you're a little bit more prone to injury, you know what I mean? When you got those fast twitch like muscle fibers rather than some of these big, long, rangy, like momentum swings like Aaron Judge or like Shohei. But more importantly, I'm a Notre Dame guy. I've spoken with Jay Love and watched him play. I just graduated last year. If he's on the same offense as Shedeur Sanders, no reason we can't win a Super Bowl next year. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Thank you, Diesel. That happened fast. Can we all agree that commentary happened fast?
That was a hell of a parting shot.
That escalated quickly.
But more importantly, great point by him. I'm just an observer of the nature of the world. I mean, that's all that is. I didn't put anything out there. It's not anything anybody hadn't already been saying. I just observe the world around me. I'm going to give myself my own Peterlin pass for this one right here.
No!
The Peterlin Pass.
And
no Peterlin pass for you.
As everyone knows, when you give out a Peterlin pass, it absolves you of any superstitions or anything else.
No.
And so
okay, I don't know if that's in the fine print of the Peterlin pass.
No, it's my own pass. Whatever fine print I want.
I just got a
Peterlin pass.
I just got a text message. The Peterlin pass does not apply and does not correct the ether.
The Peterlin Pass.
Disagree. We're having fun. You want to touch the Jeremiah Love Shedeur Sanders comment, or you want to rip on people for April Fool's Day?
I'd rather rip on people for April Fool's Day.
All right, the floor is yours. You're upset at April Fool's Day. I can't say it right for some reason. You're upset at it. It's bothering. It's bothersome to you for whatever reason.
Well, here's the thing: don't do press releases for April Fool's Day. The media business is not what it once was. Okay?
Yeah.
And there are going to be people dumb enough to believe your stuff. Okay?
Shouldn't someone that is getting the credentialed and having media passes and all this other stuff, I was going to say, shouldn't they be smart enough to understand what's an April Fool's joke or not? But I don't know that we have that bar necessarily in the media.
That's my point.
I feel like we could use it as a test, though. If you fall for it, you are immediately stripped of any sort of reporting duties.
Right. So growing up, I'm going to go back in the day.
Okay, good.
April Fool's Day used to be a lot of fun, pulling pranks on your friends.
I don't ever remember it being fun. By the way, you say it used to be fun. I have no memory of as an 8-year-old being like, "I love this day."
But
I just don't.
I think now it's just, it's run its course. It's dumb. We had Dan Gilbert today putting out a press release from Rock Entertainment saying that the WNBA team was going to be called the Ohio Wolverines, and it also included a logo. That's how much they actually put time into this, okay?
Yeah, we know Dan's not on Photoshop.
Right, exactly.
He learned a few tricks over the years.
He got bored and took an Adobe class.
But here's the thing. Don't put it like, okay, if you want to make it just a social media post, and even then I think that's still excess, just don't do it.
Okay.
But don't send out press releases. They sent out a press release for this April Fool's joke, okay?
That's excessive.
The Browns, at least, well, them putting the picture of their helmet logo on the helmet out there was basically the Brownsiest thing ever, right? And
way too many people believe that was like a chance of being true.
Yeah, but here's the thing. It's because it's the Browns. Them doing dumb things is believable.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm over the April Fool's stuff. Was
it ever fun for people?
I think 20, 30 years ago it might have been fun. But now it's just a waste of time.
I don't want to be the person that's like, I never enjoyed it, so what are we doing here? I want to find joy in it, but
I'm trying not to be the fun police here, but the environment we're in today is much different, and I feel like we do need the fun police here in this time, in this particular era that we are in. I'm going to call it the multimedia infotainment era.
Okay, because we already exist with so much fake news, we don't need to be handed more fake news?
Correct.
Yeah, I can read that. Like the idea that like when I go online, for instance, it's like legitimate, credible sports entities will tweet out things that are just not true. And it's rage baiting is what it is. The heart of this is it's just rage baiting.
Somebody tweeted out that Dylan Gabriel has been named the Browns starting quarterback today. I'm like, what are we doing? Like, what on earth are we doing?
Yeah, but then like having a day to then just give everyone the old Peterlin pass themselves on this, I just
the Peterlin pass.
I don't know. I never thought the thing was enjoyable to begin with. I never there's never been an April Fool's Day where I'm like, this is awesome. I can't believe it. Great joke, Dan Gilbert. I've never thought that.
Yeah.
Was that Nick? No, that's my mocking laugh.
Oh.
And fun fact for you guys, when I laughed right there, I was about to cough, and it just turned into a laugh. Is all that really was. And I was like, let's ride this thing out. It's 6:35. Let's ride this thing up. That's my fake laugh. That's my. So for the longest time, Nick would have these people on, or the guest, or whatever like that, and they would just give him these courtesy laughs on these very, very just whatever jokes. Some jokes Nick tells are really funny, and they get me. Other ones are like he just throws them out there and he doesn't even think they're funny. But like they give these courtesy laughs, right?
Right.
And that's me mocking the courtesy laugh is what that is. Kind of like how, in your press conferences where you have where half the media will have like Todd Monken's introductory press conference, and Monken will be like, ever since I was a little boy, I just wanted to be a football coach. And then they'll be like, and it's like, he didn't even say a joke. Like, why are you guys laughing? What is that? That's what I'm displaying there.
Oh, I don't remember anyone laughing during Todd Monken's press conference.
Usually you get the courtesy laughs.
Okay.
And don't even act like that's not a thing, because in every press conference in the history of the world, they give out courtesy laughs if you're an important enough person.
Yeah, I don't give out.
Kind of like that.
Yeah, I don't give out courtesy laughs.
Nobody ever accused you of doing it.
No, Nick has accused me of giving him courtesy laughs.
Of you giving courtesy laughs?
Yes, he has. Yeah.
Well, do you feel like you're guilty of that? You get. I've seen enough videos. Hold on, I've seen enough videos.
No, I'm just a slap happy guy.
You're okay. I'm not buying a slap happy guy. You do when you laugh really loudly at things that shouldn't be that funny. I'll grant you that.
I have
maybe that's what that is.
I have a twisted sense of humor. Sometimes very dark and morbid, but it is a twisted.
You gave a really loud laugh at something I said in between one of the breaks, and I remember telling myself in my head I wasn't even making a joke there. Like I was not. That wasn't even a joke. I was just talking. So all right, I'll grant you that. But that's the genesis of that right there. Is a lot of the courtesy laughs. It's a mock.
There are no Peterlin passes on April Fool's Day.
Mock at the courtesy
Peterlin
laugh.
pass.
Sorry. Be done with this stupidity of a, I guess, fake holiday.
It's going to exist for as long as we live. In case we missed it, next right here on The Fan.
What's up?
home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of the show. It is Afternoon Drive. Daryl Ryder, Jonathan Peterlin here with you guys today. Tomorrow, we'll be at Rally House. I'll be in with Jake Volnick, okay? So Jake Volnick's going to be in this chair tomorrow. On Friday, it is Spencer German. And let's wrap up a successful Wednesday with Daryl here, with In Case We Missed It. Here we go.
So it is victory lap time for me, and anytime I can help our local teams market themselves and provide fans with a better experience, I'm here for you.
Okay, good.
Shout out to the Guardians after they made the name change and all that kind of stuff, and came out with that. I call it the Flying G logo.
Okay.
With the
hold on, this is right. You went to the
what's new at the
ballpark thing yesterday. Wait, did you
yesterday.
find out? Did you try the steak pops?
I had the steak pops.
Was it really just steak on a stick?
Yeah.
Okay.
I had
That's not a bad thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
The beef patty melt was delicious.
Was that your favorite thing, the beef patty melt?
No, the steak sandwich was my favorite.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
What are they charging for the steak sandwich? Do you know?
I don't.
Okay.
They didn't charge me anything for it yesterday.
Well, I know
and that's
that.
all that mattered.
I know that. Wait, so I want more on the steak pops, though. So it's steak on a stick. What's the temperature on that? Is it like a medium? What is that?
I'd say medium.
Yeah, you can't be serving like a medium rare steak on a stick. I just don't know if that works. Is it like the ball of like a cake pop type thing, or is it?
It is. Okay. It's pretty good.
Right.
But the food was great. But I had said, hey, if you're really leaning in, this was after they came out with the City Connect jersey with the secondary Guardian logo that actually looked like the Guardians of traffic there on the bridge.
Yeah.
I said, well, you should create a social media space for fans to take pictures. And they can be Guardians of traffic. Well, this year, guess what?
What?
You now can do that. On the third base side there, they have it set up where you can take a photo as if you're a Guardian of traffic. Pretty little cool thing they did. They've got a couple other things they're working on.
All right. So I need to know, did you say this on the air or did you
Yes.
tell this to them directly?
Oh, both. On the air as well as directly.
Oh, okay.
So
did they acknowledge that you are the originator of this idea?
No, I did. I'm not getting
No?
I have to give myself the credit that I deserve.
I mean, I just feel like this is almost like a Joe Thomas documentary farms thing all over again, is it not? Nick had this whole idea for Joe Thomas to have a documentary on his farm and to do a documentary on it. Yeah, no. But the problem with that is but Nick didn't pitch it to him in time. We had Joe on, and Joe was like, "Yeah, I'm doing this documentary," and Nick hadn't pitched it to him ahead of time, and so it's like, well, you get no credit for it. Because Joe just came up with it independent of what your thoughts were. Like, I'm sorry, you lost credit there, and so
it was a great minds think alike situation.
Exactly, and so I don't know. Is this Guardians just a great mind thinks alike type situation, or do you actually get credit for this? I'm not entirely sure, Daryl.
I think I should get credit for it.
But they haven't acknowledged that you're the reason why.
I have
for
so
any
few
of this.
ideas that when I have them, I want credit for them.
What if it goes away in a year? Will you take the responsibility for not being a good idea?
Yeah, then it didn't work. I'm confident it will work.
You're not married to the idea. You're just, well, I mean, how do you even judge if it works or doesn't work? By the amount of people that take photos with it?
Yeah, we'll check the social medias and see how many fans are.
So does this just kind of replace, you know how they had that big block C?
The big block C, yeah.
Does this just replace that? That's all this is?
That's what this will do, I think.
I'm taking 0 photos by it.
You should. No.
Not out of spite.
No,
not out of spite and to be mean.
You should take a photo. If you go to the ballpark this year, stop on by third base side there, and you can take your photo. Yeah, you have your choice. Hang on, I got to pull up the photo.
People should take photos with it when they go to the ballpark this year, and then hashtag thanks Daryl.
Yes, I like that.
Or actually tag Daryl in every single photo.
Oh, there's that one too.
Will you retweet every hashtag thanks Daryl?
That might,
and photos of people that then send it to you?
I'm anticipating that there would be an avalanche, and that would become really annoying for people like you that have have me as a notification on your phone.
You are a notification on my phone.
So you have your choice. You can be you can do it in front of an automobile, or you can do it in front of a box truck.
Okay.
No, this is bad for radio, but I'm showing Jonathan right now the setup there. There's the box truck.
Yeah.
And then there's the setup to do it in front of the automobile there.
You guys can see it on Twitter at Right or Wrong.
Fan. Right or Wrong fan. Instagram is Right or Wrong.
If you are a fan of Right or Wrong.
Sounds like you were wrong.
No, I was right on this because they did it. So there you go.
But I am a fan of Right or Wrong.
All right, stop it, guys.
What else did we miss?
Les Snead, up in Adams, on with Kay Adams. He says he would have backed the Browns draft pick trade proposal. Here we go.
I don't necessarily know why the competency committee was so strong against it. Here's what I can say. I don't think in our ecosystem that a team, there's too many checks and balances to say, you know what, we're just going to trade 5 first-round draft picks. So it would be interesting if it would have gotten to the floor, would have been able to get discussed and hear all the viewpoints on that.
What's your viewpoint? Would you back it?
You know what, I probably would. I would have said yes, but I would have liked to have heard kind of the reasons for or against and just get it discussed because we're a pretty traditional league. So to put something on the table probably that radical and get it voted on and let's call it pass, that was going to be tough, but it's in the ecosystem now. It's in the metaverse now. We're going to discuss it.
Why does Les Snead sound high? Why did he sound like he just took some edibles or something? It's into the ecosystem, into the universe. Okay, all right, great, Les Snead. Les Snead, the originator of FM Picks. I would imagine that he would have been a proponent of this. He says that he would have approved this.
Yeah, well, and this was not about trading 5 first-round picks. It was just it was about opening a 5-year window to be able to trade draft picks.
Right.
Whether it's a first rounder or a 7th rounder, similar to what we see like in the NBA. And also, too, I think it would have given teams flexibility to make a Deshaun Watson type of trade without having to go 3 straight years without a first-round pick. You can say, hey, you can have our first-rounder this year, have a first-rounder in 2028 and 2030, so every other year we at least get a first-round pick and you still get your
I want to know what current GM wouldn't approve this. Well, I think about it just for a second. And I get why the owners don't want to approve it because it's very radical for the league, and this is something that why upset the apple cart? You could really change the whole scope of the NFL if you do this, and they would be worried about that. They have to be worried about that. But if you're an NFL GM, wouldn't you look at this as job preservation?
Yeah, well, and I think that also too, Andrew Berry made the point. You heard Les Snead make the point there. There are checks and balances, like major trades, and this is part of the reason why the Haslams have fallen on the sword when it comes to the Deshaun Watson trade, because that contract doesn't get executed, that trade doesn't get executed without their blessing,
right?
Without them being consulted. That's how it is in the NFL. The big moves, the major moves, usually involve a consultation with ownership. So for those that were worried that, hey, you get a GM that's on thin ice and all of a sudden he's trying to save his job, or maybe knows he's on thin ice, so he's like, well, the heck with you guys, go ahead and fire me. Now I'm going to trade away your future.
Every GM,
that's just not going to happen.
Every GM, though, is going to think to themselves, I got to outsmart one billionaire owner.
Right.
An owner that gave me the job and believes in me to begin with anyway. I got to outsmart one guy, and then I can have job preservation. Like they're gonna think they can do that.
Right.
Whether they can or can't is a different story. But I would argue that their mentality would be, I can convince one guy that I know what I'm doing, a guy that for the entire time I've been in charge is convinced I know what I'm doing already anyway. And if I can't convince him that I know what I'm doing, then I'm probably as good as fired anyway, and these draft picks aren't going to save me.
Right.
And my job's not going to be saved anyway.
Right. So, yeah, I thought it was an eye-opening proposal. I don't believe that the Browns did it just to get people talking. I think they did it because they wanted it to get passed. They read the room, saw that there was no chance it was going to garner any type of momentum for support, and so said, you know what? We embarrass ourselves on the field every Sunday during the fall. Let's not do it during the owners' meetings. We'll just yank this off the table.
By the way, Daryl Ryder joins us, as always, courtesy of Shivan Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
All right, very good, Daryl. Any final nuggets you have for us here?
I've given you everything I have. We'll work on having more nuggets for next time. Speak.
Well, at least you promise me something next time.
And hopefully the next time we speak, you will not have wished Chase Delauter to get injured.
It's not my fault.
And he won't be
It's not my fault.
It's the injured list now in baseball, correct? I'm used to saying disabled list, but now it's the
IL. Yeah.
It's the IL, the injured list.
Yeah, we're playing the IL.
So
could you have imagined if he had actually injured himself for like 3 months or 4 months?
Yes.
Daryl, I don't think you're aware of the hate I got last night. It was a lot.
What, was it because I tweeted at you with
I don't
the
think
video
it helped.
of it?
I'm not going to put that on you. I don't think it helped.
I mean, I wasn't trying to be a jerk about
I
it or anything.
I don't think it helped. But I think I was getting it independent of that. But the amount of people that were like buying into the idea that clearly it's all your fault.
You put it out
thousands
there.
of miles away was astounding to me.
You put it out there, man.
Just astounding. I couldn't believe the amount of people that thought I was the reason why.
Listen, there's just some things you have to sit on. That should have been one of them.
I never
Listen,
will.
what happened Saturday night at dinner should have been your first clue not to bring it to the air.
I'm a classic oversharer, Daryl. That's who I am. All right. Thank you to Macro Robinson on the board.
Yes.
Thank you to Jake Murrin producing today's show. Thank you to Matt Corrali doing the updates as well. And thank you to you, Daryl Ryder, for hanging with me for the previous 5 hours.
You betcha. We'll do it again soon, I'm sure.
That we will. Tomorrow, we'll hang out with Jake Volnick. Does Jake come next? Is that what's happening here?
Yes, he does.
All right, so Jake's going to be on next, so listen to him then. And then anything he disagrees with or sounds silly about, tag me in, and then I can discuss it with Jake tomorrow. We start at 2 o'clock from Rally House downtown. Come on by and hang out. Enjoy the rest of your evening, Cleveland.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.